Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Sheikh. Can you understand? Can you hear me?
I can hear
Am I
you.
audible?
Yes. Yeah.
I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Deep, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So please check your mic.
Good morning, Sheikh. Sheikh? I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? No?
You can hear me, right? I can't hear you.
Okay.
Is it normal?
No. You should hear. You should hear. Yeah, I just send a message to you.
Yes, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining the session today. So welcome to day 2 of Global Strategy Summit. So it's a very interesting session. We had a very interesting session yesterday. So day 1, it is really a very successful day. And we had 8 lectures with best of the best speakers across the globe yesterday. Today we will have another wonderful day. I would like to welcome all the participants and speakers of the day for most exciting summit. And it's unique for the strategy planning and strategy execution. So this is something which is very interesting. I look forward for a day 2 event and with more insightful and more knowledgeable sessions today. So I would like to give a quick brief on the summit. So we from Data Labs India, so we sponsored the event, and we are happy to do that. Our interest is to connect experts across the globe in strategy management domain to the industries, so that industry managers, the senior managers, business owners, and senior leaders, strategy practitioners are exposed to the best of the best consultants, practitioners, and the experts in strategy execution, and also in the strategy formulation. So that's the whole idea, and I think we have been quite success with all your help. This is the 3rd summit we have in the span of last one year and a half. So it's very exciting to stay connected and share knowledge and learn from the speakers and the participants. Okay, so we had a very wonderful participants who keep asking very insightful questions. So this is something great privilege for us to host. So Fru strategy is the solution, the most comprehensive strategy management solution what we have. So so thank you, Fru strategy team, for sponsoring the event. So thank you very much. So I take this as an opportunity to welcome most awaiting session of the day. So Mustafa Hassan, so welcome you on board for a wonderful session today. So let me give a quick introduction to Mr. Mustafa Hassan. Mustafa leverages his over 20 years of financial expertise to drive strategy growth and operational excellence. He has a strong foundation in financial reporting, mergers and acquisitions, business strategy. So his proficiency in Gen AI and analytical skills enable him to provide innovative solutions that enhance financial health. So today we are talking about the role of a CFO in strategy execution. I think it's one of the most important session to start with today. So welcome Mr. Mustafa to welcome session. So thank you very much, and over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sheikh, for your introduction. First of all, good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. I am Mustafa Hassan. I am more than 20 years in the financial field in the Middle East, Egypt and Saudi Arabia, exactly. I worked for as a CFO for more than 7 years now as a CFO. I involved in many strategy initiatives and many strategy executions, especially in my current company. We have expansion in 4 countries, all all supported by the finance field and about the CFO and finance team to execute our strategy for expansion in my company. I am certified management accountant from IMA, certified strategy and competitive analysis from IMA also, and I am MBA. I have my MBA from Swiss School of Management 4 years ago in the global management. Let me start today with a question or with a bubble. In your expectations, what is the percentage of strategic initiatives that fail due to poor executions? There is a gap between strategy initiatives and strategy execution, strategic planning and execution. What's the percentage of failure of these initiatives? Just give me your response, please, in the chat. We are waiting more responses. Good morning, everyone. We are wake up, خلاص. Okay. Nazira, 70%, Shape, 60%. Okay. Anybody want to share to engage with us in this poll? Anybody else? Okay. Now let me give you a shocking number. 70% of the strategic initiatives fails due to poor execution. It's when I read this percentage earlier in Harvard Business Review article, I've been shocked. You are doing everything. You're doing the strategy analysis, the planning, vision, mission, and even the balance scorecard. And finally, in the field, when you put all of these in the field, you fail to execute. And in another study, I have here that 20% of that strategy execution, if the CFO involved in the execution, 20% of these executions more likely to achieve that. So this is the rule, the main rule of the finance or the finance team or the CFO. Today, we are operating in a complex global environment. The environment all over the world is very complex. There is inflation, persistent, rising interest rates, geopolitical uncertainties, war everywhere. There is our testing. There is all of these uncertainties testing the resilience of the organizations all the time. Now, all the organizations face all these complexities. In such, the role of the CFO has evolved significantly. Earlier, before when I was an accountant, when I started my career, the CFO or the finance was a steward, was just stewards. They was involved always in bookkeeping, trial balance. We are presenting our financial statements, and so and so and so. On the next hour, we will explore the pivotal role of the CFO in the strategy execution. We will discuss how we bridge the gap between the vision and the measurable outcomes, and highlight real-world examples to inspire you to take your strategy execution to the next level. Note now that we have set the stage, let's dive into the first key rule of the CFO. As a CFO, we are uniquely, we are the only one on the numbers. We are the only owners of the numbers. We are uniquely positioned to translate strategic visions into actionable plans. As a CFO, we own numbers. We have the numbers. We can create any vision we can translate any vision to a numbers. We are putting KPIs. We put the KPIs to the OKI. If you work as OKR or whatever, what are the objectives of the company? What you can't measure, you can't. What you can't. What you can't measure, you can't what. Just give me your engagement. Engage with me. I don't want. If you are sleepy, just sleep. You can't control. If you can't measure, you can't control. So we have. How to measure? Measure by numbers. Give me the numbers. Because we own the number, we ensure that the strategies are grounded in reality. We bring financial clarity to ambitious goals. You have ambitious goals. All the companies have visions, have goals, have objectives. Now these objectives and these goals, we bring the financial clarity to it. We are no more bookkeepers. We are strategic enablers. For example, we use value metrics. We have metrics. Let's check what metrics we have. We have metrics like the economic value added. This is EVA, return on investment capital, ROIC. These metrics are not only profit. These metrics go beyond profit margins. They measure whether we are creating real value for shareholders and the business as a whole or not. Now, earlier we was just checking our financial statements and bring the profitability. We are we see the value, we see the margin, we see the profit margin, we see the EBITDA, and now we have more metrics. We have economic value added, we have ROIC. All these metrics are not only profit margin, they are going beyond that. Let me share an example. Give you an example. A company that a manufacturing company, I know this company, I know it exactly. Where is it? It's in Saudi Arabia. This company was planning or has a vision to enter a new market. They wanted to execute a new market and to expand to a new market and execute a new product. And they started the market research, and they did a lot. They spent a lot. But the CFO here, when he involved in this expansion, he make his study. He make his analysis. He revealed the financial risk, and after he revealed all of that metrics, he found that just let me go to the next. Yes. He found that the new project, the revenue coming from the new project are not will bring not the potential, the needed potential benefits. The financial risk overweight the financial potential or the potential benefit. This insight led the company to stop this expansion, to redirect their resources, saving millions and millions and avoiding a strategy misstep. Each company, all the companies want to expand, wants to be a global company. But is it just to go to the new city, new country, to go to the new product, or you have to make the study? If you make the study and study the financial risk direct and get out the metrics, this is the involvement of the CFO. If the CFO didn't involve it in this strategy execution, the company will lose millions of their investment. Now let's go beyond that, and let's go to the M&A and strategy execution, the role of the CFO in the M&A. The first of all, in merger and acquisition CFOs. If you see any company going to the M&A, the merger and acquisition, you will find that the CFO role is the critical role in any merger and acquisition. They are playing a pivotal role from performing the due diligence. When you go to the due diligence, all the due diligence will be owned by the CFO. The company will buy, or the company will be merged with the other company. Starts with the due diligence. The due diligence will be sent to whom? It will be received by the CFO. The CFO will reveal all the numbers, will perform all the due diligence, and also he is ensuring the synergy. If there is no synergy, no M&A. It's pivotal word, the synergy. What is the benefit from this merger? If two companies will be merged, two companies have to have win-win situation. What is the difference between the company now and the company after the merger? This is the synergy. This synergy must be measured by whom? By the CFO and by his team. This all up before the merger. What will we do after the merger? Post merger, we lead integration. We lead integration efforts. Now the financial team, led by the CFO, lead all these financial the integration efforts. Now we have two companies. These two companies are merged financially. The one company bought shares in the other company, or whatever, acquired or merged, whatever happened. After this merger and acquisition, we lead the integration. We ensure the combined entity achieves its strategic goals. Now, the company A, let's say its EBITDA was 20 million. Company B, let's say its EBITDA was 20 million. After combination between these companies, it shouldn't be EBITDA 40. It should be minimum 50 by the synergy. These numbers should be led by the CFO, and this integration to achieve the strategic goals should be led by the CFO to see the numbers, to see that the numbers are going in the way we need. And it's not only just about the numbers. As CFOs, we collaborate with CEOs, and the other leaders to align the strategy, ensuring that the operational decisions reflect the border goal of the organization. The organization has goals. These goals, if you don't collaborate as a CFO with the other C-level, C-suite level, like CEO, COO, other C-level, to ensuring that operational decisions reflect the borders, it will be also will lead to another failure in the execution. Now, I'll give you something. Think about your organization. How often are financial insights considered early in strategic decisions? Are there opportunities for the CFO's role to expand further? Let me hear from you. Let me see your chat. See you in chat. Your response in your organization. Think about your organization. How often are financial insights considered early in the strategic decisions? Okay, not often. Okay, I can see that you have a problem with your keyboards. Right.
Actually, many people are in YouTube channel. where that those links cannot be.
YouTube channel. Yes. So okay, let's go.
It's live there also.
Uh, let's talk about the first rule of the financial in the strategy execution. The financial stewardship in strategy execution. Let's dive into how financial stewardship underpins effective strategy execution. CFOs ensure that resources are directed where they are most impactful. Now, the first of all, the CFOs owns the budget. They have to allocate resources of the company to the effective or the direct all the resources of the company to the effective ways to spend this money. Means balancing growth investment with cost control. It's a constant balancing act, but one that ensures long-term sustainability. The resource allocation in this budget, this is the first thing that the CFOs own is the budget. They are allocating the resources of the company to the main activities the company will do to and they have to make the performance reports monthly and quarterly and by quarter and yearly. There are reports must be done by the financial team led by the CFO. Working capital optimization. One way we do this is by optimizing working capital. For instance, let's have an example. A retail company has issues with their liquidity. The working capital is the main optimizing this working capital is one of the most important roles of the financial team, especially the CFO. We have measures like cash conversion cycle, like other liquidity measures to measure what is how we are optimizing this working capital. If you have even you have two issues. You have two issues. The first big issue, you have a liquidity issue. You don't have the sufficient liquidity for your operation. This is the number one issue, the number one problem or challenge meets the organization. The other challenge is not not least big challenge is that we have excess cash. If you have less cash or excess cash, both of them are issues. Excess cash means that you are not investing in the by the proper way. Losing cash or less cash, that means you are not your cash conversion cycle is not sufficient. So one way we do this by optimizing working capital. For instance, a retail company. Let's talk about a retail company. They improved the cash flow by renegotiating supplier terms and streamlining inventory, freeing up capital for expansion. We have our cash, we bought it in the inventory. We have the cash with our customers. We are a profitable company, but our cash we don't have. Our cash is in the market. You hear this word from many investors, many companies, many organizations. They tell you that you are a profitable organization, but we don't have cash. What is the problem? The problem here, because they put their cash in the inventory. They put their cash in with the customers. They didn't receive probably. They taking from, let's say they are taking the terms with the supplier is 30 days, but he giving the customers 60 days. That's a gap of 30 days of cash liquidity. You are paying to the supplier in 30 days, and you are collecting your money in 60 days. This is a gap, a big gap. If the CFO can't manage this gap, the company will get down as soon as like this. Okay, So he has to free up cash to invest and to for priority growth initiatives. The capital structure decisions. There is some questions in the chat. Let me check the chat.
I'm just posting some questions I'm getting.
You are okay.
I'm just collecting questions from here and there, from YouTube channel and all.
I will take this question by the end.
You can take it whenever.
Capital. Sorry.
You can take questions whenever.
Okay. You want me to stop after in this place and take the question? And
whenever you want to take a break, just take up questions. Maybe at the end also,
okay.
No problem. Yeah.
Okay. Let's end this rule and go to before the next rule. The capital structure decisions is another critical area. CFOs decide the optimal mix of debt and equity to fund strategic initiatives while maintaining financial stability. The company has to choose. They want to the capital structure to be debt or to be equity or to be mixed of both or to be only equity, only debt. What is the mix? 30% debt, 70%. This mix had to be decided, the optimal mix between by the CFO. In uncertain economic times, this becomes even more vital. The financial situation we have now or we're facing now, we don't have any certain ratios, any certain rate in the inflation. Every day you receive a new interest rate. It increases sometimes, decreases sometimes, and this uncertain have to be in these uncertain economic times, it's vital to optimize the mix of debt and equity to fund your initiatives. ESG considerations. Environmental, social, and governance ESG factors are increasingly central to financial planning. Investors and customers demand sustainable practices. CFOs must ensure the ESG initiatives are integrated into the organization's strategy. The CFO, when he checks the strategy, he has to see that the ESG is a part of this strategy. So, environment, social, and governance. This is a critical rule, especially these days. Not an afterthought, but as a driver of long-term value. The other rule in the of the CFO in the as a steward is risk management. This is the final. Risk management is a foundational. Whether it's scenario planning for economic downturns or mitigating regulatory risks, CFOs safeguard the organization's strategic execution. The CFO has always to assess the risk in a new market, has to assess the risk in a new product, has to assess the risk, the economic downturns, the regulatory risks. As an example, you will, in my company, we have a new branch in Thailand. I just come from Thailand yesterday. I just came from Thailand yesterday. This branch in Thailand has regulatory risks because of some license we didn't see or we didn't know before going to Thailand. That's why I was there last 2 weeks for checking this risk of the regulatory. Is this risk will stop our operations there, or it's just some penalties and we can mitigate later? And I have sat with consultants there, legal consultants. This is my rule as CFO, to mitigate this risk, to check this risk if it's real risk or it's just assumptions you will not will not uh, will not affect your business in the new country. Let's take some questions now. Okay, we have some questions. Share question.
If you want me to read it out, or
yes, one by one, please.
so first question is how can CFOs balance their traditional financial responsibilities with their expanding role in driving strategic initiatives and business transformation? So how can they strike the balance?
Actually, the CFO traditional role for the finance, for bookkeeping, for trial balance, financial statements, and the normal role, the CFO must hire the people who can drive these operations. Let me give you an example. In my company, in each country, I have the finance manager. The finance manager manages all these operational problems. Finance, let's differentiate between the CFO and the finance manager. If you don't have the ability to hire a finance manager, you can hire an accounting manager, an accounting section head, who can handle all these operation issues. These operation issues, if you are a CFO and go through the details, each entry, each section in the finance, that will take a lot of your time. The company don't pay for you for these details. If they want you for these details, they can hire an accounting manager. They can hire any other less category than the CFO. This is the first one. The second one, and this is the most important, is by automation. You have to automate. You have to mitigate all the. You have to automate the financial. Let me AR, AP, the financial statements. If you get the automated tool, the right automated tool, it will give you more time for the strategic goals of the organization. This is number one question. Another question, Jay. How does the CFO's leadership influence cross-functional collaboration in achieving strategic objectives, especially in conflicting interest of department heads? This question is a nice question. This is the most important role of the CFO. The CFO has to know what are they doing. Let's talk about the other functions like HR. If you don't know what HR departments do, you will have this conflict always, the conflict of interest. You have to know first what are they doing. If you don't know, that will be a very big issue. That leads the conflict. Governance, putting the rules, what the finance do, what the HR do, what the other whatever. And I just give HR as an example because most of our conflict will be with the HR and sales and just HR as an example. You have to know to put the borders between your rule and the rule, what they are doing and what they do. That happens by the policy, by the policies and procedures in the company, by putting the making the governance, what is the role of each department. What is the CFO role in fostering a culture of agility and innovation? The CFO is the main owner of the digital transformation. He has to lead the digital transformation in the company because this digital transformation and the automation initiatives will lead by the end of the day to support him in his role. Let's take an example. If you still take the CRM, customer relationship management, on Excel or whatever other tool, all tools, that will lead to your insights and your analysis to the data will not be the same. The foundation, it supports, it's the foundation supports you to any expansion. Let's take an example as a CRM. If you have the CRM on Excel and they can edit and they can add and bot and whatever, it will involve to not actual or not accurate numbers. But if it's automated, and you have, let's an example, let's see, you have an automation CRM that takes the calls starting from the lead coming from the marketing to the calls going to the done by the outbound calls done by the sales team and after sales, and all of these translated in data and the CRM integrated data starting from the lead to the after sales service. These numbers inside and this data, you can just analyze this data and know where is the bottlenecks. You have to know where is the bottlenecks, what is the problem, what is the issue, how can I improve this process in the CRM. So you can lead the initiatives of the automation and new CRM tools and others. How can CFOs effectively communicate financial implications of decisions to board and investors, as this is a big challenge? The board and the investors can't understand most of your words. You will tell them that we are making a margin of kaza, of etc., 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 and this margin, it's about give them a story, give storytelling techniques in presenting to the board is very critical for the CFO. How to give them the story. Don't tell them numbers. If you put just the income statement that we have M&A X, what cost of goods sold Y, and we have the revenue etc., 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 he will not understand anything. He will just tell this CFO is giving us blah 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 blah. It's not like that. You give them the most critical numbers they need. They need to see the revenue, they need to see the EBITDA, and they need to see the net profit. These are the most, and whatever, it depends on your company. They need to see just 3 to 4 numbers maximum. Don't give them the income statement and go to the boardroom and tell them this is the income statement and we have the M&A like $1 million. We have cost of goods sold 2 million. We have etc., etc., etc. All of these numbers they will not understand. Just give them the needed numbers. What is the needed numbers, and the needed numbers depends on the company itself. A strategy as a system should involve all parts of the organization in every step. It's not a departmental job. In my point of view, CFO shouldn't set the direction. They can validate the chosen initiatives. Sorry, I can't understand this question. Mr. Muhammad Fuad. Strategy as a system should involve all parts of the organization. Yes, sure. In every step, it's not a departmental job. Yes, it's not a departmental job. I didn't see that. I'm talking about the CFO department role in this in the strategy execution. It's a whole company process. It's a whole company job. In my point of view, CFO shouldn't set the direction. No, the directions set by all the C-level, especially the CFO, because the CFO is the number owner. Is the number owner. Financial statement as a tool by default represents the past and the current. So if we need CFO to be more strategic, we should add a future tool. There is future tool. There is budget. There is capital budget. There is, we are talking about the financial statement is the old rule of the finance. It's the old rule, just putting the financial statement. When you are talking about the strategic rules of CFO, no, just translate this objectives to KPIs, to in the budget, put it in the budget, in the capital budget when you study a new project, whatever. Okay, let's go to the the next part of our presentation. The other rule of the finance is to enabling data-driven decision making. The decision making, the decision making, the decision making. If it's not data-driven decision making, if it's not a data-driven, it will be just a gut. Yeah, I see that this country is good for us to invest in. I see that this product will be profitable. This is gut. You have to bring the data and take this data and analyze it to take your decisions. And this is one of the roles of the CFO in the financial execution or the strategy execution. Modern CFOs leverage tools like ERP system like SAP, Oracle, whatever, and AI-driven analytics platforms. These technologies provide insights that guide strategic adjustments in real time. For example, if the CFO supports his team to make a dashboard, a real-time dashboard, this dashboard allows CFO to monitor key metrics from revenue trends to operational efficiency, enabling quick course corrections when needed. If you have a real-time dashboard, you can take decisions as soon as it's done at needed. You will not need the financial statement to be done to take your decisions. You have to have this dashboard to take your correction action as soon as possible. But tools are only as good as the data they process. Now, it's about the data quality. Garbage in, garbage out. If you have garbage in the data, you have a garbage out in the decisions. CFOs must prioritize data quality and establish governance frameworks to ensure accuracy and reliability. You have to check the governance, check the data accuracy. You have to assure that the accuracy and the reliability of data are going in the straightforward. There is no garbage data into the system. So it's not only about the system you use, it's about the data itself going into this system. Strategy execution in action. As a tech company, the CFO's deep dive into market trends revealed that investing in cloud-based solution would yield a higher ROI. This strategic pivot led to a 25% increase in market share within 2 years. Let's take some examples from the market about the execution, the company the strategy execution led by the CFO or the finance team. Tech company had a decision to invest in a system. This system, they can bring a system that is built in or setting up a system on their servers, or take a cloud-based system. The CFO and his finance team make the study and checking the ROI for both options. We have two options now. The first option is to implement the system in our servers that will cost us to buy servers, and that cost us to hire some IT team to arrange the servers and to set up everything in our computer. That needs some specific specifications for our computers, and this will cost us, as an example, 20 million or 2 million, as an example. Let's take a small number, $2 million. But we have another option to go to a cloud-based system, ERP system. This cloud-based ERP system will cost us the same 2 million, but in 5 years we will not spend them directly. Here comes the rule of the capital budget done by the finance team. They done the financial. This will cost us 2 million, but we will have to pay it in the first year. This will cost us the same 2 million, but we will pay it as a subscription next 5 years. First of all, that mitigates the risk of the new versions. If you bring everything on house and get your servers and take the current version, that will give you the risk that the new versions you will not take. But if you get with the if you go with the subscription base, this will mitigate this risk that the subscription base, you will get the new versions and the updates when it happens. This is number one. Second one, the first option, which the servers and assets, and you will have assets. Yes, by the end of the day, you will have assets. But you have to make the study that the 2 million of these assets, and after 5 years, does these assets will be the same effective like now? Does say that will have the same price, the same value like we will buy now, or we have to depreciate them over these 5 years? So the CFO and the finance team, after this study, found that the ROI of going to the cloud-based is 25% more profitable than the other option. This is a rule of finance in this tech company. Another company, a global FMCG firm, streamlined its supply chain, streamlined that, and optimized working capital. The CFO in an FMCG company, he make the negotiation with suppliers. He lead the negotiations with customers to collect money. He bought the terms in the financial and in sales, and these terms he done, or he made, or he supported, because it's different between company and company, will lead to a higher ROI and a higher, you will invest your money in the proper way. Example number 3, a logistic company leverage real-time analytics to adapt its delivery routes. Logistic company, we have a logistic company. This logistic company, fuel cost of this company is, let's say, it's a $10 million per year. The CFO and his team make a study and bring the data to adapt and make the dashboard to real-time dashboard to check how can we decrease this cost, the cost of fuel. And they used this data that they found that some routes are taller than are longer than the other. Some routes may be shorter, but there is traffic on it that wasting our fuel and wasting our time, our worker time. This study and this dashboard, and led by the finance team and his data analysis team, will lead to improving customer satisfaction, to mitigate, to decrease the risk, and increase the ROI on the project. Challenges and some solutions. Let's see the challenges met by the CF. One of the biggest challenges is balancing short-term financial performance with long-term strategic goals, as the questions mentioned before. This challenge, or the solution, lies in setting clear KPIs that align immediate actions with broader objectives. يبقى setting these KPIs, automating the process, making the process done or applicable, or apply the process in the system that will support to mitigate this challenge. During volatile time, flexibility is key. Scenario planning allows CFOs. Flexibility is key. Scenario planning, if you are a CFO and you are planning for project X or project Y, making these planning scenarios, you are not just putting this one scenario, you have to put 2 or 3 scenarios. Scenario 1, if the interest rate 4%. Scenario 2, if the interest rate 5%. Scenario 3, if the interest rate 6%. You have 3 scenarios now. You have to make this scenario planning. This allows you to prepare for various outcomes. Any outcome will happen, you are already prepared for. You made the plan for 4%, for 5%, for 6%. Like, it's just about, if I talk about only interest rate, there is many other uncertainties in our planning. Let's say about the targets. We are giving the target to the sales team to bring $1 million monthly. And we have to put our plans that if they bring 1 million, what will happen? If they bring 80%, what will happen? 60%, what will happen? 120%, what is the scenario? So we have to be prepared for various outcomes. Last challenge, stakeholder alignment. Engaging stakeholders from the board to employees ensures everyone understands and supports the strategic vision. Communication is paramount here. The communication with the board, the communication with the stakeholders and other departments is key. Is a key for your vision as a CFO and for the execution as a CFO. As the question says before, that the CFO is not in isolated land. He's not in the isolated island. He's not working alone. He's working with other departments. All of them have to go to know the objectives, clear objectives, to have clear objectives, clear process. They all have to go to the to achieve these goals and achieve these KPIs and achieve these objectives as easy as they can. Engaging the shareholders and the board members in the board meeting and giving them the high level numbers, and high level achievements, and high level KPIs will help you and will support you, all of the organization, not only you as a CFO, to achieve your objectives. We have one more question, I believe. How does budgeting and forecasting is aligned to strategy? Okay, I'll give you an example. One company, X company, this company has an objective or a vision in 5 years to achieve some numbers, to achieve profit, let's say 10 million or 20 million, and to achieve revenue, let's say 50 million, and to achieve some numbers they want to achieve in 5 years. Let's get and take these numbers and break them down till now. Now we have growth last 3 years, 10% yearly or 15%. Now we are making our budget for the next year, and when we go to make our budget, we have to see our strategic objective, which is 50 million revenue. Let's talk about revenue only. 50 million revenue. This 50 million revenue, we are now achieving 40 million. So we want to go from 40, which is the actual numbers of last year, to the 50, which we want to achieve in 5 years. So we have to increase yearly. The first year, 1 million, the second year 2 million, the third year 3 million, the fourth. So we need some numbers. So we will start with this number, which is increasing our revenue to 41 million or 42 millions next year. This is the first number of the budget. We start with this number and we break it down and we get this cost of goods sold, what's the needed admin expenses, what is the needed managerial expenses, what if we need to open a new branch, if we will add a new product, whatever, and blah blah blah. And this, we use these numbers to make our budget. We start with our strategic vision to break down what we will what we will do in the first year, second year, third year, fourth year to achieve our strategic vision in these 5 years. How does budget variance is reviewed against the strategy performance in real time best practice? Monthly reports. Some companies make it weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, whatever the easiest way. Actually, in my company, we do bi-weekly reports with the sales team to discuss with them the KPIs they have. We now bring our budget. This budget have to be breakdowns to KPIs to each team. Sales team has its KPIs. Marketing team has KPIs. Finance team has KPIs. HR team has KPIs. HR team, as an example, has to retain the current employees and has to hire one or two or three sales members, and has to want to hire X and Y and Z and retain the current employees. So this is a target on HR, and this is their KPIs. Marketing has to bring X leads monthly, outbound X, inbound X. We have to just break down our view, our point of view to KPIs for each department. And these KPIs, when you make the dashboard, we want to add to this dashboard these KPIs and what achieved in real time for each KPI. And we have to discuss it with all teams directly, monthly or quarterly or yearly and whatever, to discuss the achievements they done through their objectives. To recap, now let's go to conclusion. The recap: CFOs are no longer just financial stewards. We are strategic partners, value creators, and data-driven decision makers. Our role is pivotal in translating strategy into measurable outcomes. Now, I want to encourage each of you to embrace this expanded role. Use your financial expertise to not just support strategy, but to drive it. And thank you so much. Any other questions, Sheikh?
Yeah, let me just check the questions. Lokesh Bharat was how CFO identify bias? So
sorry, what is bias?
Bias is a partiality. Okay, so how does that CFO identify there is any partiality in the business?
Sorry, pardon me again. This word. What's the bias?
Bias means if there is any politics or kind of thing, in the organization. So how do you
politics? Yes. Bias. We are talking about the biased person, politics and making teams. Yes, biased. But because all words are capital, so I thought it's some.
I think yeah. What has written in Arabic?
I think the bias and the CFO can but he can identify. Actually, the bias and the politics in the company are clear for everyone. From your experience, from your leadership skills, you will identify the bias and you will identify the politics happens. It's all about experience. Actually, I don't know if there is anything else can support this bias, uh, or can identify this bias or this politics in the company.
Yeah, great, sir. So, based on your experience, I think it's very insightful lecture. I really enjoyed it. So you covered
Thank
every
you.
practical topics what CFO faces. So what is the key
Thank
takeaway?
you.
So what is the key takeaway? Like top 3 things or 4 things you advise CFOs and others also. So to do into 2025.
The key takeaway: don't stay stewards. Don't be just a financial manager or accounting manager. Uh, Actually, I have seen many CFOs that just leading the financial statements and the accounting department only, and they don't be involved in the strategic vision. You have to be a strategic partner. You have to create value. You have to give your initiatives, insights to the C level. Even if they didn't with it, they didn't work with it. You have to give them the initiatives. Sometimes one point they will do. If you give them initiatives, uh, like we want to just go to the X to Y, want to expand in this market. Give them your initiatives, even if they didn't take your initiatives or apply it in the company. You will just give them your initiatives. Be value adding to the company, drive the decision making, give reports, give actual reports in real time, make the dashboards, and allows them to take the decisions in the real time.
So great insights, Mr. Mustafa. Thank you very much for joining the session today and also
Thank you,
giving a
Sheikh.
wonderful lecture. It's very insightful. It's very insightful. Thank
Thank
you
you,
very
Sheikh.
much.
Thank you, Sheikh. Thank you for inviting me for this insightful,
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
fruitful
Yeah. So
summit.
on behalf of
Uh,
participants and organizers, I would like to thank Mr. Mustafa. Wonderful lecture
Thank you.
on the role of CFO in strategy, because that is something which is very essential for any organization. I think you covered it very nicely and very insightful details. So thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you,
Mustafa.
Sheikh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheikh. Thank you for inviting me for this fruitful summit. Thank you. Thank you all.
So
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Let us take up the next session with Mr. Mihai Ionesco. So I think Mihai has joined. He was a little late. Deep, can you check? I think I see he joined already. Yeah. So our next session is to cover with Mr. Mihai. So one of the renowned speaker and expert in the strategy management. Almost everybody know who are in strategy management know Mihai very well. Mihai, I think Mihai has joined. Good morning, Mihai. Are you able to catch up? Yeah. Mihai, are you able to hear us? let's take for a minute. So let me join the session. So today we talk about strategy formulation, the integrated way forward from Mr. Mihai. Okay, so just let me set the login and all. Just take us a minute or two. Okay, you can see.
Wow. You know, Abdul, I still don't understand. Why do you still try to use this WebEx thing? This is 30 years old stuff. There are so many other things that can go even smoother. Okay, but welcome anyway, and thank you very much for having me. Can you see what I'm showing here right now?
We can hear you and we can see you. I think the presentation has to come still.
Okay, excellent. Sorry for the small delay. I just wanted to set things up with WebEx. Finally, we've got it. So I'm presenting you a new me. So it's a new version of myself. I've just wanted to see how digital transformation works, and I decided to apply digital transformation to myself. So this is the result. But since digital transformation is not strategy, you need to bear the outcome. So here is, at least for the moment, the new me. I'll come back to the original version later on. I'm just joking. Sorry. So let me share okay. Of course, WebEx says that I should go to my settings and allow WebEx to share my screen. Okay, I'll do this. Okay, right now, so it seems it's fine. So, okay, later on, just a second, or just a few seconds more. Okay, so let me try again to share. Allow, and then let's see where is the PowerPoint presentation. Just one more second to get to the slide number 1 in my slide deck. I've also shared it online, so some people can get the deck right away. There is a link on the LinkedIn event page. Okay, so going back to WebEx, sharing. What should I share? I think that this is the one. Okay, share this. Okay.
Yep.
So I'm sharing this. You should be seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my presentation.
Yep, we can see the
this topic. Okay. Well, okay. If there are any issues about the seeing the slide deck, again, if you go to the LinkedIn event page or to the latest related posting about this topic, you can download the slide deck from there. Okay, so let me start. The topic that I wanted to share with you and to discuss with you is about an integrative way of dealing with strategy formulation. Okay, so this is a topic, and things are like this. Let me see.
Want to keep it in the PowerPoint presentation mode, Mihai?
Should I keep it in PowerPoint presentation mode, you say? Okay.
Yeah. Now it is much better. Yeah.
I'll just close the captions. It should be better, yes? Well, the idea is like this, coming back to the topic, that you can see a lot of ideas, a lot of theories, a lot of concepts, a lot of frameworks circling around strategy, circling so much to the point where strategy becomes confusing. So you know what happens. If you read a book, you'll see that the author has a certain core idea of the book, or several core ideas, but they need to highlight that. So it seems that strategy is about the ideas that they are presenting in the book. If you look at an academic, you know, a business school professor or lecturer at least, they need to build tenure to be allowed to teach. So they need to come with a novelty. So their novelty becomes suddenly the focus point of their concept and of their view about strategy. If you're a practitioner, you need to focus on some effective actions, and those effective actions are becoming somehow your view about what strategy is. Now, all these views may be correct, and they might be fine, but in the majority of the cases, they are incomplete. And because they are incomplete, it creates a problem. It creates a problem of integration, of an integrated view. So this is what happens. We are surrounded and drowned in all sorts of concepts and ideas and theories and book titles and frameworks and things that people are throwing at us and telling us that this is strategy. This is our view of strategy. It might be the best one possible, and this is actually this is crazy. This is crazy because you can't really figure out what to do and how to understand strategy and what strategy is and how it works if you try to look at all these sometimes very divergent views about strategy. So this is not good. This is not good, and you can understand that strategy becomes or it's regarded as something difficult. So why is strategy difficult? Well, first of all, because all this, salad of partial views which are thrown at us as intended to be some complete views on strategy, and they are not complete views on strategy. They're only partial views of strategy, and some of them may be correct. Some of them are less than correct. So the biggest issues that I see about strategy is how to make it easier rather than difficult. And there is only one way forward, and the way is to make a selection of the essential elements of strategy and be able to assemble them in a logical and clear workflow. And workflow is a magic word here, because you need to understand where do you start, where do you end in formulating a strategy, and then where do you start and when do you end in implementing the strategy. And all this needs to be clear. So my suggestion is, let us clear this mess, and we will just go through several steps, trying to understand what is really important and how can be organized in a workflow in regards to strategy. How do we see and how do we use strategy? Okay, so we need to our target is to have a crystal clear approach to strategy and understanding strategy in a very logical and very simple and straightforward way. So I think that the first thing to get to is the fact that strategy is our response to some future challenges. We might have a variety of challenges, a variety of types of challenges ahead. They might be related to customers, they might be related to competitors, it might be related to changing regulatory environment. It might be there might be some challenges related to a variety of things. And why are they challenges? They are challenges because they cannot be surmounted. We cannot go beyond those challenges. We can't solve those challenges with what we have today. With the type of business that we're doing today, with the kind of business, with the processes, with the current targeting of customers, with the value propositions that we have today, if we change nothing and we just try to improve what we have, we might not be able to surmount those challenges. So we need a strategy, and the strategy means about doing different things than we do today, or doing the same things but in significantly different ways. So that's a strategy, and we need to figure out what the strategy should be to better allow us to surmount those challenges that we see ahead. And challenges might be positive or negative. They might be about opportunities that are coming in the future, and we'd like to harvest the benefits of those opportunities, or there might be some threats, something bad that might happen, and we need to be able to mitigate those threats and have the solutions to deal with those threats and not allow them to have a negative impact upon our organization. And so this is the story about challenges. We start the strategy from understanding which are the challenges that lay ahead, for our organization, and we try to build a strategy to better surmount them, rather than continuing to do the business as usual as we do today. Okay, so what comes next? After we have clarified which the challenges are, we need to make some choices, because strategy is about choices. The choices that we make, the strategic choices, if you like, are the foundation of our strategy. So we make some choices and then say, okay, these are our choices. If we translate those choices into reality, they are choices about doing different things or about things in a significantly different way, and if we translate them into the reality, into the reality of the marketplace, and they become part of our new strategy, then yeah, we have a way forward to develop the strategy. So we start from challenges. We create a foundation for our strategy based on some important choices that we make about doing different things or doing things differently, and then we move forward from here. So what would be the next step after we have selected some choices for our strategy? We need to understand how to translate them into the market or marketplace reality, and that is done through value propositions. Value propositions are our solutions for some customer jobs to be done, for some issues that we are addressing, and because we're providing a good solution, and we are successful in addressing those needs, then those are successful value propositions. So this is our value proposition. This is our proposal to solve certain things in a different way, ideally in a differentiating way, in a competitive environment, and that is a translation of our choices into something concrete, into something plausible, something that is represented by the value proposition. And value proposition is not equal to product. Value proposition is more than just a product, more than just a service. It's about the channels that we use to deliver this to the customer. It's about the partners, the ecosystem. It's about a variety of things, about business model and things like this. So value proposition is a complex thing, and it translates our strategic choices into reality. And we might have several value propositions, not only one, that are helping us translate our strategic choices that we have selected for surmounting the identified future challenges. So that's how things work. Now, the fact is that we have some choices. We just painting them on a whiteboard. We then say, okay, this is just the ideas. Now, how do we translate it into reality? We define some value propositions that are helping us bring those choices to the reality of the marketplace. And okay, then what is needed to be able to do that? Because those value propositions might use some competencies or processes or relationships or infrastructures that we don't have. We didn't need that until today. We didn't need those competencies. They were not necessary for the ways that we did business until today. Those processes we never did. Those activities we never did because we didn't need it to until today. So these are some new things that we need to have in place. We need to have some capabilities, competencies, know-how, relationships, channels, a variety of other things that we don't have. Some of them we do, but they're not in the right configuration, maybe, or not at the right maturity level. So we certainly need to focus on what needs to happen to support those value propositions, because otherwise they would be as let's say theoretical as our choices. We need to have capabilities to be able to support those value propositions. They don't need just to be announced to the market. These are our value propositions, where we need to be able to deliver those products and to those within that business model, with those processes, together with the partners that we have in an ecosystems and so on. So we need to build those capabilities, or to adjust those capabilities that we already have into the required configuration to be able to support our value propositions, the essential elements of our value proposition. So those are capabilities. We define them. Now we have a full system of capabilities and value propositions supported by those capabilities, value propositions that have some essential elements that translates our choices into the reality of the market. We might say that, yeah, strategies is now the strategy is clear. So we started from challenges. How do we address those challenges? We make some very clear choices. We translate those choices into value propositions and define the essentials of those value propositions. And then we understand what capabilities are required, what must be in place in order for those value propositions to be fully supported. And that's it. Well, that's not it, because still that it's something that we declare and we clarified and we identified what needs to be done, but we haven't done anything. So the question is, can we do that tomorrow morning? Can we have our strategy producing results tomorrow morning? So why not? Well, why not? Because those capabilities are things that are typically complex, and there are many, and they might take months or years to be able to actually have in place, to set them in place. So therefore, we need to implement the strategy. And implementing the strategy is to understand which are the gaps between the capabilities that we had until today, corresponding to what kind of business did we do until today, and the capabilities required to support our new strategy, the essentials of our new value proposition, the translation to reality of our strategic choices that we have selected because we need to surmount certain challenges that we understand that lay ahead. So we need to understand which are the gaps that we need to close in our capabilities system, because if we close those gaps, and obviously that won't happen by tomorrow morning, it will happen in months or years, then we would have our strategy implemented. The capabilities will become real. They will support our value propositions. Those value propositions are actually empowering the strategic choices that we made, and we would be able to surmount the challenges that we have identified. So the closing of the gaps represents the actionable part of our strategy. So we need to understand what systems might we build, what new ecosystem or what new sales channel we need to develop that we never needed before. Maybe we want to go from business to business to business to consumer, if those are the choices that we made. And of course, we don't have the necessary channels for that. We need to build them, we need to develop, we need to plug into some ecosystems. We need to gather some competencies that we might need to run some new processes that require new competencies. We might need to gather some know-how and knowledge about the market, about new technologies that we might be using. So all these are gaps that we need to close. And of course, we need to have a schedule of and the sequencing of how do we close those gaps, because that needs to follow a certain logic and interdependencies between those capabilities. Okay, so I think that we have a clear understanding of the strategy, where it starts from, what is the foundation of the strategy, what needs to be done to translate our choices, the foundation of our strategy, into reality, what are the capabilities required for us to support some new value propositions that are representing the way forward according to our strategy, and then finally to be able to focus on exactly what needs to be done, the actions to close the gaps, because that will bring our capabilities into a practical reality, being able to actually support our value propositions in the marketplace, and then to see how our choices went. Now, I don't want to go there, because we have a separate topic for tomorrow, which says that all these steps, all of them, are based on hypotheses about the future. And strategies about the future. It's about tomorrow, it's about next month, next year, things where we need to anticipate how they might change. We need a certain level of foresight, of understanding of what the consequences of the changes that we're making might be. Now, the bad news is that some of those hypotheses are always wrong. It's impossible to use only correct and valid hypotheses about the future. That's a characteristic of the future. It never happens in the ways that we anticipate. It always changes. We are in a complex world, on a complex planet. So things are happening in different ways. So we will need to adapt our strategy according to what we discover to be valid or invalid hypotheses. But again, this is a topic that we are going to discuss in a separate slot in the third day of the summit tomorrow. Okay, so that's I think it's a more clear representation of the strategy, and if we can focus on all these elements, we can have a better understanding of how to work in a workflow that allows us to go from steps to step in a logical way and be able to use the output from one step as an input to the next step and go on until we have a strategy. And sometimes we need to validate our strategy before we start implementing it, which means that we might need to go again through the same. It's I've designed it here as a sequence, a horizontal sequence of steps, but in reality it's a cycle. So we might need to go from 5 again to 1 or to 2 and to make multiple iterations of our strategy until it becomes something feasible and viable as the end result of implementing it. But in the end, we'll end up with something that we believe that it's an appropriate, feasible, and viable strategy, and we start implementing. And implementing means about closing the gaps. It's step number 5. So that's the workflow for the strategy, and I think that we brought it to some simple enough things that can be understood, that allow us to filter out what is needed for each of these steps, what theories and what the concepts and what frameworks are needed for each of these steps, in order to be able to put them in a logical way to put our ducks in a row and be able to end up with a strategy that is appropriate for dealing with the challenges that we are anticipating that our organization is going to meet. Okay, so now there are some things that result from this, and one example is about the so-called emergent strategy. Strategy is something that emerges. We don't really need to figure out the strategy from early on. We just need to wait for things to happen, and we'll figure out what the opportunities are, and we'll define some strategy. And we have some sort of initial, very approximate and vague strategy to start with, and then we'll figure out as we go along what the strategy will be, and it will be emerging. Well, I can't figure how this can work in reality. Strategy needs to start from a deliberate strategy. Again, we're using hypotheses about the future. That's essential to understanding why it's not an emergent strategy. And then we need to adapt, because some of those hypotheses that we're employing to build our deliberate strategy will turn out not to be valid, not to be correct. So we need to adapt our strategy, and of course, in the end, we won't have the same strategy as we have initially. Let's say that we're implementing a strategy over a time frame, a strategic horizon of 4 years, and in the last year, in the 4th year, we'll have a strategy that we're implementing, the last parts of the strategy that we're implementing, which is different from the strategy that we had at the beginning of year 1. As our deliberate strategy. In the meantime, it got adapted, and yes, we are implementing in the end a different strategy, but waiting it to emerge somehow from what the market teaches us, and not really start with a very, very clear and comprehensive deliberate strategy. That is a trap. And that is a trap of undecision, of insufficiently clear decision that we need to start with when we formulate a strategy. And this is what happens. Take a look at the diagram. So what we have here in the upper part, it's actually the strategic analysis. We need to figure out what the trends, the weak signals, and therefore, by understanding what are the challenges that we cannot surmount if we go ahead with what we have today and we change nothing, then we identify the paramount challenges that lay ahead, which require us to have a strategy. Now, this is in the context of some wider picture, the macro environment, which it's including some driving forces with a significant level of uncertainty. Typically, this happens in the macro environment. We're talking about politics, we're talking about economics, demographics, evolution of technology, the environment, and so on. So these are things that might evolve in significantly different directions, positive or negative. So scenario planning allows us to select a number of plausible alternatives of the future, and this is again the bigger picture within which we develop our strategy. And what results is actually a number of constraints that we apply to our strategy and allow us to build a deliberate strategy, again, using a number of hypotheses about the future. That's the only ways that we can plan about the future. We can think about doing changes in the future. That deliberate strategy needs to cope with all the alternative plausible futures described by the scenarios. So our strategy, we can't start with a strategy that is very good in one scenario, but is very bad in another scenario. So what are we going to do if that very bad scenario is going to prevail, to represent the ways that things are going to evolve? We will have a bad strategy, so we can't afford that. So we need to start with a strategy that initially takes into consideration some viable outcomes, irrespective of what scenario will prevail. So this is why scenario planning presents our strategy with some constraints, and we need to take those into consideration when we formulate our strategy. Okay, so then we go, of course, and we said we implement our strategy. We close all those strategic gaps. We will have step by step the capabilities set in place, and we'll be able to bring to the market the value propositions that we've designed, and that will represent the bringing to reality of our strategic choices, and we will be in a better position to deal with the challenges that we have identified. Okay, so we will have an implemented strategy in the end. And of course, as I said, some of the hypotheses will turn out to be invalid. Our fully implemented strategy at the end of the strategic horizon, after we have finished doing all those, closing all those gaps and implementing and launching into the market all those value propositions, then we will only have the valid hypothesis as part of our implemented strategy. Why? Because we have filtered out the invalid hypotheses in the meantime. And this is how it's happening. So as we execute our strategy or implement our strategy, we need to adapt it because we will have some validation of our hypothesis, and we will find out that some of the hypotheses that we have employed when we have formulated the strategy turn out to be invalid. Sometimes we even have an early warning system, which is actually monitoring all those hypotheses related to the external environment, the parameters of the external environment, and telling us, hey, that inflation rates that you anticipated is not going within the limits that you have used as a hypothesis. So you need to that hypothesis is invalid. So you need to change that hypothesis, change accordingly the strategy, see what depended on that hypothesis, and maybe change your choices or the value propositions or the capabilities required, whatever is needed to be able to take into consideration the reality that actually showed us that some of those hypotheses are invalid. And guess what? Some of those hypotheses are also related to the challenges themselves, which again is the starting point of our strategy. So we might need to partially reformulate, go back and partially reformulate the strategy, because even the challenges themselves, the opportunities and the threats that we anticipated didn't turn out to present themselves in the ways that we anticipated. So therefore, we might need even to update our challenges, and as a consequence, we will update some of the choices, some of the value proposition essentials, and the capabilities required, and some gaps to be closed. And we're continuously adapting our strategy as along its implementation or execution, and we try to keep it as closer to the reality as possible. But we have a strategy that we are implementing. We have a plan, a series of strategic plans to implement parts of the strategy in sequence, and we're doing that. And in the end, of course, we'll have an implemented strategy. But guess what? Just to add more complexity to the image, we also have some changes, some hypotheses that are going to even affect the larger picture of the macro environment, and the scenarios might change, or at least the least that can happen. It's one of the 3 or 4 or 5 scenarios will become prevalent. One of them becomes that plausible alternative of reality becomes the reality itself. So therefore, we'll have a prevailing scenario out of the several scenarios that we have designed, we have imagined, defined in our scenario planning process, and therefore even the constraints related to the updated scenarios will affect the strategies that we might take into consideration by understanding that the scenarios have changed, or even taking into consideration the fact that one of the scenarios becomes the prevalent one, the ones that represents the true evolution of those driving forces that were very uncertain in the first place. So this is a way to deal with strategy. We start from a deliberate strategy. We do an analysis of what might happen. We create an image of the future in which we will be able to surmount the paramount challenges that we have anticipated based on the possible opportunities and threats, and we've built some scenarios about the larger pictures of plausible alternatives, and then we start implementing, because we have a lot of work to do to close those gaps and have the capabilities that allow us to launch the value proposition into the market and to turn our strategic choices from the whiteboard, from theory, from concept to reality. So we will have that strategy implemented. Okay, so that's the story. That's the story, and you can understand now why expecting there will be some sort of emergent strategy brought into our heads, maybe from heaven or from God knows where, is not a way to deal with strategy. We need to have a deliberate strategy based on the best understanding, on the best guesses, on the best hypothesis that we have created. We need to start implementing that strategy, and of course, as we implement it, we realize that some of those hypotheses were not valid. And we need to replace that part of the strategy, reformulate it in some maybe change some choices or some value propositions or some capabilities required and so on. So that's a way to deal with strategy. Strategy needs to be adaptive, needs to be deliberate. And of course, we will have an implemented strategy that will be different from the ones that we formulated initially in response to what we learned about the reality and the effects of the changes we're producing, about other changes that are not produced by us, but they happen in the environment of our organization, and that's how we deal with strategy. Okay, so what about the integrative way? We said that from the very beginning that it's an iterative process, it's an adaptive process, and it is to be integrative. Well, integrative means some of the things that we've discussed, but let's put them in some sort of a diagram. You see here a cycle. Now that those steps that you have seen initially are put into a circle. They're not really corresponding 1 to 1 and 2 to 2 and so on. But these are some steps that we need to go through when we formulate a strategy, and they are put in a cycle because, remember, it might be an iterative process. We need to go and formulate a strategy, go through some validation gateway in the end, and said, is it feasible and viable? Our strategy, and if it's not feasible and viable, we need to go back and redesign our strategy until we believe that it's a feasible strategy, something that we can do. We can cope with the changes that are mandated by the strategy, and also the results, the business model, and the value propositions that we bring to the market are going to be viable, at least from the financial point of view. Okay, but also to be sustainable. So look at this cycle. So first of all, we need to do some strategic analysis. And strategic analysis, now it has some fancy name about being a spyglass about the future. And yeah, that's what we do. We look into the future, try to create an image identifies the paramount challenges related to the future opportunities and threats that we identify. Based on those paramount challenges, we need to say, okay, so how do we are going to surmount them? So let's make some choices about that. And we make some choices, our strategic choices, we put them on a whiteboard, and that's fine. We say this combination of choices will allow us to surmount those paramount challenges. And those choices are not really something that we just scratch our head about, okay, what the choices might be. Hopefully, we do have available some sort of reference model, a cognitive reference model that says, okay, there are a number of choices available to you. Make some logic related to those paramount challenges, some logical decisions, and identifies the choices that we will select from a library of choices, and those will represent our positioning, our strategic positioning, and based on those choices we can create the strategy. So and then of course we go to the activity systems, which are representing the essential representation of the value propositions that bring our strategic choices to reality. We look into the capability system. So what capabilities must be in place to be able to turn those value propositions into the reality of the services and products that we're selling into the marketplace. And then once we have understood that, we go to look at the gaps that we have to close. We schedule them. We need to understand that there is a causality that allows us to sequence the gaps, which gaps are going to close first and which gaps are going to close later, and which are going to be closed last. So we break them down. We break them down because we need to be able to implement, when we'll see that implementing requires us to have some sort of, let's say, year one, our strategies to be implemented over a couple of years. So we'll have some gaps that we're going to close in year one, and in second year we're going to close other gaps, and so on. So we go to this last stage of validation. It's a validation gateway. And if everything is fine, then of course we will be able to go further to implement our strategy. But before we do that, we remember that we had some scenarios that describes a larger picture, and this based on the uncertainties and our strategic analysis. It's defining not just the trends and weak signals, which allow us to identify the paramount challenges and a variety of other things, but they also help this strategic analysis helps us identify the critical uncertainties, and based on those critical uncertainties, we feed that into the scenario planning process, and we get some scenarios, and those scenarios are going to represent some constraints for our strategy. We can't select any choices. We need to select those choices which will make sense in all scenarios. So irrespective of which scenario will prevail, our choices will need to be valid. Of course, we can change them when we remember the adaptation process also regards the scenarios. And when one scenario is prevailing, we can go back and modify our choices to be better adapted to that prevailing scenario. But initially, our strategic choices needs to be valid irrespective of which scenario will prevail. Okay, so that's scenario planning added to the process of strategy formulation. And of course, when we believe that our strategy is feasible and the outcome of implementing it is viable, we can go on to strategy execution and to implement the strategy. And this where the breakdown of the gaps to close becomes very handy, because typically we have 1 year strategy execution cycles, and it's 1 year because it's based on strategic planning, on aligning the strategic plans throughout the organization, bringing it to the individual level, integrating the strategy with the budget and with the operational planning, doing some external alignment if needed with our customers or with our suppliers, and we need to build all that aligned, organizationally integrated strategic plans that we implement. And as we implement it, guess what? We'll find out that some of our hypotheses that we have used when we formulated our strategy turn out to be invalid. Some of them are always invalid. We just don't know which ones will turn out to be invalid in the future. So as we implement our strategy, we find out that some of the hypotheses are invalid. Some of the signposts related to scenarios are showing us that one of the scenarios is heading towards becoming the prevalent scenario. And we even have an early warning system that tells us, hey, something happens that contradicts some of your hypotheses. So go back and change the part of the strategies that depended on those hypotheses. And all this is an adaptation. It's an adaptation process that goes back into the strategy formulation, and we need to do whenever needed, at least once a year. We need to go back and reformulate part of our strategy. And this is something that always happen, because always some of the hypotheses that you were using when we formulate our strategy will turn out to be invalid. Okay, so that's a process. This is a cycle, strategy formulation and strategy execution. This is an integrated cycle of strategy together with scenario and with the adaptations that goes along the strategy implementation. And then just to help us make better choices, we also need to have experimentation. And experimentation, it's something that has a life of its own. It doesn't follow necessarily the strategy formulation cycle or the strategy implementation. It's just something that we do. We experiment with products. We have the design thinking methodology available. And we need to continuously experiment with new ideas, some new technologies emerging. So let's see how it works if we actually redesign our products using the new technology and see what the market provides us as feedback about this new proof of concept for a new product. So we need to do this continuously. And as we learn that, for instance, the customers that we're targeting, or maybe some even new customers, are interested about some new development in the product space, in the maybe new products, new services, then we can incorporate that into the reference, into the cognitive reference model. We are able to improve the library or the catalog of choices that are available to us, which allows us, anytime we pass through stage 2 of selecting choices or updating the choices, we'll have a better reference to be able to make better choices. So that's the purpose of the product experimentation. But then choices are more about more than product. Choices may be about the channels that we're using, the geographies that we're targeting, the ecosystems that we're developing. They are about a variety of things. Can we validate? Can we repeat the question? I'll get back to that. So choices experimentation is about experimenting with choices that we never used before. And we need to make some limited experimentation about any new choices that we never used from our catalog of choices, and get a better understanding whenever we need to select a certain type of choice. Have we experimented with that choice? Yes, we did, and the feedback was positive. Or no, unfortunately, the feedback wasn't positive for that kind of approach to certain types of customers. So we will make better choices whenever we pass through stage 2. And remember that stage 2 is not just initially the initial iterative formulation of the strategy. It might be later on when we need to reformulate our strategy because we need to adapt it. So that's where the continuous ongoing experimentation with new products and new choices that we never used before comes handy, and it goes with a life of its own in parallel with our strategy cycle of formulation, execution, adaptation, and reformulation. So that's how this works. So let's go to the questions. Just a quick note for those interested to dig deeper into what has been presented here. There is a live course. Actually, the next edition starts in 2 weeks, in February 10. And you go just to explaining-strategies.com, and you'll find all the details about it there. So let's go to the questions. And Abdul, can you help me with the question? I think there were at least 2 questions that have been asked, and I would like to answer them. They vanished from my screen, so I don't remember what the questions were.
I'll read it out. Shall I read now?
Yeah, go on.
So, how can we validate strategy with the customers slash market? That is one question.
Okay, let me answer this one first, and just hold on to the next. So first of all, there is this concept of strategy testing, and I'm sure that you've seen it because there are some reputable academics which are saying that actually we should be able to test our strategy before we implement it. Well, let me tell you this. Just about this topic about validating our strategy with the customers before implementing it. Strategy means a lot of changes that we need to do in regards ultimately to the capabilities that we need to have in place. So in order to do even the smallest test of our strategy, we need to use some capabilities that we never had before, some processes that we never had, some competencies that we never had, some relationships maybe with ecosystem partners that we never had before. So we need to do all that. We need to implement those capabilities. And again, that takes months and years until we succeed to do that. We can't really do some sort of quick testing as we do with the product. You know, we create a mock-up of our product, some minimum viable product, and bring it to a number of friendly customers and say, what do you see about this new product, about these new user interface, about this new technology that we're using? And if you like it, we turn this mock-up product into a full product. We can't do that with strategy because the mock-up of our strategy is actually our strategy with all the capabilities, all the strategic gaps that are closed in order to be able to have the strategy and to be able to test it. So in other words, testing our strategy is the same thing as implementing it. So we can't really test strategy itself. What we can test are some concepts and ideas and information that we use as part of the strategy formulation. And you remember the strategy experimentation. So we experiment using design thinking with some new products. Not really about strategy is not about one product, or not even about a category of products. It's about the concepts that represent the foundation of some new products that we including the value proposition. So unlike in design thinking, which is about creating new products, we're using the product experimentation to understand the type of product, the types of matches between solutions and jobs to be done for customers, and understands that kind of types of solutions, not just one product. So that's a little more complex than just simple design thinking for being able to do something before we launch a product. So we need to do that kind of testing, but it's a testing that has a life of its own that goes in parallel with our strategy. Our strategy does not depend on the finishing of some product testing. Because we need to formulate our strategy. We can't wait with the strategy to be formulated until we have some products tested. That goes with the life of its own. But all the results that we've been able to accumulate based on product testing or even on strategic choices testing, we're going to embed them in the cycle of strategy formulation at the time when we do formulate our strategy, or every year, at least every year, when we will need to reformulate part of the strategy. In the meantime, if we succeeded to get some knowledge, some knowledge about some product types or attributes of new technologies that we can embed, of course, we are going to use them in reconsidering some of the strategic choices, some of the new value propositions, whenever we pass through formulation or reformulation of our strategy. So testing, we need to do testing as much as possible, but it's not in between strategy formulation and strategy implementation. It's something that goes along all this cycle, and as it produces valuable information, it's embedded, and the next time when we pass through the cycle of formulation, initial formulation or strategy reformulation. So that's about how do we test strategy with the customers, at least along the lines of what I have presented today. Abdul, do you have a second question?
Second question is again from Marina. So my company was a Scottish startup which raised 60 million through Series A and B, but offer was not validated. and we were not able to generate customers. Check was high. So this was the context. Yeah.
Well, what can I say? Very. I feel very bad for the investors. Well, the investors were supposed to look at the strategy, not just as a business plan, as a strategy, and say, okay, what is your strategy? First of all, which are the challenges that you're building to, you're addressing with your strategy? If you're a startup, you still have some challenges, and you can imagine as a startup, you have the challenges of validating that you have some valuable valuable value propositions, that you are accepted in the market, that you are going to be able to compete with the incumbents, that you have some novelties, that is not just hype, but it's something that goes along some trends in the market. So there are some challenges that you need to build a strategy for that, and the strategy means about what kind of choices are we going to select in order to deal with those challenges, what value propositions are going to translate those strategic choices into the reality, what capabilities and all that. And this needs to be presented to the investors in the most transparent way, and they should be able to participate in the feasibility of validation and in the viability validation of the end product and of the end business models that you're going to implement, and only then to start financing something. You don't have the big pockets of Google or of Amazon to be able to just throw all sorts of things into the market, and if they succeed, then they are successful products, new products of Google or Amazon. If they fail, that's not a problem, and the majority of them fail. You as a startup, or even if you raise all those millions from the investors, you might not have deep enough pockets to be able to just launch something, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then we'll try with the next one, and maybe we'll be successful with the next product or value proposition that we'll launch into the market. You don't have that luxury. Google and Amazon, they don't have strategies. If you say, well, what's the strategy of Amazon? What's the strategy of Google? They have no strategy at all. The only strategies they have is big pockets that allows us to throw into the market every year or every second year some new products, some new ideas, some new Google glasses, some new stuff. And if they succeed, they succeed. And yeah, that's great for the business. It maybe launches a new business line that turns out to increase their revenue stream with another couple of billions every year. But you're not Google, you're not Amazon. You don't have that luxury. You need to create a very clear strategy, identify as well as possible the challenges, which are the choices that are going to position you in the best way possible to deal with those challenges. How do you translate those challenges into the right value propositions? And then understand what is needed in terms of capabilities and how we're going to implement that. And always be on the look for the invalid hypothesis. When you have got the $60 million to launch something into the marketplace, you were basing the future on some hypothesis. Sorry. Yeah. So when you got those 60 millions, you use some hypothesis about the future. They said, well, we invest 60 million and we get, I don't know, $1 billion or something like this, or whatever the outcome was expected to be. But that is about a bunch of hypotheses about the future. And that's why the strategy needs to be continuously on the watch out for the invalid hypothesis, because some of those hypotheses that investing that amount of money into a new business, the hypothesis used for that, are always invalid. Something always is wrong. You don't know initially what is wrong and what is going to turn out to be valid. So you need to continuously watch for what is turn out to be invalid, adapt your strategy, and continuously become synchronized with the reality and continue implementing something that will lead you to the outcome desired. So that's the approach. If you don't take that approach, it's just a gamble. You're gambling with the investors' money, and sometimes investors have sufficient money to be able to gamble with them. But you're also gambling with the life of your employees and with the image that you have in the marketplace and with the reputation that you have as an investor, as an entrepreneur. So it's better to have a clear strategy on how you're going to do all that. Okay, I think if there are no more questions, of course I would love to take more questions, but they can be sent to me offline, and we can deal with the topic related. And until tomorrow, when we're going to dig deeper into how the execution of the strategy is first and foremost about adaptability, then it's something that we're going to hopefully enjoy discussing tomorrow. So until then, thank you very much for the opportunity to present all this. And if you have any questions offline, just
you can take up one more question. I think, hey, if it's okay for you.
Yes, if there is one more question available, I'll enjoy doing that.
Basically, it's about we create different scenarios as part of strategy formulation process. However, we monitor only the scenarios which are active. Okay, what do you advise?
Well, when you formulate your strategy, you also need to be clear about the scenarios that describe the plausible alternatives of the future. In very often you do that in parallel. You do scenario formulation and scenario planning. Sometimes you do scenario planning before you do the full cycle of strategy formulation. At that moment in time, none of the 3 or 4 or 5 scenarios is prevailing. None of them. All of them are possible. All of them are plausible. So you go ahead into a context which is based on the current situation. You assume that the current situation will continue, but you are fully aware that one of the 4 scenarios or 3 or 5 scenarios that you have defined is going to prevail and is going to be different from today. So therefore, you don't know which one. So therefore, you need to formulate the strategy in a way that will be able to fare sufficiently well in the ways that you are changing the organization and changing the value propositions and capabilities and so on. So irrespective of which scenario will prevail, you're implementing a relatively good strategy. It might not be the best possible strategy in one of the scenarios, but you can't afford the strategies that might fail if the worst scenario prevails. So therefore, there is no other way around this. So you keep on watching and say, okay, is the evolution of the things, of facts, of events that are happening evolving towards one of the scenarios that we have defined? Sometimes you even need to redefine the scenarios because there are some new driving forces that actually become some significant critical uncertainties that redesign a little bit the 3 or 4 or 5 scenarios that we have defined initially. But in the majority of the cases, if you did a good job of scenario planning, one of the scenarios will prevail. And you need to understand which one prevails. And at that time, you don't have the uncertainties that you had initially. So therefore, you're able to reformulate our strategy a little bit in order to become more adapted to that scenario which is prevailing. So therefore, you'll be able to have a better strategy, better adapted to that one scenario which prevails out of the 3 or 4 or 5 scenarios that you've considered initially. So that's how you deal with scenarios and with the strategy as you implement it. So you need to, of course, watch for it's a term used by Woody Wade. He calls them signposts. Signposts. It's something that tells us that one scenario is prevailing, and of course, it's related to the critical uncertainties that we have used initially when we did the scenario planning.
Perfect, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed this very much. Thank you again, and talk to you tomorrow again on another topic.
See you, sir. Thank you, and a nice transformation. I liked it.
Yeah. It's as I said, I tried to experiment digital transformation on myself. You'll see me back to the initial look after the digital transformation is finished. But you need to bear with me until then. Thank you very much.
Great time, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so wonderful lecture as usual from Mr. Mihai. So it's very interesting to hear Mihai again and again, and when he explains, it makes sense. So thank you, Mihai, on behalf of participants and organizers. I wish you good luck and thank you very much. Okay, so I would like to welcome our next guest speaker, Svetoslav. Yes.
Svetoslav, my name is Svetoslav. Do you hear me?
I'm sorry. So if you have, because it's not easy
Yes,
for
it's
me to
very difficult. Slavic name. Yes, I know.
strategy. Just like strategy,
Yes.
not easy. Okay. So Swav, thank you very much for joining the session today. I think it's
Thank you
very
very much for
important.
inviting me.
Yeah. So let me give a quick introduction. So today we are going to talk about value exchange and business strategy. The topic is Svetoslav is a seasoned leader with over 13 years of experience as a CEO and 8 years experience successfully building his own business. So he specializes in conducting strategy retreats, workshops, developing comprehensive strategies from inception to execution, and training teams to think strategically and create impactful strategies. So all what you need to know about strategy. So I think Swab is the right person to hear through. Okay, sir. Yeah, please take it
Okay,
up
thanks.
from your side, and you can introduce proper. Yeah, there is something missing. Yeah.
Many thanks for your invitation. Many thanks for introduction. My name is Svetoslav Birurin. I am from a small country called Slovenia in Eastern Europe. It's early in the morning here, but 7:30. But I believe I will be able to tell something valuable to you. Let me share my screen. I believe I can do it. Window. Just a second. Choose window. Do you hear? Do you hear this presentation?
Not yet. Yeah, it's coming up. Yes, we can see it.
It's coming. It's coming.
We got
So
it.
you got it. Great. So I titled this presentation "No Strategy Approach," and I realized that it's a bit unusual to come to the Global Strategy Summit with such a presentation, such a title. But give me a few minutes, and I will explain everything to you. I know that it is a little bit provocative title, and I did it deliberately because I believe that from time to time, at least, we should look at familiar things from unfamiliar angle and to rethink things we believe are fundamental. That's why I chose this title, and that's what I'm going to talk with you this morning. What we know about strategy, I would like to focus our attention about two facts about strategy. First, most people believe in the formula that you can see on your screen. What does it mean? That basically it means that you are in the current state in your point A, and you want to move to your desirable future state, point B, and you need a strategy as a way to move from A to B. This the facts, and most of strategists believe in this formula, and I used to believe in it too. And the fact number two is that up to 80% strategies fail. We don't have exact numbers, but it doesn't matter. We all know that most strategies fail this way or another. And I see a connection, a causal relationship between these two facts. Unlike many, I don't believe that strategic theory is inherently correct and that it is just misused. If you stack all the books on strategy, they probably reach the moon. The world's best CEOs try to apply strategy in practice, yet time and again, time after time, reality proves that this theory doesn't work. It's time to question the fundamental assumptions and maybe change them, or at least we have to think about them. As Albert Einstein said, the first sign of insanity is to do the same things, but expect different results. So what's wrong with the fundamental of strategy theory? I believe it based on some wrong assumptions, and in this presentation, I will share with you some thoughts on what's wrong with business strategy and how we can fix it. So, but what makes me think that I have the right to discuss it? It's a very good question. Just a few words about me. I was introduced already, but I will just I would like to underscore some points. That I used to be a CEO myself, so I used to work as a CEO for 13 years, and before that, I used to be a top manager. So I really did this work myself. Then I almost 9 years I have been working as a strategy consultant, and I have been working for more than 12 years on boards of directors as a strategy committee chairman. So after 2 years in business, I became an independent consultant, and I've led dozens of strategy projects across industries. My experience as a CEO, advisor, board member, and consultant has allowed me to look at strategy from various angles. And I see it clearly. Strategy is broken. I mean, classical strategy. The strategy I learned myself 20 years ago on the MBA program. So I believe it is broken, and the approach to long-term planning needs everything. That's what I'm going to tell you in the next 50 minutes. Strategies use many different terms: goals, aspirations, BHAGs, bottlenecks, core disciplines. There are a number of them. I have a collection of these terms, and there are more than 200 points in this collection, 200 items. And often they use the term bridge. Strategy is a bridge between point A and point B.
Sir, if you don't mind, can you put the presentation in presentation mode so we can see the slide movements?
It is in presentation mode.
Yeah, but
you don't hear. You don't.
No, yeah. But it is not in the. Maybe you need to share it into the slide.
Share it, but
presentation
it's
mode.
shared. I stop sharing.
We can see the
try
screen.
to share it.
Yeah.
What's on the screen?
Nothing so far. Now we can see the normal presentation in a normal mode.
More presentation.
Yeah. Now can you just open the presentation
window,
and then
a presentation is opened.
Yeah. Now we can see the conference. Yeah.
The conference. It's interesting. But you saw the presentation initially.
The presentation, but it's
and
not
then,
in the presentation mode. Yeah. Deep, can you help us?
Yes. So when you click on share, are you sharing the entire screen, or are you choosing just the file? If you choose just the presentation file, only that will be visible to us. So just share the entire screen, your entire desktop.
the screen.
Yeah.
Share entire screen, and
then
do you see
navigate
the
to now it is in the file mode. Hit on that presentation icon on the bottom. You can see that one.
Yeah.
It works now.
Yeah. Yes.
So you see the presentation now.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Does it work when I change? Okay, I go ahead. So strategies use different terms, goals, aspirations, and so on. But the very popular one of the very popular terms is bridge. So strategy is basically a bridge between point A and point B, between the present and the future, between your current state and your future success. And what's wrong with this metaphor? After all, this approach works in many of areas. If you are building a house, planning your education, or organizing a trip, it works great. But the thing is, strategy is about developing a highly complex system inside an unknown and unpredictable one. Ordinary down-to-earth logic just don't work here. So do you see the next slide?
Yes.
We can see.
Yes, okay. I believe we have fixed it. So when you build a bridge in the real world, you need to explore the other side. You need to see what's on the other side. I'm sorry. Otherwise, you will have what you see on in the picture on the screen. You also need to be sure that your goal is achievable somehow, that you can build this bridge. And you need tested and reliable tools. So you need to be sure then you use applicable and the right tools for building this particular bridge in this particular area. But in the landscape of strategy, in the language of strategy, it means that you need to somehow jump into the future and explore the point B, your strategic goal, to ensure that this is achievable and relevant. And there are no ways to, a lot of people use this term achievable. The goal must be achievable or it must be relevant. But the problem is that there are no tools to check if it is really achievable or relevant. You must ensure the tools you have chosen, your strategy, can take you to the point B. But this is nonsense because after centuries of evolution, humans still haven't mastered three things: flying like a bird, choosing worthy leaders, and predicting the future. There are three things that we can't do as humans. So we can't see the point B. We can't see the other bank of the river. So we can't build it the way we build bridges. Gold are nothing but dreams. Gold are nothing but dreams. No one can be sure that their goals are achievable. There are no proven methods to check it. Leaders always have two options, and I had two options too when I was a business leader, and both options suck. They either blindly believe their goals are achievable, and most of the leaders opt for this way, or assume that they can somehow make the world help them achieve these goals. Both approaches sound great in motivational books, but don't work in real life, unfortunately. But that's not the main problem. Another problem is that a strategic goal is supposed to be the target state of our business. But often this strategic goal is set as revenue or profit or market capitalization or market share, but that's not a future state. That's just a single metric. No single goal can represent a company's future state. Even a small company is a very complex system. Its target state can't be framed by a single metric or even by several metrics. And even this is not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that if our strategic goal is set as revenue, profit, market cap, who is the main beneficiary if it is achieved, if this strategic goal is achieved? Yes, you're right, shareholders are the main beneficiaries. But let's look at how any company, big or small, works. So I believe that this goal set as a profit violates the basic principles of how any business works. Every company, in any strategy, in every company, in any country, in any industry, big or small, has six major stakeholder groups: customers, employees, business partners, shareholders, regulators, and society. I use the circle to visualize the idea that they are all equally important. A company is unthinkable without customers. I can't imagine a company that doesn't have any clients. Sometimes in the future, there will be companies, businesses without employees. They will be replaced by AI or robots, but it is impossible today. So no company can work without employees. Every company has suppliers, subcontractors, distributors, the company uses bank services, etc. there are no businesses without shareholders. Though when I was a CEO, I dreamed about working for such a company, but unfortunately I couldn't. Regulators can suspend or stop a company's activity. And if society doesn't support a company, it's very hard for it to work. They are all equally important. Ignore just one group and you will learn that the word bankruptcy means. So every company, every business must satisfy the needs and requirements of 6 stakeholder groups. And the problem is that when we set a goal as a profit or revenue or market capitalization, we work for the interest of only one group, which is, from my point of view, is wrong. Prioritizing shareholders as at the expense of other stakeholders is like openly loving one of your kids more than others. We have to love all of them equally because every company, every single second participates in a value exchange. That's the topic I'm going to talk right now. Moreover, customers are the only stakeholder group that brings money into the business. All the other groups take money away from it. But do we often set strategic goals that reflect customer needs? I have seen it, but these goals were secondary. They were no main goals. They were used only to achieve the biggest goal. The main goal is for instance, to increase the company profit. Think about it. Customers are the most critical group for any business. A company can survive without shareholders for a while, but without customers, no chance. And yet, our strategic goals are always about about what shareholders want. So all strategic goals are typically about shareholders. When we set shareholders' interest as a company's strategic goal, we turn employees and business partners into mere assets and customers into walking wallets. And you're still wondering why so many strategies fail? I believe that's the main problem. Every time you experience bad service, you are also customers. You shop, you travel, you buy a lot of things for yourself, and every time you experience bad service or low quality product, just know this company's strategic goal is profit, not you. Let's take a step back and ask yourself what it means to make business, actually, what it means to manage a company. What does the CEO do all day? The CEO balances stakeholder interests. Customers' needs often clash with shareholders' desires. Shareholder desires don't always align with employees and business partners' expectations. And regulators and society have their own values and demands, adding even more pressure to the company. A successful business is not the one that sells its products best or the most profitable one. A company becomes truly successful when its leaders find the right balance between the conflicting interests of all 6 stakeholder groups. Companies like IKEA, Uber, Apple, Google, Tesla, and many others could never have become successful if they had ignored even a single stakeholder group. Many of business do it subconsciously. They don't realize this stuff, or they do it intuitively, but nevertheless, they do it anyway. No business can thrive without loyal customers, dedicated and engaged employees, reliable business partners, reasonable shareholders, and the support of regulators and society. How does a company interact with stakeholders? Every company is involved in basically in 2 types of activities. A company creates value for stakeholders, for customers, for employees, for shareholders, for business partners, etc. And also, the company captures value from stakeholders. So this is what I call the value exchange. So our world is all about value exchange. Take a grocery store, for example. It creates value for customers through a convenient location, reasonable prices, and a good selection of products. It captures value from customers in the form of money. The store creates value for employees by providing jobs, and in return, it captures value from employees in the form of their time and hard work. It creates value for suppliers by offering purchase volumes and payments while expecting timely deliveries, discounts, and attractive payment terms in return. For shareholders, the store generates profit, expecting support and investment in exchange. It complies with regulatory requirements, counting on approvals and legal permissions in return. For society, it creates value by providing jobs and paying taxes while expecting public support and approval in return. So it's a very simple example, but even the biggest company in any industry works this way. It creates value for shareholders and it captures value for stakeholders. I'm sorry. And the more value it creates, the more value it can capture. And the more value a company can capture, the faster it develops. So our world is a marketplace of value. You participate, we all participate in value exchange every single second of your time. Whatever you do, and you are either creating value or capturing value or doing both at the same time. Even in conversations with loved ones, with your friends, with your family members, you exchange intangible values. Right now, both you and I are investing our time in this presentation, creating value for each other and expecting to receive value in return. Value exchange is what makes the world go round. Any organization exists only as long as it can continue creating value for all stakeholder groups and capturing value from them. Creating value is the very essence of the business. So it's safe to assume, it is logical to assume it. It makes perfect sense to assume that our strategy must also be somehow must revolve around this value exchange. So if business is all about value exchange, our strategy must also be about value exchange, because strategy is not a separate discipline. We don't need a strategy just to have a strategy. We need a strategy to develop our company and to make it more successful than it is now. So every company is a value machine. It is a machine for creating and capturing value. It runs on hundreds of processes, sometimes complex, sometimes messy. But at the end of the day, every single one of these processes exists to create value for some stakeholder group. Maybe for only one stakeholder group, maybe for several stakeholder groups at a time. But every single process in any business exists only to create or capture value. If a process isn't creating value for anyone, it has no reason to exist. And just so you know, I'm absolutely certain that at least 10% of processes in any business create zero value for anyone, totally zero. I call these business processes value waves. By that, I mean that every process has the right to exist only if it creates meaningful value for at least one stakeholder. And if it doesn't create value directly, it should at least contribute to the creation of that value. No value, no processes. You can come up with an amazing product, build an innovative business model and get the whole world talking about you. But one upset supplier or one unhappy employee can turn your perfect dream into a living nightmare. So business is all about processes that create value for stakeholders. So we need this fact must be reflected in our strategy somehow. But you can't. I believe that you won't find the word process in many books on strategy. So business isn't about technology. Technology and the solution it enables are just tools to create more value for customers and other stakeholders and capture more value from them. We call technological advancement, technological progress, the technological advancement, the engine of progress. But that's not actually true, because only about 1% of inventions, technical inventions, actually turn into products. And what inventions make it? What inventions become products? The ones customers love the most, customer needs. That's the real engine of progress. So if making business means managing value waves or business process that create value for stakeholders, what is strategy? To me, strategy is not a path from A to B. It might sound counterintuitive, but I don't see strategy as a plan to chase mythical goals. Strategy to me is a set of coordinated actions aimed at creating additional value for all stakeholders. The more value a company generates for its stakeholders, the faster it grows. And of course, it doesn't have to forget about itself and also capture enough value from the stakeholders. If it can make its stakeholders, customers, employees, shareholders, and business partners happier, it becomes unstoppable. Of course, we still need a goal, but in a slightly different way than it is done in most of the cases. I'll explain what I mean a bit later. So, strategy is a set of actions agreed upon by all business leaders. One, they choose a shared direction for growth. Two, they plan changes to value ways, also known as business processes. And three, the processes are adjusted so that the company creates more value for stakeholders and captures more value from them. The business grows and in the right direction at the right pace. That's what I mean by strategy. At least it's my approach. And how can we apply it? How can we apply this idea to the real business? And what I do in my job, it's part of my job, and how I help other businesses to craft and to implement their strategies. First of all, I believe we should forget about smart strategic goals. 20 years ago, when I was a CEO, I tried to apply this. It's a nice concept in general. It doesn't it's not applicable for strategic goal from my point of view, in my experience. The SMART framework works only for simple, familiar, and clear goals. But strategy is about doing what no one has ever done before. It's about constant exploration, experimentation, and innovation. Trying to set a clear, measurable goal for something like that is like thinking that you already know who will be the US president in 2036. The legendary entrepreneurs you read about in magazines didn't set smart strategic goals. They inspire their teams to create and innovate, not just hit targets. Goals really just reflect two things from my point of view, strategic goals, I mean. The overall direction of the company growth and development and the pace of this growth. For example, you might decide that you want to focus on, I don't know, on premium services for wealthy clients and grow by at least 50% per year. For me, it is a strategic goal. Or maybe you and your team agree that your target market is, I don't know, cybersecurity, that you will build the solutions only for large enterprises, that you want to operate worldwide, and that 30% annual growth rate seems right. Some might say that it looks or sounds more like a vision than the strategic goal. But honestly, I don't get caught up in labels. I've looked, but I've never found any interview where great entrepreneurs said they used SMART goals or SWOT analysis. What I have seen is how visionary entrepreneurs change the world with their solutions, products, and strategies. I have worked a lot with startups, and of course, not all of them were successful, but some of them were very successful. A few words about positive thinking also and strategy, of course. People say that positive thinking helps business leaders become successful. That setting ambitious goal and coming up with bold ideas leads to success. But there is no scientific proof of that. In fact, plenty of research questions this idea. Positive thinking and strategy is brilliantly criticized by Richard Rumeld in his book Good Strategy, Bad Strategy. So be realistic when setting your strategic goal. Don't chase illusions. Write a mission statement. So for me, it is a very important document. A mission statement answers. It's a part of strategy. Some theories believe that mission statement is something that is not a part of strategy. I don't share this view. I believe it's even more important than vision, for instance. A mission statement answers 4 questions. 1, who do we work for? Who are customers? And why? Why these customers? Why not others? What do we give them? Basically, what value do we create for these customers? What make us special? Why can we deliver more value for our customers than others? And question number 4 is, why is delivering this value so important to us? Why do we want to change for the better in this world? What do we want to change for the better? And here an example of a working mission statement. Quote, we work for mothers. We help them take good care of their babies with our one-of-a-kind developmental toys that can entertain and educate small children. Our unique products are so entertaining that while kids are playing with them, their moms can carve a moment to relax or attend to their duties. Our exceptional corporate culture and the spirit of innovation make our product unique. We work hard so moms worldwide can be proud of their smart children, end quote. From my experience, I realized that mission matters way more than a strategic goal or a vision. Vision is about the future. It can feel distant and uncertain. And while it's definitely motivating, employees need to know that their work is making a real impact right now. That's why a mission statement is so powerful. It gives employees the sense of purpose today, not just someday in the future. You also absolutely need to have a clear understanding of what all your key stakeholders want. So you need to know all the stakeholder needs. I've seen a lot of companies that work hard to find out what their customer needs. Many of them also did a good job of determining what their employees need. But I have seen few companies that asked themselves the same question about their business partners, for instance, or society. These group of stakeholders are always ignored. The best way to understand stakeholder needs, constantly interview people from all these groups. A lot of companies outsource this practice to specialized agencies, and there are many of them, and some of them are very good. But I highly recommend reading Rob Fitzpatrick's book, The Mom Test, and to run at least some of these interviews yourself. My experience shows that the interview process itself gives entrepreneurs just as many insights and ideas as the actual results. So when I start a strategy project, I always insist that all the top executives must interview some stakeholders, at least 10 stakeholders each. And it works very well. They always come back with a lot of great insights, and they learn a lot of new things, even though they have been working in this industry for years. Of course, you've got to be ready for conflicting demands, because there will be plenty of conflicting needs. It's very hard job. That's why few companies are successful. So it's very hard to find the right balance between the needs of different stakeholders. They're conflicting, they're contradictory. There's no way you will be able to satisfy all the needs. So it is also a strategic question: what needs of our stakeholders we are going to satisfy? Because our customers have many needs, and we can't satisfy all of them. We can focus on two of them, on three of them, and satisfy them perfectly. But it's also a strategic choice: what needs we will satisfy. If you do your homework of interviewing your stakeholders, there is still a chance you won't meet all their needs. But if you don't do interviews, you're guaranteed to miss some of the needs. This maybe the most important slide in my presentation. We should map our key process. Process mapping is usually seen as a tool for cutting costs or improving products. You probably won't find the word process in many strategic textbooks. But as we've already discussed, a company runs on process. So actually, a company is a set of process, or value waves, as I call them. And the processes or value waves are what create value for stakeholders. So technically, we can't even say that a company creates value. Actually, a company runs process, a company performs processes, and these processes create value for stakeholders. And if you want to create new value for them and capture value in return, you have to change those processes somehow. Most strategies fail because of processes. Leaders set goals, come up with KPIs, and try to motivate people and do it very well. But no one actually digs into the processes. So on paper, the company is aiming to create unique value for customers and other stakeholders, while in reality, it's still producing the same things it did 3 years ago, because it hasn't changed its processes. So it's very important part of a strategic development process, and it's from my experience, at least, it's the hardest part. When top executives try to map their processes, it becomes clear they don't understand how their business works. And if they don't understand how their business works, how can they change this business for the better? So that's very important point from at least my experience, and I will always use this process mapping for strategic development. We also need to determine our key assets. So we basically make a list of the key tangible and intangible assets we need to create or significantly develop to deliver more value to stakeholders and capture more value from them. We should pay special attention to intangible assets. And we shouldn't forget that things like culture, competences, and employee engagement are also assets, even if they're hard to measure or quantify or to assess. So to me, they are also strategic assets. And so you get, now you've got enough information to put together a change plan. what do we know by then? You know what your stakeholders want, where you are headed, what value you want to create for the stakeholders, and what value you expect in return. You've agreed on which processes to change, why, when, and how, and you've decided which assets to build or develop. In other words, you got everything you need to map out your action plan. I know that might sound a bit strange, but by doing all this, I mean stakeholder needs, processes, etc., you're actually laying the foundation for your strategy. Of course, this isn't the whole strategy yet. We will still need to do a lot of boring stuff, but this is a foundation for every strategy. We need to have a list of stakeholders. We need to know their needs. We need to have we need to agree on basic the direction of development of our business and the pace of development, and we need to have a list of assets that we will develop or create from scratch. And this is the basement of our strategy. This is foundation on which we will build the strategy as a whole. In fact, strategy answers 25 questions from my point of view, and I will share these questions with you very soon. But if we've done everything we've talked about so far, we've already got the most important part, the foundation of the strategy. And when we have an action plan, we should act. Basically, what should we do? So, what we've discussed today, summary. What I believe we shouldn't do with strategy. Strategy is not point A and point B. It's not a bridge. It's not the path from current state to our future state, because we can't describe the future state. The environment is too uncertain, and of course we can. There are many good tools for scenario plannings, foresight. I'm also a foresight expert, and I love it. But there is no way that we can somehow predict the future or anticipate the future. Our assumptions will be wrong anyway. So what we can do is just to develop, to choose a direction and a pace of growth, and develop in this direction by creating more value for all stakeholder groups. And I've seen a lot of successful companies, and when I researched what they did, I saw this pattern time after time. They behaved this way, even though, by the way, some of them didn't have strategy. They didn't have a document called strategy, but they thought strategically and they acted strategically. So about don'ts, we don't have to use SMART goals, and we shouldn't overthink goals. Even if we set a goal super precisely, it won't actually make this goal more achievable. We can calculate the goal, we can discuss it, we can spend weeks on setting this goal, but it doesn't make it more achievable. Use the right side of the screen. A goal is about direction and growth speed, not a fixed point in the future. Strategy is about creating extra value for stakeholders and capturing more value from them. And strategy is about changing key processes. As I mentioned earlier, a full strategy document answers 25 key questions. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to go through all of them. It would take too long. It can take the whole day, but you can get the full strategic checklist absolutely for free, no registration required. I don't want to take your emails. So you just can scan this QR code that you can see on the screen and download this checklist in PDF file totally for free. And this checklist breaks down all 25 strategic questions in detail. So if you are interested, you will have everything you need. You might also be interested in my book. I've written a book on strategy. It's actually a mini book because I don't believe in thick books of 600 pages. It's a very short book, just 165 pages. You can also find more information by scanning this another QR code. And also, I write a lot about strategy on LinkedIn. Of course, it's always for free, and I'm happy to use this platform. And I have a free newsletter. Everything is for free. You don't have to pay. It's called Strategic Scene. Join our community, people who are looking for new unconventional ways to think about business strategy. I position myself as a contrarian strategist. I believe we need to at least to question some fundamentals of any theory, and especially it is relevant for business strategy because it's not a theory because we can't actually check or prove its assumptions on practice. So we have to sometimes to question even things we believe that are axioms. So I will be happy to answer your questions. But thank you for listening. Huge thanks to organizers for the opportunity to be part of this amazing event, and wishing you success, successful strategic decision, and thanks for your attention. I will stop sharing and I will be happy to answer the questions.
We have a few more minutes if you would like to talk about those questions. So please feel free because next session is we are trying to reach Alan Fell.
Yes, I know.
So you can just take use of this time if you prefer. Yeah.
Yes, I'm going. That's why I just stopped stopped sharing my screen, but I'm happy to answer the question.
Yeah. No, you gave the 25 questions, right? And strategy.
Yes,
So
the 25 strategic question on which theories, concept, principles, and frameworks of which strategy thought leaders are each of them based? Actually, the very good questions. Thank you, Mihai. They are based on many theories because as a strategist and as a former CEO, I have read a lot of books on strategy, a lot of books, articles, and I can't say that this is a new theory. And I never positioned these 25 questions as my unique approach that as something that nobody has ever done before. It is a summary of the best theories that I am familiar with, and I believe I am familiar with at least most strategic theories. So I don't pretend that I have reinvented strategy. And I believe that strategy is a set of right questions. And as a strategy consultant, I never tell companies what to do. I believe that my job is asking the right questions about customers, about market, about unique value proposition, about many other things that you will find among those 25 questions. And these questions are relatively simple, which doesn't mean that answering this question is simple. It's very hard. But I believe that is quite of quintessence of what smart people, brilliant strategists have thought about, and it is not a unique strategy that no one has ever heard about. Can you share one example of business case which is built on your value model? Listen, I don't work with companies like Google, Amazon, or Microsoft. I work with businesses. I would say that these businesses are average. So names like EDS Trading or Ekaton Plus, I believe that they won't tell you much. Unfortunately, these are average businesses. For instance, one of them has 600 employees. Their annual turnover is about $185 million. It's not a very big company, but this company works in the real market and fights for every dollar with the competition. And I believe I helped them, not the names, just business case. Just business case, for instance. There was a company, it's a very interesting case, and I'm proud of it. The company works, it was a supplier of some supplementary products for factories. For instance, a factory that produces furniture buys the basic raw materials for furniture, but it also purchases a lot of stuff like, I don't know, gloves for workers, paper, or some special fabrics for cleaning machinery and so on. And this company was a supplier, it was a big national company in quite a big country, and the problem was the competition was too tough. There were a lot of companies which supplied the same things, and actually their value proposition was basically the same. So the customers, the clients, didn't see much difference between different companies. And this company, my client, was looking for a new way to beat the competition, to become unique. And we were looking for it for a few months. We conducted about 100 customer interviews. We interviewed procurement managers. We interviewed the CEOs of our clients. We interviewed the top executives. And one of these top executives said a phrase that became a basement for our new strategy. He said, I don't want to think about buying this stuff because it's not raw materials. It's not that important for me. I would like this stuff just to appear on my warehouse. I didn't want to think about gloves for my workers, a special kind of gloves. I just want them on my warehouse. And we adopted the strategy of so-called inventory management. So we reinvented the business. We reinvented the business model. We stopped selling this stuff to their clients. They actually, I was just an assistant. It was not my idea. Basically, I just helped this idea to appear. They reinvented the business model, and they started managing their clients' warehouses. In some cases, they even rented the space in their countries, in their clients' warehouses, and managed it. So when the client needed gloves or screws or screwdrivers, they were always on the warehouse, on the stock. And they changed the model and they became very successful in their country. Customer interviews are very powerful tool, and I don't start any strategy project before we conduct at least 20-25 customer interviews. And I believe that I'm not the one who must conduct them. I believe that CEOs and top executives must, because in many cases, they have no idea what their clients think. That's why some, by the way, that's why some small startups create something that their big competitors, incumbents can't, because their founders know the customers very well. They talk to customers every day. Some of them answer phone calls. Some of them deliver their products. So they hear customers. They see customers. They observe customers as they work or live, and they can tweak their products. They can adjust their products to their needs. But when a company becomes big, the CEO never or very rarely see clients face to face. They don't talk to customers. They don't see customers, and it is delegated to marketing department. And that's why it doesn't work from my experience. Okay, if there are no more questions, many thanks for you for listening, for inviting me here. Many thanks to organizers. I wish you the best with your strategies, and I believe you need a short break before the next session starts. Many thanks.
Yeah. So thank you, Swab. Thank you very much. It's a wonderful session.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So we have like a 10-minute break. Alan Fell is about to join. He's stuck somewhere. So we have like a 10-15 minute gap. Would you like to extend your session, or maybe if it is something you want to share, Swab, so you can do that. Otherwise, we will try to find something. Yeah, in this time. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Many thanks. See you later. Bye.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's see if we are able to catch up Alan Fell. Yeah, I know. Nazira, I think this is your next session. Yeah, it's not easy because somebody might have registered for your time.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
okay.
I know.
If you have a problem or a challenge, I will present now. No
Have
worries.
joined. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because it was a last minute schedule change. I'm not sure why Alan is not taking up his call also. No, I'm not sure. Maybe he's sick or maybe he held up somewhere. Mm-hmm. Usually he's very, very, very particular about time. I'm just wondering. Mm-hmm. Okay, so to prefer to start Nazira, it will be very great. So we can get us some time schedule and adjust it, if you don't mind. Mm-hmm.
Would you like to start now?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Apologies for change in the schedule at the last moment. At least one session happens like this. Okay, so let me thank you, Nazira. Thank you very much for staying in the session from the morning. Okay, so let me give a quick round of introduction to Nazira. So first of all, thank you, and it's very interesting that you stayed there even yesterday also in the session. Okay, so Nazira is talking about how organizations guarantee a well executed strategy. Okay, so Nazira is a specialized consultant with over 18 years of experience in banking industry and corporate performance management. She excels in executing high impact strategies aligned with business objectives to drive sustainable growth. So she is known for her leadership and ability to enhance operational efficiency through interdisciplinary collaboration. So thank you, Nazira, for joining the session. You can give a quick round of introduction from your side, and then please proceed with your presentation and insights.
Thank you, Mr. Sheikh, for introducing me. It's really a great pleasure for giving me this opportunity to join the summit. And really, it's an honor for me to be one of the speakers with my mentors, Mr. Nader Showa, and my trainer, Mr. Mihai. I am Nazira Hannoush, 18 years of experience in banking industries. I had many positions in the banking industry and then made the career shift to join the strategists in executing and implementing the strategies. Today, I will share with you how companies guarantees a well-executed strategy. Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen, yeah. Perfect.
Okay. Why I chose this topic? Actually, I chose this topic because recently I witnessed many poor executed strategies. Because this is lack of communication, they consider it one-man show, either the leaders or either the consultation companies, no engagement, and there is lack of knowledge and lack of awareness because they don't know how the strategy shall be executed. Some of them related only to the initiatives, and it is not how it will execute. Today, we will focus on some concepts. Just first. Just 1 minute, please. Today we will focus on some concepts like strategy management, strategy map, balance scorecard,
Can you
measures,
reshare,
targets.
Nazira? Can you share the screen again?
Stop sharing.
Yeah, it stopped.
I don't know why it's stopped. Do you see it now?
Yeah, we can see the presentation. Yeah, yes, please.
But when I move the slides, it's stuck. Why?
Can you just move it now?
No.
No. No, we see the table of content only.
Yes, I'm trying to move the slides. I can't.
No, it is in the presentation mode.
Yes.
So you are in. Deep, can you help?
Yes, Nazira, when you hit on share, are you choosing to share the entire screen or the file, which is your presentation? Can you reshare it? But when you hit on share, choose to now it is the file, not in presentation mode. It is just the file. Yeah.
I'm choosing the file.
Don't choose the file. Choose the entire screen. When you choose the screen, wherever you navigate, everything will be displayed. Yeah. Now you have chosen the screen. Now go to the file, your presentation.
You can see it now.
We can see your browser, the WebEx platform. Can you open the
No.
presentation? Where is
I
your...
open already.
Just minimize this. Don't hit on stop. Just minimize. Minimize WebEx. Yeah. Try to change the screen now. Just use the arrow keys.
Yeah. Can you just press button next button? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Use next button inside the screen if it is. Wait, it is not moving. Yeah, now it is moving.
Okay.
Now it is moving. Yeah. Yep.
Sorry for that.
Yeah.
So we will focus today on the concepts of strategy management, strategy map, balance scorecard, measures, targets, and alignment. For the strategy management, the building blocks of the strategy management, as you all know, the strategy formulation and the strategy executed. They are two integrated phases. We cannot separate one from the another. I cannot have a result without execution, and I cannot have execute a strategy if it was not formulated very well. So they are two integrated phases, and we will focus more on these two processes in the coming slide. The strategy formulation, it's a process of developing the roadmap to achieve the long-term strategy. And in this phase, we define the MVV, which is the mission, values, vision. And also we have the strategic analysis, which includes the macro, the micro, and the SWOT analysis. The macro analysis represented by Pistol, the micro, the Porter 5 forces, and here we define the value gaps. The value gaps are defined based on what we are now and what is the direction that we want to achieve. Also, we define the strategic change agenda. In the strategic change agenda, we determine what capabilities shall we have, what activities shall we do, and what are the resources we must have, what objectives we must achieve to move, as my colleague said, to move from A to B, what shall be done. Here we define the strategic change agenda, and also we define the priorities, the pillars, or the themes. In strategy execution, we turning the formulated strategy into actionable steps. And actually, in this execution, we started with that strategy map, balance scorecard, development of the initiatives, make the strategy alignment, and plan the operation. And this execution is based on Palladium execution premium process, as they define the two phases, the development strategy and the translation. The development started from the mission. We determine the reason behind of our existence. We determine our values, what we believe and how we behave. Also, we determine our vision, what we want to be, what is the long-term direction. From this and from the strategic analysis, we can set our choices, what our competitive plan should be, what the change that shall be done. The second phase is the translation. From here, we articulate the strategy map, the measures, targets, initiatives, until we reach our personal objectives. And usually it's defined on the 6 phases or 6 process. Development the strategy, translate the strategy, alignment, plan operation, monitor and learn, and we finally do the test and adoption. We will start in translating the strategy by developing the strategy map. What is the strategy map? Actually, the strategy map is a diagram that links all the strategic objectives together, that shows the relationship across the traditional perspective. It tells the story of the organization, how it creates value. As my colleague said, the strategy is not about only objectives, how the cause and effect relationship between these objectives can be done. As you see in the diagram, in the left diagram, we determine the 4 traditional perspectives: the learning and growth, the internal process, customer perspective, and finally financial perspective. It doesn't mandatory that the order of these perspectives is like this. It depends on the nature of the business. For example, if it was a financial institution, the financial perspective is priority for this institution. But if for non-profit organizations or for governmental institution, the customer perspective is the priority for them. And here it shows how the cause relationship has been developed through the perspective, starting from the learning and development to internal process, customer perspective, and financial perspective. On the right diagram, it shows the relationship between the perspective, how we can achieve our big goal by asking some questions. These questions are simple, but it allows us to achieve our goals and find the answers for this, how we can implement our strategy very well. For example, to achieve our goals, how must our organization, what capabilities should we have? To satisfy our customers, what processes shall we excel? To satisfy our customers, what the needs we must serve? And to satisfy our shareholders, what objectives must we accomplish? By this, we can determine the cause and effect relationship. After developing the strategy map, we have to develop the balance scorecard. The balance scorecard also is a framework that helps organizations translate the strategy into operational objectives. As you saw before in the strategy map, the traditional perspectives were the learning and development, processes, customer, and financial. This was in 1996. But Kaplan and Norton developed this model in 2021 in assistance with the Palladium, and they concludes that the perspectives shall be enablers, processes, stakeholders, and outcomes. Because it's not mandatory, as I mentioned before, to be the priority for the highest outcome to be financial. It can be social, it can be environmental or economic value. So this is the last model of perspective in the balance scorecard. The balance scorecard is a set of objectives, measures, targets, and initiatives. We start to formulate the objectives in order to close the value gap we defined in the strategy formulation. These objectives are action statements to clarify strategy implementation. The objectives must answer why it is important, what shall we are trying to accomplish, and how we are going to accomplish it. Uh, our objectives, in my opinion, shall be smart because it shall be specific, so it shall be measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bounded. Without this, we cannot achieve it, for example, for 1 year. So it has to be, we have to be specific and time bounded. Okay, our objectives has to be to create values for the organization, but in my opinion, it has to be smart. After formulating the objectives, we shall measure it if we achieve these objectives or not. And this can be done by formulating the key performance indicators, the KPIs. Why do we use these KPIs? In order to drive performance, check health progress, and challenge assumptions. How we drive performance? We drive performance by determining what actions shall be done by the individuals. We have to do the health check also by formulating the performance reports to see where are we in the current stage, and challenge assumptions to see if this KPI suits the objectives that we measure. It's related. Shall we change it or keep it? These reasons behind why do we use measures. The measures can be ratings, indices, percentages, absolute numbers, and ranking. And usually we call it the unit of the measure. Also, we have types of the measures, the lead indicators and the lag indicators. The lag indicators is the end outcomes that we want to achieve. The lead indicators, they are predictive for the lag indicator. They help organization to take the proactive step to achieve the objectives. For example, on the lag indicator and lead indicator, the customer satisfaction. The customer satisfaction is the lag indicator. But in order to enhance our customer satisfaction, what shall we do right now? For example, we have to train the staff. We must reduce the SLA or the cycle time. We must adhere to the SLA for the complaints. By this, we can achieve better results for the customer satisfaction. Also, there is a model that we can develop our KPI based on. This model ensures the quality of the KPI and ensure development for meaningful KPIs. This model is called CREAM model. It's clear, relevant, economic, adequate, and monitorable. By implementing the CREAM model, we ensure the compliance. How? Because we develop the KPI card. The KPI card includes all the components of the KPI, the description, the objective that is related to achieve, the unit measure, the target, the baseline, and the initiative related to achieve this KPI. So by this, we achieve the compliance, or we ensure that the compliance of the KPI is determined. Also, we guarantee the documentation by giving the supporting documents for the results of the KPI. And finally, we guarantee consistency for the KPI because we develop the KPI, we want to see the progress. How we see the progress? By determining the baseline and the current value and comparing the values over the time. We set the targets in order to achieve our objectives. As we said before, and most of the speakers told us about the target yesterday, the targets can be there are more one kind of targets. Some of them are short term, long term, and stretch targets. We define our target based on what we want to achieve, based on our goals, how we can achieve what we want to in order to achieve to our vision. And there are multiple methods to set our targets. We can derive the target from the overall business, or it can be incremental from our historical performance, or we can set a benchmark. Also, we can, if it was new, we can set a baseline and define the targets over time. After we set the target, we develop the initiatives or determine the initiatives that close the gap between our current performance and our desired performance. And also it accelerates the performance of the KPI. So this diagram shows us the dynamics between the balance scorecard components, the objectives, measures, and initiatives. As we set the objectives in order to achieve the organization value, to achieve our vision, the measure drive performance, and targets helps us to derive our performance and make better results. By initiatives, we close the gap between the current and desired performance. By this, we formulated the balanced scorecard, which is the objective, the measure, the target, and the initiatives. And here is a sample of the balance scorecard. For example, the objective we want to achieve is create a positive work environment. How we can measure it? By making a survey about employee satisfaction. What is the rate, or what is the target? The target depends on the company. Sometimes it depends on the best practices, the historical data, as we said. So here the example, 80%. And what is the initiative that we want to make in order to achieve this? The employee survey, and for example, the staff training or activities that ensure the employee satisfaction. In the execution, the alignment is a crucial factor to be strategy well executed, as ensures that all the support and business units are contributing to create value of the organization in order to achieve the strategic goals. How this alignment can be done? Actually, the alignment creates synergy. There is a vertical alignment and horizontal alignment. By cascading, the vertical alignment can be done in order to create corporate synergy. And these are based on the perspectives of the balanced scorecard. There are financial synergies, customer synergies, internal processes, and talent synergies. Each business unit must ask itself how we develop, for example, or how we contribute to the to achieve our strategic goals. What capabilities can we share? What processes we must excel? What can we do to increase our customer satisfaction? What we can do to share to increase the share value. And also by bottom up, as we mentioned before in the strategy map, we can create the value proposition or the value that we want to achieve to our customer. For example, what we for the learning and development, or for the enabler, we have to ask how we will sustain our ability to change and improve. To satisfy our shareholder, what business process must we excel? To achieve our vision, how should we appear? And financially, how should we appeal to our shareholders? By this, we can create the alignment. And as I saw from multiple cases, the problem is in the alignment and the cascading. There is a problem in some companies in the alignment and cascading, because the implementation is not done very well. We have the vertical alignment. We have three types of vertical alignment: the identical, the contributory, and the new. The identical alignment, same objective, is cascaded as it is to the business unit. What does that mean? That means this objective is done by this business unit. How this objective can be achieved only by this business unit. No, not nobody else can share the business unit in achieving these objectives. That's why we cascade the identical objective as is. The contributory, like the customer satisfaction, there are some business units contributes to achieve the corporate objective. For example, enhance customer satisfaction is a strategic objective, and it's related to the corporate balance scorecard. How business units can help to achieve this objective? By, for example, the HR by training the staff, the process or the operation by implementing the OLAs, or adherence to the SLAs. And by this, doing the workshops, each and every business unit must determine how it will contribute to achieve the objectives. For the new objective, it will not be in the corporate. It will be new in the business unit. It will be only specialized to the support business unit. It makes indirect contribution to expertise scorecard. After making the alignment, we have to link the strategy to operations, because we can't implement the strategy without building an operating model. It has to be done with alignment with our strategy. As the strategy map shows us, that we determine the high priorities for the company, which are in the financial perspective or customer's perspective, the outcomes. Okay, how the outcomes must be done? The outcomes must be done through the enablers. The enablers are divided to two categories: the tangible assets and intangible assets. The tangible assets presented by the processes, the main production, supply chain, customer management, innovation, the regulatory. And the intangible assets, as we said, are the human capital, organization capital, or information capital. By this, we can determine our operating model, and we link the operation by the strategy. So what is the strategy turn here? The strategy determines the budget through the strategy expenditure. And the strategies support the tangible and intangible assets through the initiatives. By this, we can link the strategy with the operations and guarantee will execute its strategy. Of course, we have to do the monitoring on a continuous basis to see what worked well and what is not working well. And this can be done by development for the performance reports and check the health of the performance of the KPI, where we are now, what correction action have to be done, and what are our next step. That's why there are review meetings to maintain our strategy and to make it adaptive, to see what we have to change, what we have to maintain, and what actions shall we take. There are three kinds of meetings: the operational review meeting, strategy review meeting, and the strategy refresh. The operational review meeting, it's done on the performance of the KPI and where we are from achieving our objective. The strategy review, it's a little bit on the high level. Determine the balance scorecard, the strategy map, where we are now, what are achieved from our objectives, and what is not achieved. The strategy refresh, actually, it's done maybe annually, not semi-annually. It depends on in the company, but also it depends on the circumstances. For example, with Corona times, for sure companies has to make the strategy refresh on semi-annually or on the spot, because there are some challenges happened and they have to make their strategy adoption. Some changes shall be done. And by this, I introduced for you the strategy execution. And here are some examples of the balance scorecard for development bank strategy and commercial bank strategy, and the difference between the development bank strategy and the commercial bank strategy by showing the perspectives, the order of the perspective. Here, the priority on the stakeholders or the outcome. And the enabler is the sustainability. But for commercial bank, the outcome is the financial perspective, like increase the market share value. And the enabler are the human capital and digital capital. Thank you. If you have any questions, please share. Mr. Kshal?
Najira, my name is Kundan Chauhan. I'm Group Supply Chain Head based out of Dubai. So thank you so much. Well said. Strategy is important and scorecard is very, very important in order to achieve a strategy. And there you have touched upon different aspect also, how this is important and all that stuff. So, do you feel that OCRITA, which is also very, very important in order to achieve a balanced scorecard? Because recently I was doing some studies and then I felt that OCRITA, which is objective, key result, initiatives, timeline, and accountability, is very, very important in order to achieve balanced scorecard. So, what is your thought process on that?
I couldn't hear the exact question. You used to make strategies and what?
A strategy is fine. So a strategy, when you are making a strategy is good to have on your, dashboard, wallpaper, and all that. So in order to achieve a strategy, you well said that balance a scorecard is very, very important, right? Strategy
Yes,
mapping is very, very important, where we talk about, four things: finance, then people, and related things, right? So in order to achieve balance a scorecard, recently I was doing some research on this. So how to achieve perfectly balance a scorecard, then I found that ocarita is also very, very important. And the full form of ocarita is objective. O stand for objective, key result, KR, I is initiative, timeline, and accountability. So then balance a scorecard we are getting converted into ocarita. So do you have some thought on that, or you think balance a scorecard
yes.
is self-sufficient?
In my opinion, balanced scorecard is more effective because it can cover all the perspective, and
Mm-hmm.
it can articulate all the problems that must be done. The OKRs only, for me, I see it only for the short term. For example, you have to change the objectives each time. uh, if, for example, if you achieve the goal in the first quarter and you said increase market share by 30%, okay,
Mm-hmm.
it has to be renewed every 3 months, the OKR. But the balanced scorecard, it can relate all together. It shows to you the cause and effect relationship. But I don't find this in the OKRs. The OKRs are they put it to achieve, for me, as I see. Some experts are against this. I see it as achieving short-term objectives,
All
and
right.
it cannot guide you to make the analysis to see the root cause analysis or
Got
the
it.
cause behind the failure or not achieving the objectives. It determined that you achieved or not.
Mm-hmm. So got your point. So basically, you are saying balance a scorecard is the best tool in order to achieve your strategy, and OKR and OKRita, which is terms which is recently coined, they are further helping tools to achieve it short-term objective. That's what you are trying to tell us, right?
Uh,
Yes,
Thank you
yeah.
so much. Thanks.
So Kundanji, yes, just to add something. Okay, so
Hmm.
OKR, if you know what is your strategy, okay, so
Yeah.
if you know exactly what is your strategy, then you can use OKR. Okay, you need to know what is your objective you want to use. So the moment you
Yeah,
know what is your
that's what I'm.
objective,
Yeah.
but how those objectives you will identify, that's the question. Okay, to
Got
identify
it.
those objectives, you need strategy. Okay, so balance scorecard is a framework which includes that part, how to identify those strategic objectives. Okay,
Thank you
so
so
that's
much.
that. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks.
you're welcome. Anytime. There's a question, I think, from Marina. How you work with customer? I felt that customers are missing. As I said, the customers are not missing. Our main core to give the value proposition for customers. It depends on the nature of the business of the organization. If it is customer centric, our priority is our customers, like non-profit organization or governmental organization. They only provide services. Our customers are our priorities in this phase. We will see what information capital I must have, what human capital I must have, what processes I must operate in order to satisfy our customers and to give our services in a proper way. Louise, do you have a question?
Yes, Nazir. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I'm
Good morning.
working with a new project with a small business company. And one of the things that we are discussing nowadays is the strategy. And we are working with the human resources consulting. And my question is in regards to the BSc, if you have any module or if you have any experience before applying meritocracy for the people they are demonstrating engagement, good performance, do you have any examples to share with us? Thank you.
But you are working where? I didn't hear you well.
My question is, when you have a BS, are you listening me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, but if you can't write the question, it's better for me.
The question is related to the people performance. People
Yes.
performance, okay? Do you have a kind of meritocracy? For example, if a manager or a technician level, medium level, performed very well alongside the year, do you have any time of an example to recognize these people in order to motivate to them follow and perform better and better to leverage the KPIs for better outcomes alongside the year and the next ones?
If I understood your question well, in the cascading the strategy, we cascade the objectives until we achieve the personal objective for each individual. We see how this individual will contribute to achieve our strategy. By this, we can determine what his functions are and what KPIs should we measure. And for his if you speak about his competences, what we can do to motivate him, this shall be done on the people level, not in the corporate level. These are related to the competences.
Understood. And one more question. How many KPIs do you think reasonable to be under the management of the C-level?
Actually, in my opinion, it has not to be too much. On the corporate level, the maximum is 22 to 25.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Same to you. Hope I answered your questions.
So, Nazira, can you give some examples of balanced scorecard implementation for banking sector? Because you spent a lot of time in banking. Okay, so how does that? So, what are the type of strategic objectives you define? Maybe you can give an example.
I presented in the presentation, but I will share it with you again.
Mhm.
As you see here, a strategy map, or you can consider a balanced scorecard without KPIs and initiatives for a development bank. And we can see from this that the shareholders, that the stakeholders are the priority. The bank focus on improving and activating the governance model and maximizing the return on investment and increasing revenues. These are the enablers to the bank because it's a development bank, it's non-profit bank. So
Mhm.
by these, he can sustain in the market. Also, this will affect the building internal capabilities, which will affect the governance model, its governance objectives, enabling digital transforming banks, developing technical capacity, developing corporate identity for the brands, and it's the main target for him, or the main vision, is enabling individuals and the SMEs. So the three pillars for the bank were the enabling protection, promotion, and enhancing productivity. By this, the bank can achieve his target objectives by increasing the revenues from the banking operation, and this by granting new loans, and ensure that he do projects that ensure him to sustain in the banking industry. And this strategy map for commercial bank. Okay, here the outcomes or the financial perspective is the priority. The difference between the development and the commercial bank, the order of the perspectives, which each bank focus on. For example, here the enablers, not the revenues. The enablers are the capital, the human capital resources, and the technology resources. That will enable him to make his processes very well, improve the technology, the bank's SMEs online services. By this, they can guarantee the customer loyalty and intimacy. And when they guarantee the customer loyalty and intimacy, they will increase their revenues, they will increase the market share, and etc.
So, however, I believe you are doing some kind of advisory for establishing strategy review processes. Okay. So, what do you think? How often it should happen? What is the frequency of strategy reviews? And how to manage the overall strategy review meetings? So, your experience, Nazira? Did you hear me?
Again, please. No.
I'm just asking your
Again.
experience with strategy review meetings.
Strategy review meetings. Actually, I find that the strategy review meeting is a crucial thing to the guarantee the performance. As I found that most stakeholders doesn't have the knowledge of the performance management or implementing the balance scorecard. But when we sit with them and clarify clarify the reasons why they didn't achieve their objectives or their KPI targets, they can improve their performance. So I think the performance review meeting or operational review meeting has to be done with the stakeholders in order to make them contribute to strategy execution, in order to make them feel they are owners of the strategy. They have a role in implementing the strategy.
Perfect. Yeah. Any final thoughts, Nazira? So based on these technology changes, the industry changes. So what is your advice for the organizations and managers for 2025?
Actually, for 2025, before they go to the digital transformation and technologies, I advise them to make all the strategy work from all individual. It is not one-man show. As I noticed, they don't make collaboration between stakeholders. As yesterday, Mr. Mark said, they only ask the consultation company to do it, and this is cannot be done. All the strategy is done by engaging all the stakeholders together, and all the corporates must cooperate in achieving this.
Perfect.
This is my advice, actually.
So any questions from the participants, or if somebody wants to talk, please feel free. Yeah. So very interesting insights, Nazira. So thank you very much. And it's really this banking segment is something which is very always interesting. And you cover the complete full cycle of execution premium. So thank you very much. And
thank you, Mr. Sheikh. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, please stay tuned, and we will have interesting sessions. Yeah. So Marina, if you, yeah, you
can you hear me?
Yeah,
can
yeah,
you hear
we
me?
can hear you.
Yeah, I just you asked a very interesting question about like evaluation and like performance evaluation of this balanced scorecard. When I was working in McDonald's, we were doing like the simple exercise: what is working, what is not working, what can be better. And we were doing this exercise like based on the growth platforms, like key areas where we defined our growth platform. So basically, maybe that is something how we can review our performance. Like again, to have like some kind of a framework how we can review the performance. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
So thank you very much for insightful lecture, Nazira. So on behalf of participants and organizers, I wish you good luck. So it's very interesting session indeed, and I wish you good luck. Okay. So now, yeah. So we have few minutes now to start next session. Okay. So I would like to just I take an opportunity to quickly show through strategy our solution, which is so which we are the prime sponsor of this event. So let us quickly, just maybe 15 minutes, I'll just navigate through the system, and then Mr. Akanga is there in the call and the summit, so he can take it up at maybe after 15 minutes. So thank you very much. So let me share my screen, and so just please let me know if we are able to see the screen. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for paying attention for the session today. And I would like to introduce Fru Strategy to all of you. So this is a system where we have the comprehensive strategy planning, strategy formulation, strategy planning, and execution modules. So you see the home page of strategy analysis, balance scorecard, OKRs. So it's not that you cannot use both of them. It's all about what is it you want to do and how you want to do it. So so when in the strategy analysis, so we do like you can define your organization structure with mission, vision, and values. You can do the strategy analysis. I'll talk about more. So the strategy analysis. So when we talk about strategy analysis, so here we do all kind of strategy analysis the system supports. Like based on Pestel, SWOT, Michael Porter's 5 principles. Yeah. So if you see this, so the system has a functionality to do all your strategy analysis. So if you take one Pestel analysis, so the system is able to help you to do the Pestel analysis. And then let me see it again. And then all your data can be captured here. So I think strategy analysis is the first step. Whatever you do as an overall part of the strategy formulation exercise, the first step is to do the strategy analysis. So now, usually you can choose your favorite strategy analysis tools. We don't recommend as a hard and fast tool, but everybody has their own priorities and preferences to do it. But as long as it makes sense for your business, you use it. The solution through strategy supports all the tools available. So you can do even SWOT, you can do even the cause and effect, you can also do the business model canvas. And then we have added the Porter 5 principle, 5 forces. It is one of the most popular the tool available for you. So you can use them. You can do the strategy analysis for 5 quarters. Very interesting. We covered today morning strategy formulation. So it is inspired by his methodology. So we have strategic. The first step in doing in the strategy analysis is once you identify the challenges in the business or in the strategy. So what we do next is identify the problems to be solved. Okay. So you identify the choices to support your problems to be solved, and then what are the solutions to be delivered. Okay, and then you give them what is your main priority, what is its strength of that, because not all the problems are important, not all the solutions are important. So what are the key things? So once we have them, so you can map it and in the strategy positioning. So in the strategy positioning, what we can do is, so you can map them the problems to solve and solutions to deliver. So you can map and then you can come up with your position. Okay, you can do the strategy positioning. Okay, so for example, in this, if you are able to do, if you take any business unit. Okay, so I'm not able to see it here. There is some data missing in this. So the concept here is, so if you are able to have your problems to solve and the solutions to be delivered as a choices, then you can match it, and then you come up with your strategy, which is your value proposition. Then once you have the value proposition to deliver this strategy, you will have a capability in maps. I think I logged into a wrong account. Yeah, maybe I just okay. So let me try that. Okay. So anyway, because of time, so capability gaps is something which you can use it to close all your gaps in the organization. Then you have a revenue gaps. Okay, so revenue gaps is something which it will tell you about. So what is it you are going to achieve next 3 to 5 years, and how you close the gaps. Okay, so either you do the strategic objectives or strategic initiatives, and each one how much gap it will close. So this you can do it, and then you can also do a scenario planning. Of course, scenario planning you can do it very early before even doing all your the strategy analysis. You can do that. So you in the strategy analysis, in the scenario planning, you identify all what is your challenges, and then you come up with scenarios, the strategy indicators, and then you can plan it. Okay, so when we have a strategy in place, so you can use either balance scorecard. Usually, the balance scorecard is the best framework to support all your strategy transformation requirements. So give me 1 minute. Let me just log in into another user. So if you don't mind. because I just log out and log in into another user where they have some sample data. One second. Yeah, now I can see. Sorry. Okay. So since you see the screen, so I just come back to my balance scorecard module, where you can define the strategy draft. Okay, so balance scorecard draft. You have a multiple business units, you can find it. So your balance scorecard will you can maintain your balance scorecard. Yes. I think there is data is missing in this, but so let me take it up. Yeah. So you can use balance scorecard to create. You can create a draft balance scorecard to translate your strategies, and then you have measures, initiatives. So this is all what we do as part of strategy translation, and then the performance. So in this performance measures, so you can do all the performance reporting on a month-on-month basis. Then you can also do the strategy alignment. Okay. So in OKR, so we can OKR module will help you to define your organizational objectives, your key results and initiatives, and you can manage them through OKR module. All your what you want to do through OKR readiness. Okay. So enterprise PMO will help you to manage your project management office activities. You can define the programs. You can define the portfolios, and then you can manage all your program and portfolio activities in the program management, enterprise PMO. People performance is something which is very important. So in the people performance, we talk about individual performance, team performance, and then 360-degree. So you can do all these three things in the system. Then based on the weighted average of these three, you can see the performance. Then you can have a 9-box model. So 9-box model is where you talk about the current performance of an individual versus the projected capabilities. So it's a capability. It's like a potential. So you can match it and then identify how to plan for his succession or whatever. Then you have a competency-based management where you can identify all competencies which is required for the organization, and then you can have them plan. Okay, so that's the people performance part. So business process excellence is how to align business processes to your strategy. So you define all your business processes, then you identify the methodology what you want to apply, then you combine that and then make sure that it is connected to the strategy. Okay, so in the business process excellence, so what you do is just I'll show one example. It is okay. I'll just show one. Okay. So there will be a matrix like this. Okay, so you have all your business processes and the strategic objectives. You can have a matrix, and then you can identify which is the processes, how it is working, and then you can just identify them. So likewise, so in the business process can be aligned to the system. Risk and compliances. So you can identify the risks and compliances. So you can do that. You can manage all your risks and compliances through the system. Okay, and you can do business, the budgeting and rolling forecast through the system. So budgeting, you do all your definition of masters like GLs, cost center, profit center, and fund centers. You can do your any other dimension you want to, like work breakdown structure or any other thing. So you can do that, and then you can have a capex project estimates for budgeting. So capital expenditure budgeting, you can define all your capex items in alignment with the strategy. You can do that. So and then you have operational excellence budget. So operational expenditure budgets, you can do that, and strategic expenditures. Finally, you come up with the financial statements. Okay, so this is as far as the budgeting is concerned. Then we have organizational assessments. This is one important module where what system help you is, system help you to do some sort of assessments, whether it could be a ESG assessment or it could be SFO. SFO stands for, we do have performance dashboards, many dashboards. Okay, so SFO, strategy focused organization, and organizational health index. I'll talk about those dashboards in a while. Okay, so this can help you to assess the current performance of the organization, and then you can plan for things. The system will help you to do complete assessments through the system itself. And you have like a performance reporting. Here, performance reporting will help you to know the scores of the organization, reporting and dashboards. Okay, so just very quickly, a touch dashboard. So we have plenty of dashboards, which because you have already defined the data. Okay, so if you take up any like a scorecard, if you take up, for example, okay, so you can take any scorecard. Okay, so you have like a scorecards like this. Marina, if you are able to see it, okay, you might unmute if you have any question. So okay, so this is like this is a balance scorecard. So for a given business unit, you can have multiple scorecards by department or by group company or whatever. So this shows you the scorecard, and by month you don't have to have any document or such. So it is there in the system already updated. So you can have a drill down also. If you have a multi-level KPIs, you can drill down, and if you put your cursor on that, so you can see some information on that. I will show you how that is done. So there is something called strategy map. This is one of the most important thing. Okay, so if you would like to have a strategy map, which is Ms. Nazira has very nicely explained. Okay, so if you would like to see the strategy map, so it looks like that. So you come up with a strategy map that it is a end of your strategy formulation process. So you come up, and these are all changeable. The system has a interface to change. Just right click on it. If you click on it, so for this particular strategic objective, so what is the performance? You can see here, the left side. And you can also, if the people are connected to this objective, you can see the risks, initiatives, everything related to the organization can be seen from this. And it's not only that. So if you double click on it, there is another window open where you can see the drill down. So you go to the next details. Okay, so likewise, you have a drill down capability. The system will drive you to that particular objective. Likewise, so from here also, even if you double click on it, so you can see if you see, just I put my cursor on the measures. So there is analysis and recommended actions. So you can see that also. Okay. So likewise, there are plenty of dashboards available, like initiative dashboards. Okay. So you can have initiatives, projects, which is like a project. You can have it. Okay. And then you also can have likewise. So you can have risk and compliance dashboards. Yeah, and then you have like a value chain, anything. So it's a comprehensive tool which should be good enough for you to manage all your strategy activities. Okay, and moreover, you have something called Office of Strategy Management. So this is Office of Strategy Management will help you to manage all your strategy activities. if somebody who is in charge of Office of Strategy Management, you don't have to worry about all this. Once it is defined, so you can manage everything from here. Okay, so you can even send messages and then collect the information and then report it. Everything can be done through Office of Strategy Management. So it's not only that. Okay, so we recently added a layer here, so you can ask a question. Okay, so you can ask question and then system will give you an answer. You don't have to write something. So this is the new enhancement the organization taking up due to AI. And there are some industry KPIs. So industry, whatever your organization, so these industry KPIs are defined by AI. So that can be given. So we give them access to that. Okay, and then it's all configurable. It's all configurable. Okay, so just to give you a very quick readiness. See, this is like Office of Strategy Management. I talked to you about balance scorecard. Okay, so if you want to measure it, so where do you stand? You can see. Okay, so for example, I'll just generate it. So this is something from one person can manage the whole strategy of the organization. So you see all measures here. Okay, you can see some measures completed the data inputs or integrations, some are blank. So as an Office of Strategy Management, it is your responsibility to make sure that it is taken care. So here you can just send notification. If you send the notification by giving deadlines, so the email will go to all, and then email will go with a link. So you can open the link. I can show that. Okay. I can show that how it works. So likewise, all your Office of Strategy Management can be managed, even if you are using OKR. So OKR things also can be managed from here. So this is basically for operational and the Office of Strategy Management. Okay, so they can manage all. And we are adding like a layer. So I'll just show. Okay, so this is like a add-on for the solution. So we are adding a layer for the software. So interview chatbot and then talk to data. So in the talk to data, what we'll do is if you just ask a question, the system will throw you answer here. You don't have to, you don't need to be a software engineer or something. Just write a plain English thing, and then it will tell you from which you need to pull the data. And you can also give the voice recording. So if you talk, the system will give you the answer from that. So that is one thing which is there. And interview chatbot is something like if you want to do an interview with your organization, usually text data kind of thing, options like multiple choices. It's almost always give you subjective answers. Now that is the reason now people prefer to have an interviews. Now conducting interviews is not something very easy, so it takes time. So what you do is we have created an interview chatbot. So as an administrator, you set up all what are the questions you need to ask for, how much, so who should they ask for, all kind of things, and then it is like end user feels like that. So now I want to do a strategy assessment. So now I'll just start a quick interview. Okay, so I have 5 questions. So question number 1, if I am the end user, okay, so I want to have to take up the interview. So email will be sent to him with the link. So just something like that. So this is a question you can record yourself, a brief video, and then what will happen is this recording. Okay, so he can record. You just click the button and give the response. Okay, so you don't have to be very careful in writing the text and meaningful. Just give your response. What system will do is system will collect all the data and then store in a text format. The interviewer, maybe he can edit it. Okay, and then he can save it. So all these data can be available for him to look for it. Then what happens is when administrator, so let me just log out and log in as an admin. Okay, so let me log out and log in as admin. So when I'm an administrator, like especially this is like a Office of Strategy Management. So what I see is here. So I can see this, like I can create all stakeholders who should attend the interviews. I can create interview IDs. So how many interviews I want to conduct. Okay, so these are the questions. These are the questions I can frame, and I can upload the video, a short video of the question. Then I can see who he should look for it. Yeah. You can do that. You can share. You can share with anybody. You don't have to worry about it. It's a link. It will go, and you can have an interview with as many as possible, even including outsider from your organization, because it's only a link will go, and then he can open it and just enter the data. The most important point is, once you conduct the interviews, so there is something called assessment. Okay, so this is where the beauty of artificial intelligence comes into picture. Now, what it does is it collects all the information, convert audio into text, keep it, and it knows your strategy, because it knows all your strategy. Okay, so it knows all your strategy. So what will do is it will give you insightful, meaningful information, whether there is a proper performance, proper strategy. It is running actually in the background. It will take a minute, because AI engine, it will run for a minute or so. Then it will give you answer, and it will also give you the sentiment. Likewise, it will give you sentiment. So what is your answers, and then what is your sentiment? Okay, so what is it the CEO should do, kind of thing. Okay, so this is something very important, and these questions, what are the questions to be asked is up to you. Okay, so you define your questions. So system knows your performance from the system, and also from the external factors. Then it will give you the meaningful insights. So in our experience, we have some kind of assessments already in this, but these are all like a multiple choice kind of thing. Okay, so it has its own, like in organizational health index. So this is the questions are defined. Okay, so you can do that also, by the way. So you can do, and this also you can do by email. So, but only thing is, your question answer is like a multiple choice, or you enter a percentage, or you select 1 to 5, which that's there. That is you can do that also. Okay, and you will have a plenty of dashboards to talk about. Okay, so if you have so you can select, and then you can have dashboards. Likewise, so plenty of dashboards. All these are dashboards are available, and then you can print them, export them to PowerPoint or Power BI. There is a Power BI adapter. So we give you a file directly, the data push to that. That's it. You don't have to do any presentation anymore. So directly it is exported. It's online, and it's a desktop version of your Power BI is free. You don't have to buy it. That is connected to this API, and then you get all the dashboards. I don't have time, but I can show that. So all the Power BI dashboards, like 20-25 dashboards, you can use it. And this Power BI, you can share it. You can just print to PDF or share the file, and anybody can use it. Okay. So likewise, so there are plenty of things. So I'll just touch base again in the strategy analysis, which I missed. Okay, because I did not share the data. So here, the value proposition and capability gap is something which is the strategy formulation part. This is done very, very nicely. Okay. And if I show something in the value proposition, I'm sure there must be some data. Yeah, if I can show. So you can see here. So what is this is your capability plan. Samir, if you are there, so this is exactly, it can be done exactly in the same way what Mihai has given. And then capability is required, then your capability gap closure. So this is where you close your gap, okay? And then you can plan. So you close the gap, and then the gap, see, basically what you need to do something to achieve your strategy. And then there is a gap. That gap closure your strategy plan. So this is how it will come. This is how you identify the first cut, your balance scorecard. Then this is connected to your draft again. So this is how it is connected. Now you create balance scorecard draft. Okay. So you create balance scorecard draft, and then you copy it to the real production. It's taking time. You copy to the real production. You can have as many drafts as possible. So you can create it. So you can create it and you can use it as many as possible. Yeah, likewise. Okay. So I think that's a very quick. My schedule, my presentation is not scheduled. So I'm just little not organized very well. The reason is Landfell did not respond. So that is the reason I need to cover up 30 minutes. I apologize for that. Okay. So this is like a draft. Okay. So you can see the reason why we call draft is what happens in the organization is there is nothing called finalized balance scorecard. You always keep a draft, but you always go back and look at it. So maybe you do it in a piece of paper or it is an Excel kind of thing. You can do the drafts here. The moment you have the draft ready, so you can copy it. So you can release it to the production, and then you can just keep. If you want to keep it, you can keep it, or if you want to delete it, you can delete it, or you can copy from one version to another version and edit it. So here all the things, like if you see perspectives and the customer, like these are possible user defined. Let us say, for example, now one unit measure you want to do it. So if you see it, so all the details can be filled in here. So you don't have multiple screens. So you can define all of them, and then you can just, once it is everything is clear, you can see. And you define objectives and also initiatives here. So you can define initiatives. This is one thing which I wanted to very quickly show. Maybe one dashboard I would like to show for the sake of thing. Maybe I will show what SF4 dashboard. Okay, I am sure I believe the data is there. I hope the data is there. Yeah, the data is okay. Okay, so you have something like 5 pillars of balance scorecard. So you can see what is the overall progress of this going on. Okay, so in all our dashboards, we also keep like last year, current year kind of thing. So if you don't want, you can just take it up. So if you want to see only the current year, you can see it. So almost everywhere it is like that. Even in the measure performance, there are plenty of dashboards available. Okay, so if you choose any particular division or organization, okay, so you can select it. So if you select it, if I don't select a particular objective, you will get all objectives. Likewise, everything in the organization. Okay, so your performance can be seen. But if you want to select a particular one, you select a particular objective, so it will show only that. So likewise, there are plenty of dashboards, and we keep adding it. Okay, so I think that's a quick navigation through the system for AI-enabled solution. And I think business process is something which is very important. So we have added value stream mapping, okay, which no software is doing at the moment. So business process is considered as a separate thing. So we have added it. So in the value stream mapping, so you can define a real value stream mapping for each business. Okay, so for each processes you can define. Okay, and then it is very, very important tool for the especially manufacturing segment. Okay, so I think I take this as an opportunity and leave any questions. Okay, please, yeah. Please feel free if there are any questions.
Hello, do you have subscription model or how does it work? Like
model? It's subscription model, yeah. It's quite affordable. So we help you to do the implementation support, and then you can use it as you want. And then, yeah, it has all the thing, and it keep evolving. Yes, yeah, it can be shared with the different stakeholders. It's a security based. Okay, so you can create a user, and then whatever screens you want to see, that can be configured. So he will see only. He don't see all. Okay, so if he's only looking at the people performance, yes, that module only he will be visible for him. And there is a email integrated emails. So your email will be configured there. So when you send email from the system, it will be from your email only. So you have a both tracking of your emails and also tasks. Okay, likewise. Yeah. So so thank you for joining the session, and I invite our next speaker. If you have any questions on the software, please feel free. Put in a chat box your contact number or something. Our team will reach you. We'll be very happy to support you in whatever way. Okay. So I take this as an opportunity to thank all of you again. It is an impromptu session. I did not plan for it. That's how it is. Alan Fell missed his session, so I have to cover it up for 30 minutes. And I invite our guest speaker, Akanga Solomon from Kenya. Okay, so yeah, Akanga, you are there, right? Yeah, we can see your picture. Let us see. We can see you. We cannot hear you, Akanga. Maybe you're in mute. You can unmute your. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. So let me give a quick introduction to Solomon Akanga. Solomon Akanga, thank you for first of all joining it. Okay, Solomon is an HR business partner, balanced scorecard professional, and advocate of High Court in Kenya, with 19 years of experience in delivering human capital solutions across justice, capital markets, petroleum, and NGO sectors. He specialized in strategy alignment and compliance using the 9-step balanced scorecard methodology. So you see here, that's the beauty of the session. So we saw banking experts, we saw legal experts. This is something amazing. So thank you, Solomon, for joining the session today. And please give more introduction from your side and take it up.
Thank you, Jake.
Yeah.
It's more difficult for me to further introduce myself after the very great introduction you've given for me. I'll just adopt your introduction and proceed. I also want to thank all the attendees for this summit. It's great to have all people across the globe attending this summit. We are hopeful that in the session we'll be having today, we shall be sharing ideas, we shall be exchanging perspectives, just with a view of cross-pollinating our ideas across all continents. In terms of my presentation, I have a PowerPoint presentation with 8 slides, but I'll not spend a lot on them. I would like us to talk directly to the attendees, as opposed to the PowerPoint. In terms of the structure of my presentation, I'll take 10 minutes just to do a brief introduction on executing strategy with a balanced scorecard. Then I'm hopeful to take 30 minutes during my presentation. I'm hopeful that 20 minutes we shall be able to do any question or finalize on the presentation. So in terms of introduction, the perspectives which I'll be sharing in this session will by and large be African-based perspectives. So anytime I talk about my experiences, I would like all the attendees to take note of the same having been by and large the African continent-based experiences and not in other jurisdictions. Important to say that because there are certain issues we'll be sharing which you might find they don't apply in a jurisdiction. Just to this question, you should be able to be alive to the fact that they are by and large Africa and Kenyan-based experiences. Secondly, on introduction from my end, it is a great opportunity for me to come immediately after the presentation, the mini presentation by Mr. Sheikh, where he has introduced on the free strategy. And also very importantly, just coming after the presentation by my sister, Nazira.
Akanga, just to make sure your file is in the normal mode. Okay, so Can you just put into presentation mode and see it? If you are changing slides, you have scanned full screen or a particular. You can see your cursor. You can see your cursor, but in the bottom you have a presentation mode. You can try with that. In the bottom, come down. Yeah, you can just put in the presentation mode. Yeah, like that. That's that. No, it's moving, but it is in a normal presentation, normal mode, file mode. Okay. So if you put in a presentation mode, you can see the whole screen with that. Yeah, come down. Yeah, in the bottom. In the bottom, you have notes.
Otherwise,
right?
press F5. F5. Yeah.
F5.
Yeah.
F5. If you have a shortcuts, yeah, you can do that.
I've pressed F5.
I think you can do it. Slide show. Where is that? So yeah, come down. In the bottom, you see notes. Akanga, you see in the bottom layer, you can see notes, comments.
Yes.
Okay. In that same row, you go. Yeah. You go and click on the last. Come down a little. Come down. Yeah, exactly. Come down.
Reclaim.
Yeah, no, there is a button, right? Yeah, exactly. Next to it, left to it, left. So you can just click on that. Yeah. Come left.
Submitting. It says by submitting.
Yeah. Click at it. Maybe you can try that. You can just reshare it once again. Reshare while you're doing the resharing. So select the full screen. If you don't mind. You want Deep? You would like to share, just in case to avoid any. Okay, so yeah, please try, no problem. Because if it is under your control, it will be very easy to manage. Yeah, we can see it now.
Is it in the
normal mode? Yeah.
Normal mode. Video setting. More options. Can I proceed with the way it is showing from your end?
Yeah, we can see it. Where is the? Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yes, click on that. Yes, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
As I was mentioning, the bulk of the experiences we'll be sharing are by and large from Africa. And I also was mentioning that it is great to come after the presentation by Jake and Nazira. Why? Because these two presentations have made my work extremely easy because they have given the attendees an introduction to the balance scorecard. And now here I come to share with you the balance executive strategy using the balance scorecard. Just as part of my introduction, I have had an opportunity to use a number of solutions, more so the automation solutions. And for the attendees, I'll tell you that the free strategy is at another level in terms of automating your strategy. I'll tell you that as a user, as said by Mr. Sheikh, I've used a number of solutions in the market, in the Kenyan context market, but I'll tell you that a free strategy is at another level. If you are not yet using it, please consider starting to use it ASAP. So now, I can begin my presentation. When I do this presentation, I normally do it for 5 days. I've been able to do this presentation in less than an hour. So I'll be very brief I hope it will just be giving attendees appetizers so that they can engage us and proceed maybe to have the full thing for the presentation and for the solution. So to start off, scorecard is a strategy execution, it's a strategy formulation and implementation methodology. So with the balanced scorecard, don't worry, when I want to move to the next slide, I will. Just general issues that I'm sharing about the balanced scorecard first before I go through the presentation. The balanced scorecard is a strategy, formulation, and execution. That's very important for our attendees to understand, meaning that you formulate your strategy using the balanced scorecard, then you proceed and execute it. More often than not, within the direction which we are in, organizations will formulate strategy using the balanced scorecard and seek to execute it using a different methodology. Results are always not as good as they would have expected. So an organization chooses to use the balanced scorecard. As a user, I recommend, and I strongly recommend, that you formulate a strategy using the balanced scorecard.
Tanga, you are moving slides?
Yes, I'll move the slides.
No, you are in the first page only.
I'll move them. I'm here to start moving them. It's making it.
No, we see only the home page. We see the first slide.
I'll move them.
Yeah, now it is moving.
Okay. So within the African context and Kenyan context, organizations formulate strategy using balanced scorecard and seek to implement them using a different methodology. It's something which we like to discourage. Formulate strategy using balanced scorecard and implement it using the balanced scorecard. Get the best results. Secondly, there are what we call prerequisites before implementing, formulating strategy or implementing balanced scorecard in your businesses. And I always recommend to my clients that there are things which they need to put in place prior to impressing or implementing balanced scorecard. Critical among them is putting in place what is called an ISO certification, where you have documented your processes. After you have documented your processes, I always recommend to my clients, you can then commence baby steps of implementing the balanced scorecard. It is very important for our attendees, for me to state that the exception to that rule would be if you implement it with free strategy. With free strategy, you might not need to put in place you might not need to document your processes, probably using ISO 9001, 2021, or something like that. So in terms of the history of the balanced scorecard, it goes back to 1990. I know majority of attendees have heard of Kaplan and Norton, or they have interest with Kaplan and Norton. These are regarded as the fathers or the grandfathers of balanced scorecard. But I want to share with our attendees, what is it about the balanced scorecard and what is it about this model? And I want to go to very basic to enable our attendees have a better insight. The balanced scorecard, by and large, borrows a lot of a production process. And for that, for those of us who are in the production industry, when you want to produce bread, you put your inputs, which would be your wheat, mixed with water or whatever ingredients you want to add, then you process it, then you get your results. Basically, that is the summary of what the balanced scorecard is. It adopts a manufacturing model. You have your input, you process them, and you get them, as I'll show in the presentation. Now, I know some of us look at this slide and wonder, why do we have a cleaner? And this cleaner is basically cleaning the floor. And for the record of attendees, this cleaner is working at the National Aeronautical Space Agency in the US, and he was asked a question. He's a cleaner, he was asked, what are you doing? And he said, I'm helping people to the moon. The reason why I'm sharing this particular slide is, this is what I would call the highest level of strategic alignment. This is the highest level of alignment within your organization. I know a question you can ask your cleaner, randomly walk into your company, you can randomly walk into where you work, and go to the cleaner and ask the cleaner, what are you doing? You are rarely going to find a scenario where a cleaner will tell you, I'm helping my company to be the best work agency in India, in China, in Saudi Arabia. So that's an indication of strategic which needs to be addressed. How do you cure that? Again, it is an invitation to you and the organization to consider using the balance scorecard. What about how do I use the balance scorecard? Because it achieves a tool for alignment. It aligns all your processes where you want to go. It aligns, tells a story of your organization. At this stage, I would like to mention to the members that you have to develop your vision, your mission. But I want to put the vision in the context of being a high-level strategy. What is a vision? Where do you want to go in the next 10, 15 years, the long term? So that's what a vision is. Balance scorecard enables you to align your processes to that particular vision. And of course, how you want to go there is the mission. Balance scorecard enables you to go there in that manner. So that's what the balance scorecard does to your organization. It's basically, of course, you must develop your values. You define your strategic results. You define your strategy. You define your objectives. Of course, you have to develop your strategy, which we'll share what they are as we proceed into this presentation. You also need to develop your strategic objectives, your strategy map. Want members of our attendees to take note of what a strategy map is. It is a conceptual definition of how you create value. And it's very critical for us in the balance scorecard methodology, as I show later on in our presentation. So, if you can just remember this slide, and it's the one which summarizes the balance scorecard methodology and how we develop a strategic plan using the balance scorecard. First step in developing a strategy using the balance scorecard is you must have executive sponsorship. You may note that there are instances where you will try to develop a strategic plan and you don't have the sponsorship of the organization, or you don't have the sponsorship of your business. The balance scorecard is mandatory for you to ensure you have executive sponsorship. Very important. If you don't have the executive sponsorship, I would advise not to consider using the balance scorecard. Some interruption, take. So you must have executive sponsorship if you want to implement the balance scorecard. Very important. And on executive sponsorship, it answers a critical question, which is at the core of the balance scorecard. And the question is, why do you exist as a business? Do you exist as a business or do you exist as a non-profit making organization? For the purposes of the balance scorecard, we have two broad categories on how we structure the balance scorecard when you are developing a strategy. And that is balance scorecard for a business and balance scorecard for a non-business. Non-business, we mean a government agency, or we mean an NGO or a charitable institution. So there are two approaches in this are slightly different, although broadly the methodology is the same. So once you have executive sponsorship, first thing then you do is you undertake organizational assessment. I know my previous vendors have talked about the aspect of SWOT analysis. This strategy has a wonderful model on how to do SWOT analysis within the strategy, which again other solutions do not have. When you do your SWOT analysis, you'll be able to place the organization where it is in terms of the environment it operates in. And after you've done that, you'll of course revalidate your mission, your vision, and of course your customer value. Now, in so doing, it enables you to answer again the question of why do you exist? Very important. For those of us who have developed strategy using other methodologies, you may note that until step 2, the methodology is similar to the logical framework that we are all familiar with. The variation will come at step 3. Step 3 of our of the balance scorecard module. So after you've done your validation or you have created your mission, vision, and values, you then go to developing high-level business strategies. Now, very important, in my day-to-day usage, I decided to do strategy map after I have done the assessment. I did a strategy map after I've done my assessment. I have a reason why I do that. Because I believe, and it has been very effective for us, when you develop your strategy map, you create value. Is this value which you are going to use flow into your objectives and measures and targets? It is this value you've created which will easily enable you to determine your strategic initiatives, which is at step 6 of your development. So for me, from assessment, I normally directly go to the strategy map. Then I go back to the plate. So I've changed that. Number 5, in terms of the steps, remains unchanged. So here now, we'll now be going and breaking down the individual steps. What happens in each of the steps? Because we have stated the actions, established the key case for BSc. Again, it goes back to what I earlier mentioned. Why do you exist? You have executive sponsorship. It's about ensuring you have the ownership of the top management in implementing the balance scorecard. We also wish to state to our attendees that balance scorecard is an extremely powerful tool, and it is a powerful tool for organizations which are used to the traditional approaches. If you don't have the executive sponsorship, you will fail. I can give that guarantee. So that's step 1 and step 2 to developing overarching strategic results. I also want to inform members or to let members know, as I said, balance scorecard is the easiest methodology to understand how it is done. And if you look at this slide, it's like a house. When you build a house, of course, put in a foundation. And what is the foundation for the balance scorecard? For us, it's about executive sponsorship. Of course, you'll have your pillars, the ones which you'll put in as pillars, and after that, you put your bricks if you're constructing a brick house. Now, those ones in balance scorecard, we call them the pillars of excellence. know my colleague, my fellow presenter Hanush has mentioned about them, but now these are called pillars of excellence. These are the ones which hold our strategy. Now, from them being held together, we have now the bricks you put in, which gives you, you start off by putting in your processes, your capacity. And when I talk about capacity, we're talking about issues to do with staffing, issues to do with people, addressing the people issues, addressing training issues, addressing issues which touch on processes touching on innovation. Those are the things you do under capacity building. Sometimes other people, when they are developing their balance scorecard, they call it learning and growth. The names don't matter. You just need to understand the concept. From that capacity which you have built, you will then focus on which processes you need to excel at. We're talking about things to do with turnaround time. You've trained your employees, you've put in place, you have innovated and coming up with the new innovative ideas. Now you go into what processes do you need to come in place to create value. And that's where things to do with turnaround time, how much time do we take to serve our customers and such issues. Now, you can see on our presentation is this sign. Basically tells you that whenever you are dealing with a non-profit making organization, you interchange the customer and the finances. Meaning, a non-profit making organization, you have your customer at the top. For profit-making organization, you have finance at the top and customer below finance. Again, it goes into why do you exist? For a non-profit making organization, customer is at the top because the endeavor is to satisfy the customer. Profit-making organization, the endeavor is to create the share, is to grow the shareholders wealth. We'll go into that further in my presentation. Then from my house, as you can see, we have your strategic result. Of course, we have enablers, leading, lagging indicators, customer needs, also your vision and mission. So that is basically how we develop as a balance scorecard strategy. It's like a house, as presented by this slide. Same thing, just further enumeration. Now, this is now even more insightful to our members, our attendees. You can see we have capacity building, which we said is learning and growth. Internal processes, which processes do you need to excel in? If you are non-profit making organization, leads to improved financial growth in your finances, which you use to grow satisfy your customer. Of course, you have your pillars of excellence. I know you can see the pillars here are 4. I always encourage my clients to have 3. I don't know why I always encourage them having 3, because small organizations, ones which yesterday's presenter called them small with less than 100 employees, don't have a lot of things to focus on. If you have 3 things to focus on as your pillars, which you want to excel in, you will achieve your very purpose of existence. Because these are how the strategic pillars, the pillars of excellence, lead to your results. You can see there, we are asking, what must we excel in to deliver a greater customer value? Again, just defining. I want you guys to take, I want the attendees to take note of this particular slide. This slide, you are saying we have organizational capacity, which we called. You can call it learning and growth. There are others who call it people. It doesn't matter. You just need to understand the concept. You invest in people. Those are now the inputs into the process. You process them, then you get results. What are your results? Finance and customer, depending on your organization. Now, what is the relevance of having the pillars of excellence? We have the enumeration why they are critical in the balanced scorecard, and why they are so key in actualizing the purpose of existence of any organization. Step 3, we have the strategic objective. Remember, I had mentioned I want to go to the strategy map before I go to step 3. So what is a strategy map? I mentioned earlier, how do you create value? And fellow attendees is a storyline. There's an example here. You improve your knowledge and skills through the use of ICT, which will lead to increased increased capacity to respond. And the net effect of that will lower your cycle time and also improve the quality of your service, which again has an intervening component of also reducing your cycle time. The net effect of that, it will lower your costs, lead to a more cost-effective resourcing, and increase your customer satisfaction. Remember, this is a strategy map, a non-profit-making organization. If it was a profit-making organization, you would have finance at the top, customer for it. Why? Once you have lowered the cost, once you have reduced your cycle time, it will generate more customers. Your customers will be more satisfied, they'll come back more, and therefore increase your profitability. For today, I just like you to refer to this as our strategy map, as it is presented, how it creates value. So this is how we create value in the balanced scorecard. Those of us who are exposed to this methodology, you will notice that this basically becomes your objectives. You will build objectives around improved knowledge, improved capacity. So that's why in my model, from step 1, I go to step 3. Then I go back to objectives. I find it more reasonable. I find it more appropriate. So now, those objectives which we have seen here, you now go to, from that you develop your objectives, as defined here. So what are objectives therefore? An objective is a building block for strategy. Remember, if you are developing strategy using the logical framework, once you have done your environmental review, you have done your SWOT, you've done your tested, you directly dive into logical objectives. Now, in the BSc, I am proposing to you, you go into how you create value, then you go and dive into strategic objectives. So strategic objectives are basically the DNA for strategy. If you don't have objectives, you will not know how to achieve where you want to go. I would normally say that objectives are like the road to your destination. Assuming you want to go to New Delhi, from New Delhi to Mumbai, there are roads leading to Mumbai. There are several roads. One of the roads, those particular roads are the ones which I'm calling your objectives. I've dealt with the issue of strategy mapping. I want to go into even a more enhanced illustration of a strategy map, because fellow attendees, if you understand strategy mapping, then to a great extent you are 70% with the basic. We have an illustration of an organization strategy map here, a generic strategy map. You can see here it's called learning and growth, and processes. Then the names don't worry about the names. You can call it whatever you think will best reflect the situation. You can call it learning and growth. Some organizations call it in their balance scorecard. People, sometimes internal processes, others call it processes or success processes. Financial, some call it money, customer. So the model remains the same. As long as you are creating value using the approach I've mentioned, you are still within the realm of the balance scorecard. So this is an example of a generic organizational strategy map. You can see, we enhance corporate culture, improve our work ethic so as to enhance employee improvement. You see, this large arrow indicates that this objective drives everything within the perspective of our. When you do that, you also enhance your investment in ICT. All of them improve the capacity of your employees to deliver on your organization, which will enhance quality systems. There's a missing arrow here. When you enhance your quality systems, you increase your operational efficiency, which enhance your research operations. You may note this is likely to be a research organization. The effect of enhancing your research operations has two effects. It reduces your operational costs, enhances your budget absorption, improves your revenue. When you have improved revenue, you enhance your partnership and you improve your customer satisfaction. Remember, it's still a model for non-profit making. The end result is still the customer. If it was a business, the end result would still be, would have finance that change with customer. This is just a generic example of a strategy map. Further, in terms of step 5, you then go into measures and targets. If you have your strategic objectives, you must move into defining how to measure them. On each of the objectives, you can see you have to define the standard of measure. You can see under upgrading your information technology, you can have a measure like average system age. You can have for improved skills, change in skill level, like that. Step 6, you then go into, you have defined the road you want to use from you define the road you want to use from Delhi, India, New Delhi, Mumbai. How then do you get there? What speed? Now, that's now where it comes into the issue of strategic initiatives. Now, you may note that there are organizations which would have a system for project management. So those particular objectives go into a project management cycle. So the way you manage your projects, you then it then flows into your project management cycle. If you are using you have a project management approach which you have implemented in your organization, 360 model, this goes into your project management cycle. So you manage that as any project you have in the organization. And there are various approaches to project management, which I know various organizations have. So you may note that good strategic initiatives are tied to objectives. So of course, a strategic initiative, you come from your strategic initiative, you develop your strategic objectives, you develop your initiative. What are they supposed to have? You define the scope, you define the schedule, you define the deliverable, you identify a risk management framework, you define the progress, and of course, you put in place an accountability framework. Who is going to be accountable for ensuring this is done within your organization? So, turn your initiatives into your projects. Turn your initiatives into projects. What we have said, define the scope, define the owner, define the schedule, of course, budget for it, anticipate deliverables, put in place a risk management framework, put in place a project management, project communication module. And of course, you have to monitor progress enhance and ensure focus. The issue of monitoring project is where now the Office of Strategy Management that my colleague Shaikh mentioned earlier comes in. And of course, you celebrate success. At step 7 and 8, you're gonna be translating your high-level strategy into aligned lower-level objectives. Now, 7 and 8, we do something called cascading. Remember, we had developed our objectives here. These are organization-wide objectives. Now, we need to have ownership of these objectives by the different business units within the organization. How do you do that? Balanced scorecard methodology has put in place a mechanism we call, cascading. What is cascading? Cascading is where you are able to translate your high-level strategy to lower-level objectives. And you align, by doing that, you enable alignment between organization-wide objectives and the objectives to be executed by a department or various business units. So from this, you'll be able to develop what are called departmental scorecard. So you have an overall corporate scorecard for your organization, let's say organization XYZ. Then this organization XYZ has 3 departments. Let's say business, operations, and HR. You have business scorecard, you have human resource scorecard, and you have operation scorecard, all stepped down from the organization scorecard. From there, from the departmental scorecard, you then develop individual scorecard. Again, you are aligning what individuals in the business do or in the organization do with what the department wants to achieve and which flows into the overall organization scorecard. That is what the balanced scorecard achieves in alignment. The first strategy has a wonderful, I think it was briefly shown by Jay, how it is done in the strategy. So, what is cascading? I've mentioned about this. It involves translating corporate level strategy into directorate, department, or support unit, meaning you have your corporate strategy, you call it first tier, you translate it to departmental objectives and measures, and of course define the operational details. So this is what cascading is. So if you look at this slide, you can see you have your corporate scorecard, which we have developed. So the question we answer with the corporate scorecard is, how will we achieve our vision? If we achieve our corporate scorecard, we achieve our vision. Department. How does this business unit, and department can be a business unit, it can be, if you are having a geographical setup, you have a unit in Tokyo, Japan, you have a unit in Nairobi, Kenya, you have a unit in South Africa. All those can become business units, which you then cascade the corporate scorecard to those units. So the question we ask at the departmental level or the second tier. So corporate scorecard is tier 1, departmental scorecard is tier 2. Is how does my business unit help the corporate achieve its vision? And you of course cascade the departmental scorecard, individual scorecard. Individual scorecard is linked to the roles. I normally tell my clients that a balanced scorecard is an accountability system. At the level of alignment, from the top to what an individual does. Organizations which have achieved this perfect alignment are similar to the picture I shared. Remember my picture here? These are organizations which will have a cleaner being asked, what are you doing? Working for National Aeronautical Space Agency, and the cleaner says, I'm helping people to go to the moon. How do we achieve that? Balanced scorecard enables you to achieve that based on what we have shown here. So there are questions which I want to leave the floor, which is, you have a strategic plan. Does the organization have a strategic plan? Strategic plan generally will be multiple years. In Africa and in Kenya in particular, you'll have 5 years. The general trend is to have 5-year strategic plan. As you have it, you may note that the bulk of organizations in Kenya and in Africa in the 2025 year, all of them have strategic plans. I know 10 years ago, you'll find 80% of organizations will not be having a strategic plan. So the other question which you need to ponder about is, have you cascaded that strategic plan to departments, business units, if you have operations in other countries? And the other question which I like us to ask ourselves and think about is, what is the link between your organization's strategic plan, your departmental strategic plan, and your annual appraisal? Annual appraisal is annual performance targets. Annual in first strategy, you have balance scorecard, which is an individual balance scorecard cascaded to the individual. Are they linked? What extent are they linked? Now, ponder and reflect on those questions. The answer lies in adopting the balance scorecard as your strategy formulation and execution methodology. And as I mentioned in the first part of my presentation, you don't need to go far. We have the full strategy. It will help you achieve this formulation of your strategy and implementation of your strategy. At this stage, I would like to invite questions from the floor. Anyone with a question? As you think about the questions you need to ask us regarding this, one of the questions which will always come up is, you have a balance scorecard in a banking industry that will be different from the balance scorecard in a manufacturing industry or an IT industry. If you understand the methodology, balance scorecard is one. What changes are how you create value, how you define the creation of value. How do you create value? You improve your capacity, you innovate, improve your processes. After that, it will lead to an increase in the number of customers. You'll have repeat customers. When you have repeat customers, you will be able to have more money or more profit derived from each of your customers. Model can be applied in the industry. You can apply it in a school, you can apply it in an NGO, you can apply it in a government agency, you can apply it anywhere. We normally have questions in Kenya where in the public sector, because the government sector ask, will always tell you before you train them that balance scorecard is not applicable in government. It is 100% applicable. Other jurisdictions which government agencies have, as I said, government is regarded in the same cohort with an NGO, a charity. It exists to render a service. That's the overriding objective why a government agency exists. But my experience with why there is normally some degree of resistance to balance scorecard in government agencies has been a lot to do with what the balance scorecard can do to the organization. Balance scorecard is an accountability system. And generally in Africa or in the jurisdictions, some jurisdictions, public bodies do not like accountability. Yet the citizenry are in demand of that accountability. So there is that mismatch, not because the balance scorecard cannot be implemented, cannot be effective. It is an accountability system. It holds every person in an aligned way accountable for what they do. Organization or in a public office they hold. So that's the end of my presentation. The floor is open. If you have a question, just unmute and ask. Question you have, or a clarification or an improvement. And then also one other thing which always comes up is how do you secure your data if you formulate and execute your strategy using the balance scorecard? In Africa and in some of the jurisdictions we are in, is always insistence that data has to be saved locally. Because there are issues to do with if I have my data in the cloud, what will happen? We have had a scenario where we've developed an automation solution, some of our clients, and some of the issues which normally come up later are where do we have the data stored? Me, those are not issues touching on the substratum of the balance scorecard. They are issues of how to implement, which can be managed. So the floor is open.
Yeah. So how is that? So you, in the legal, did you do any implementation in the legal context? So because you have experience and you are also a practicing barrister in the High Court. So how does that balance scorecard? How do you select balance scorecard? Is something which it's very interesting to understand the background, Solomon.
Thank you, Shai.
Yeah.
The biggest vessel or practice of law is probably the justice system at courts in Kenya. Of course, we have the persons who are in the justice chain. We have the police, of course, we have the prisons department and all that. Right? Prison department. So basically, the courts are part of what we call non-profit making. We said we have the bigger cohort which is made up of profit making and non-profit making. So the balance scorecard applies to them. I was part of the team that developed a solution for automating the balance scorecard at the judiciary. That is several years ago. And it's currently being used, it's still being used on pilot basis because there are issues to do with the process maturity. At the time when we were developing, at the beginning I had mentioned that you need to have your documentation process documented. So they had issues with documentation, which they are working on. They have been working on, I think, for the last 2 or 3 years. So they are still refining that. And they'll be able to apply the solution we gave across this, across almost 260 in the Republic of Kenya. So it is applicable 100%. Its value, it enhances all attainment, whether in government, justice sector, business, any sector you are in, the balance scorecard will.
So you see now in Africa in general and also in Kenya in particular. So how does that the strategy management practices is taking place? Okay. So are they doing any formal strategy process, whether it is a balanced scorecard or any other framework? Or how does that? What is the readiness of the industries? Can you give some examples? So,
vast majority is this commencement of adoption of balanced scorecard. I think we are still at the take-off stage of adoption. But challenge you'll have, if you go to any site on any public institution in Kenya, you'll find they have a strategic plan. You'll find they have developed a strategic plan using the balanced scorecard, but they want to implement it using a different methodology. So that is where they face headwinds. So that is where they face the challenge. So they want to formulated the strategy using the balance scorecard and implement it using, we have something called the tool that is used an appraisal tool. Is and large based on the logical framework. So you find there is a disconnect between the strategy they have developed and what they are using to implement. What they need to do is to implement, formulate, and implement using PLC. That's the challenge we have, but I think there are big steps which we are making towards that direction.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. So let me check once again if there is any questions. So can you give like in your experience, we talk about the balance scorecard. I think you also give some trainings in the region. So can you talk about the people part of it? Because how you can align the people performance to the strategy using the balance scorecard framework in your particular region. So how does it take up? Yeah.
Of course, the balance scorecard methodology, it's cascaded to the various enterprise levels, cascaded, let's say, department, then from cascading to department to cascading to people. Now, when you cascade it to people, there are issues to do with, you can have individual targets, or you can have team targets, which is direction which the 21st century is going into. In terms of our context in Kenya, as I mentioned, we'll develop it using the BSC, but when it comes to monitoring, they track it using a different system. So you'll find at the end of the strategy period, maybe after 4 years or 5 years, they put a consultant to confirm whether we were on track to achievement of the strategy. So they try to tie the performance of the people, which sometimes there is normally a mismatch. As I said, 15 years ago, we didn't even have strategic plans in public bodies in Kenya. Today, 99% have strategic plans. That's a good step. I'm sure in the next 5-6 years, or if we can, strategy can assess them, we should be able to have the formulation using the strategy, the balance scorecard, cascade to the various enterprise units and cascade to the individuals. Balance scorecard has that capability and it has worked. It works in various private enterprises in Kenya.
Yeah. So yeah. So see how does that culture in the performance management culture plays a role? Okay. So how does that culture plays a role in particular? You know, it's not easy. So if you want to introduce any new management system or so, it's not easy, first of all. And also, when you want to do any strategy transformations, so how does that take place in Africa in general? Yeah. The culture.
Yes, actually, when we implement my clients, the balanced scorecard, we normally have a change management module, which addresses cultural issues for adoption of the balanced scorecard. And for the purposes of Kenya and in Africa generally, the change management module must be quite robust, and it must run the entire stream of change. And it must be done for like 3 or 4 strategy cycles to have a final acceptance or a final alignment of AC, the culture, people culture, the organizational culture. So we must have in place a change management module, which must be robust.
Mhm. Okay. So, what do you advise for companies in Africa? So, when they want to embrace a strategy, a transformation using balanced scorecard, so what are the key things you recommend to them? So, how to start the program? What is it it takes you to convince to your leadership team, and then how to establish? So, what is your experience and also your recommendation to the organizations in Africa?
We have a number of, Sheikh, we have a number of public bodies and even private bodies which lose out on automation. The moment an organization is implementing PSC in Africa and you lose out on automation, you will not see the benefit. So meaning, when we are marketing an adoption of balanced scorecard, you must also market the automation. It must run concurrently. Why? It will even support the change management, because is what I call imaginary fear, the balance of government agencies, but simply because people have the public bodies are yet to see the benefit. The only way to achieve that is putting in place a monitoring and tracking system, which is the automation component. You have the two implemented with it by any public body, it will have a higher acceptability within the African context. Automation.
Right. Yeah. So I think it's a fantastic session. If you would like to give any insights on the industry readiness, or especially as far as the strategy is concerned, so you have like 5 minutes. You can just explain, because it's an unknown area for the rest of the country, rest of the world. So you can just brief how the transformation is taking up in whatever way, whether it could be a industrial transformation or it could be technology. Okay, so you take your time to give us some kind of brief, Akanga.
Well, as I said in my presentation, the aspect of adoption of the balance scorecard within the broader African context and the broader public context, because I want to separate the adoption of balance scorecard by private entities and public entities in Africa. Private entities, there's normally a lot of, I call it cross-pollination from other jurisdictions. And generally, you'll have a scenario whereby private entities, the adoption is much easier or much accepted across the board in Africa compared to public bodies. Public bodies have unique issues. Probably it's because I think it's the degree of maturity of these public bodies. Vast majority of African countries have been independent for something like 60 years, between 60 and 30 years. And the public bodies have been in existence for that duration of time. And also the aspect of maturity or ability of the various African countries, African public bodies, due to the normal issues associated with stability, which we all know. So if the issues of stability are addressed and being alive to the fact that you have countries which are 60 and 30 years and which are to some degree unstable, sustained engagement will be critical. Sustained engagement, I mean, these public bodies must constantly be engaged in terms of the top leadership, adopt the balanced scorecard, use it as a tool for strategy formulation and execution. I know there will be small steps, there will be steps which might appear. It will not be taken as a lost cause per se, that's what I mean. Engagement with Africa on the issue of balanced scorecard must be sustained. Persons seeking to have this as the approach must constantly engage the African continent, enable them to make these critical baby steps. As I said, you'll find you have a public body which is yet to document their processes. If they have not adopted the free strategy and they are using a different balance scorecard software, let's say Quickstore, does not have the aspect of enabling them make those big steps. Other solutions are always for a mature balance scorecard system. And they don't have an opportunity for growing or growing of the processes with them, taking steps, and of course, reaching maturity. So to me, critical would be sustained engagement and not giving up on specifically public bodies, because balance scorecard is a powerful tool which will create value, it will create wealth, both at national, institutional, business level. So to me, the critical issue would be sustained engagement. Yeah.
Yeah. So any more questions? Yeah, so we don't have more questions, Akanga. So with that, I take an opportunity to thank you for a wonderful session. I still like to see your legal concept. So can you give one or two KPIs from the legal perspective? How can we measure legalities in any balance scorecard? Because I did not come across with any KPI for that. Okay, so what is that? One or two KPIs to include in your standard balance scorecard?
Well,
from the legal point of view.
Well, a number of KPIs you can develop for the legal case, and to a great extent, Shaikh, they don't deviate from. It's about issue of turnaround time for a case. It used to be with repeat planned brief, where a client brings a brief and they come back again how many times you are looking at, how many times in a given duration of time, how many of your clients who give you instructions to handle their matters give you multiple instructions. So the principles in terms of KPI within the legal space are similar to those which are applicable in any other industry. And I know sometimes we think that it will be different, but it is not. Because law is by and large, if it's operating within a business, yes, or operating within a non-governmental or charitable space, or a government space. And the principles are the same.
Fantastic. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Solomon. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. So appreciate
Thank you.
your lecture. And so on behalf of participants and organizers, I thank you very much and wish you good luck in your new engagements in balance scorecard, whatever, and then look forward for more sessions. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, and I'm glad to have been given this opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
So we have some disturbance in the schedule due to unfortunate break in then which we have to cover it up. So I would like to welcome our next speaker, Luis Carlos, to talk about performance strategy monitoring, measuring, and improving organizational performance. Luis, if you are on the call, can we see you? Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, Luis. Luis, can you
Okay.
hear us? Yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic. Yes, yes.
The mute,
We can see
the
you.
mute option was locked. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Today,
So
it's Saturday.
good morning.
Maybe the mute cannot work today.
So thank you for joining session, and good morning to you. I think it's 7 a.m. in the morning and from Brazil.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining
Yes, it
so
is.
early, Luis. Okay, so let me give a quick round of introduction. Luis specialized in strategy, continuous improvement, lean systems, project management, and technology transfers. With experience across industry like automotive, medical devices, and telecommunications, he focuses on problem solving, operational excellence, and enhancing teams with people first mindset. Very excited to hear you, Luis. So thank you very much for joining, and then you can share your screen and present it. Yeah.
It's a great pleasure to be here in this great conference of fantastic people. And just a quick brief, you were fantastic describing my summary. I'm from Brazil. I have more than 30 years of experience in different industries, like a brand new one. I'm working with labels nowadays, providing labels for the competitive marketing in Brazil, like automotive, steel, and agrobusiness, among others. And previous experience on management consultant with great cases that we provided for the energy, oil, chemical, and so on. Medical devices, I worked for General Electric. Energy, providing solutions to electronic solutions for the big companies in Brazil, power plants. And before that, telecommunication, I worked for Lucent Technologies, Bell Lab, previous Bell Labs, And then automotive parts, General Motors Group, Delphi Packard, and the very first one, semiconductors, where my school of continuous improvement, process validation, statistical technician, techniques were a great opportunity to learn, and I'm still practicing. And today I'm going to bring to you a real case that I'm deploying with high-tech labels, and we just started in December. I just arrived to the company in November, and I'm going to share with you the detailed purpose of this project using performance, using strategy, and how we are in this moment so far. Okay, let me share my screen with you. Can you see my screen? Performance strategy, the first slide.
Not yet. Yeah. Can you try, please?
No, it's not this one.
Just
This
share
one.
it and share the full screen. That's
It's a
easy.
purple slide. Did the screen is available for you?
Yeah, screen can be seen now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay then.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Let's move on. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Thanks for attending this fantastic event. And today I'm going to bring to you
You click the
performance.
presentation mode?
Yeah, I'm clicking, but did not start it yet.
Yeah,
So,
okay, now.
okay then. There you go.
Yeah, just
I'm going to share with you.
That it is moving so that it will not get any disturbance. Go to next page and go to next page and check it so that if it moves, then everything is perfect.
Okay. And can you see my screen right now?
You can see, yeah. I can see the screen. Yeah.
Can I start?
Yeah, please start.
Okay, thank you, Chay. So I'm going to share with you the project that we started in last November 2024 on how I'm leading this project with the top management and the shopping floor team. And for me, it's one of the biggest challenge of my life to develop a culture change, align it with the strategy, and focus on people development to develop and to implement continuous improvement in the organization environment. This is the key point in regards to the planning. The overview of the strategic planning, it's based upon on three phases: stabilize, optimize, and grow. I sold this purpose, this idea to the founders. It's a small company, so I have the chance to talk to them every single day. And for all of us, we have to take the buy-in from the sponsors. So the sponsors in this project are the founders with more than 30, 40 years in the labels market in Brazil. And in my state, we do love cook. And the way that I used to sell the idea, I share with them that we have to be the best in the basics principles of continuous improvement, teamwork, respect to the people. So I sold the idea to do the best company that cook rice and beans. Brazilian love rice and beans. So this is the key point to connect the purpose with the top management. And we are evolving day by day in order to follow this plan that I will share with more detail with you. But if I haven't get a positive response for them in regards to the purpose, I wasn't here presenting this project for you. Section 1, to understand the performance strategy monitoring. What were the key objectives and the outcomes expected in a short time, in a medium time, and as a long-term purpose? Step 1, to establish a structured implementation framework. I established a phase approach in 3 basic phases: stabilize, optimize, and grow, to ensure that the initiatives that I sold to them, they accepted from me, they are systematically executed and aligned with the business goals and objectives to meet with the strategic planning, growth, and other markets that we are working to get here in Brazil and some in Latin America, South America. The performance measurement and adaptation. We are using some basic concepts using the KPIs to facilitate the evaluation of the progress in the shop floor, in the logistics, engineering, finance, top management, and I have open relationship day by day with the CEO. And here's another key point. In the company, maybe I am the oldest one, and the CEO is about 28 years old. So we have a mix of experience of different industries that we worked before, and it's very nice to work with the youngers because they are energized, they are faster, and with the older one try to control the speed from previous experience, like some combination of the baby boomers working with the dopamine generation, something like that. But I'm in love with this in order to discuss the decision-making process. That's one of the points that I insist to discuss with everyone. How was the decision-making process that they validated to implement some changes, some Kaizen, some process improvement, and so on. Why this? To sustain the organization success. Here is a timeline and budget allocation, which I aligned before in 2024 with the top management in order to provide resources, technology, training, education, and so on, whatever are needed to make this project successful. In the month 1, initiate the comprehensive organization assessment, a gap analysis, a gap assessment to identify what are the opportunities for improvement. I'm not using the word problem. I'm trying to teach them day by day that we don't have problems. We have opportunities for improvement. Let's make people think that we can fix the problems using the basic tools for the continuous improvement. But before that, they have to understand what is the concept, what is the theory, something like this. Because in many companies that I did consulting before, or companies that I really worked for, they just want to use tools. They don't care about the concepts. That's the baseline. This is the bedrock for any project. So we are moving step by step. okay, doing this gaps assessment, and in parallel, as I'm in charge for the quality management system, audits, internal audits that we are running alongside the 2025 year. The number two, how to communicate, how good and how we are evolving along this project. We have a daily meeting at 7 a.m. Sharply to discuss the scenarios. We have some basic scenarios. First of all, safety. Second, quality. Third, the customer. And then the planning for the factory. So we use this meeting to provide solutions for some issues, some opportunities that can be identified in the safety, in the quality, in the customer, or in the logistic, in the planning for the factory. 10 minutes, very, very short, and to go to the PDCA to establish a plan to solve and fix that deviation. Month 3, to initiate the implementation, the activities that will reinforce their engagement and also changing ideas. We also have in high-tech labels meeting with the C-level and staff, the CEO, myself. We are a small team. We are a team of 4 people. And the finance and administrative executive to discuss what's happening in the company environment in regards to the 4 topics that I shared before. This is the 4th month when we are going to introduce the continuous improvement methodologies and the KPIs. So here is the place where the magic happens. We want to get solutions from the shop floor, from the lowest level of the company, to change their mindset in order to think on how they can solve problems using continuous improvement approach and the basic tools that they can define a teamwork supported by engineering, supported by quality, logistics, and myself to discuss about what is the problem, what is the real problem. Don't work only in the do step from the PDCA. Let's invest some time in the P step and then move to T, to C. That's pretty much important as well. And act as much as possible. It means that we plan it very well and executed the actions according to the plan. At month 5, we are continues to educate the people, sharing results, sharing the outcomes, how the company evolves alongside this purpose, and how good or how bad is the KPIs that will have direct or indirect impact on their process. And the last, evaluation of operational process to identify any gaps and other opportunities to enhance the business. So in this timeline, we have the 3 phases that I mentioned in the very first slide. So here is on how we are monitoring, establish mechanisms to evaluate the performance. Focus on the key point that the role of technology to integrate all of the data. We are really using AI, we are using Power BI, we have a big screen to share the information that can be feasible for them, easy to read in the shop floor for the like a visual aids. So we have this TV informing them how good we are in the production, pieces per hour or meters per hour, or how the efficiency was in the first step, for example, printing, and the second step to transform the raw material in the finished product, and they can read all of this information. And also we share the quality policy, the news about the company, the birthday, and people that are going to celebrate the birthday, but always using AI and Power BI. I'm also using AI, Power BI. I'm studying on how to manage the results, the outcomes from the process that I manage. So it's a perfect mix doing that. And the CEO is a data lover. And doing that, we can assure the importance and the data integrity. We are working to ensure the accuracy as well. The source of data comes from the integrated management system like SAP, like Oracle in Brazil. We use Proteus. I don't know if you are familiar with Proteus, and it's a product from TOTS. It's very used here in our region. So we capture the data from this source. We check the integrity using AI and generating graphics to evaluate the performance, the yield, the gaps, and sometimes we really find some opportunities to improve. So some changes has to be implemented in the Proteus system in order to provide data as reliable as possible, and also sharing the information about how the strategy deployments are going, and they are in the company every day. So it's very good scenario in order to talk to the stakeholders, talking to the business owner to help us in order to keep the project moving ahead, and ensuring that are meeting the purchase orders, we are meeting the customer expectation, and also if they are bringing new opportunities, new POs for new part numbers to manufacturing in our site. Section 2, stabilization and optimization phases. How they are defined and how we are managing the both phases just mentioned. Building the foundation, that's pretty much important, in order to foundations for continuous improvement. We have to establish a solid foundation in order to guarantee that the assessment really tell us what's going on in the process in regard raw material, in regard equipment, in regard method, people, education, and training, and focus on the basic concepts and tools for continuous improvement. No demake, no design of experience. It's not the time. It's not the time. As I said before, we have to cook the best rice and beans. So we'll be the best doing that. Engagement for change adoption. Always involving the people. Let them be an open voice. They are the voice of the customer in our company to assure that the stabilization process foster a culture of engagement from all levels in the organization, and also ensuring that they are committed and engaged with the organization, that are open to change and to see in a daily basis things getting better, yield performance, reduction of defects along the side, the line, delivering time, and making the customer happy. And last but not least, the strategic alignment and planning. The stabilization plan has to be aligned with the organization goals to ensure that the KPIs, the goals, the objectives from the C level, from the CEO, they are meeting the outcomes, and through measurable methods and performing like this, we will contribute to the long-term success and resilience of the business. What are the key actions for the stabilization and engagement? One, the assessment, a gap analysis throughout the organization from every level. I am the kind of person that I assess the process and I ask many whys. Sometimes they don't like, but if we don't that, we will not find what is the real gap. Then have to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of process. How good is the metric? Okay. Feedback from the employee. If they are not satisfied with a device or with some implementation of equipment or some poka-yoke that are not working pretty well, or even the machine or the process instruction, we have to hear them because they know the process much better than an engineer. They are in front of the machine every single day. So in the shop floor is the place that we do the Gemba and we evaluate their feedback in order to leverage the outcomes from the company. Number two, engagement focus on initiative. We are now, yesterday, Friday, we were discussing with the HR and administrative and finance business manager on how we recognize the people that contribute to the company success. Recognition, some prizes, in order to motivate everyone in the company, then the morale and commitment in the organization. We grow in a daily basis. And collaborative, the step 3, planning structure. We are working on cross-functional teams. Not a big teams, we are a small company, not more than 4 people, okay? And doing workshops, sometimes in the line, sometimes in the training, education room, to foster collaboration, innovation, and to assure that the worker in the shop floor, the mindset of ownership to stabilize our force across the organization. And nowadays they are providing much more information since last November when I just started at this company in order to communicate some variation or something. They are capturing the relevance and the importance of to control the process with attributes or variables using the proper tools. They will prevent defects, they will prevent downtime, they will prevent delays on the delivery, and this is one of the things that is bringing to the organization more visibility in order to planning, to deliver orders, and to meet the customer purchase orders. Automotive market in Brazil is something crazy. You have to work here to understand on how the suppliers, I'm not telling about the automakers, because the pressure relies on the auto parts, the business in Brazil, that sometimes they need some labels for tomorrow. Sometimes it happens. So we have to be fast. But if you don't have a process stabilized with people, with the quality, with the continuous improvement in their mindset, sometimes will not accomplish, meet the delivery dates. So this project also indirectly is focused on that topic too. Enhancing efficiency through optimization. Process streamline techniques. As I told before, we are implementing concept and methodologies as continuous improvement and problem solving mindset, but in the lowest possible level of the organization. If they know on how to fix the problems using continuous improvement, problem solving approach, they will have a better environment to work. They will be happier knowing that they can fix the problem by themselves. When they need help, they ask me, they ask the engineering, they ask the quality, the process that are involved in the scenario in order to identify and eliminate the waste. So we enhance productivity and operational effectiveness across various functions of this organization. And secondly, data-driven decision-making, using the proper data to generate the metrics and analysis to allow us to do a review, a critical analysis on how good we are in regard to productivities, defect ratio, the delivery time, the results in the shop floor or in the raw material or in the finished goods. So we can really assure that we are fostering a culture of continuous improvement and accountability for everyone in the organization. So here comes the continuous improvement methodologies and metrics, always involving and getting the people committed and engaged in that purpose. First, the importance of employee involvement. Engage them in continuous improvement initiatives, educating them, showing them that approaching with these concept, methodologies, and tools, they will be more effective in the implementation of continuous improvement, problem solving, in order to develop the culture, a culture that embraces change and innovation. Integration of technology too. Nowadays, in a daily basis, we are leveraging technology. We are investing on new AI solution every single day. Every single day, there's something new in order to optimize our analysis, to reduce the time on collecting data or developing Excel spreadsheets. We want to be faster in a daily basis to evaluate the data And as soon as we evaluate, we can identify gaps, failures, in order to have a robust decision-making process to leverage the company to a better level. And also alignment, the continuous improvement methodologies with the organizational goals and objectives. Where are they in the strategic planning and how they are cascaded through the KPIs. So the continuous improvement methodology, they can provide the proper alignment with the strategic plan. And then we will ensure that our efforts are focused on areas, process that really drive the most value and contribute to overall success. So it's all about the people. It's all about the people. Treat them with respect. Learn on how to listen to them, on how to help, on how to support them. You will reach, really, will reach the success. So now the section 3, how we are going to drive a growth in a sustainable development. Leveraging improvement for marketing expansion. Our commercial marketing area, if identify gaps in the Brazilian market, they can conduct research to identify needs or gaps, some opportunities to improve. So we can assure that the improvements have a focus aligned with the customer demand expectation and providing more competitive positioning for the intermediary customer, a supplier from GM, a supplier from Fiat, and they also will have better results in the automotive market in Brazil, for instance. Second, process standardization benefits. If we have a standardized process across all the operations, we can ensure that it has consistency. The variability is very low. We can provide more opportunities for the improvement or this process. What I mean, let's turn the PDCA again, since the process has stabilized standards. We can improve. We can use the continuous improvement approach and problem solving to promote the growth in the organization. And also mitigating the risk through the alliance. To establish strategic alliance partners in the process. What I use in a daily basis is to understand the concept of internal customer. For example, the logistic plan the production. In some cases, the logistic is a supplier for the production, and in the other side, vice versa, the logistic will build the customer for the production, and so on, in every process, in order to develop and let this very clear for every process that into the company there is a relation of customer assuring the quality, the quantity, and the communication, the data, and so on. Establishing partnership and monitoring KPIs. We have to have in place some criteria, okay, to evaluate the partners and on how the strategic purpose fits, sharing values, complementary capabilities, ensuring that the alignment will maximize the internal relationship and longevity. What we get from this, a strong, a robust teamwork mindset. Everyone is available to help each process. And this is one of the things that from previous experience really worked when managed well, providing resources, providing communication, quick answers from inside or outside the company in order to have a solid partnership among the different processes that we have in place. KPI alignment with the goals, that's a crucial. Comparing with my very first experience in the semiconductors industry, we don't have the variety of resource that if you go to the chat GPT or if you go to the perplexity in order to treat the data and having information as faster as possible. Not only for the KPIs and data, also for images, for videos, we are using this to make things happen in a faster pace to support us on the decision-making process, as well with collaboration and a teamwork, evaluating the KPIs, results, and trends. And last but not least, continuous improvement through feedback. Having in place a robust feedback loop among all the partners, fostering the environment of continuous improvement, allowing timely adjustment to the business strategy and enhancing the partnership, comparing if the performance and outcomes they are really meeting the strategical plan of the companies, as well as the goals and objectives. Customer expectation, customer specific criteria, and specification. Communication is the key. And then the importance of engaging the stakeholders in the strategy discussion. Diverse perspective enhances strategy. We are also in the company hiring women to work. Previous years for the company, there were only men in the operation. So we are opening opportunities to hire women to work with us. And we do have, yes, it's a point that there are different minds, okay, to think and approach the situation, the problem, in order to engage the stakeholders to have different insights that enrich the strategic discussion, for instance, for a problem solving, for a development of new process. And then we can guarantee that we have creative solutions and people will be satisfied. They will be more motivated when we approach them using this purpose. And in organizational, that we have resilience in a competitive landscape. And now, Q&A. What do you have for me?
Very insightful, Luis. I think that is something, you cover manufacturing, logistics, strategy, everything in one place. Yeah, that is something amazing. It's a use case in a real sense. Okay.
Yes.
So
Just
how
a
does
moment,
that?
Shay. Just a moment, Sheikh. I have to minimize my screen. Okay.
Please minimize it.
Stop sharing.
Stop sharing it so that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
So you covered the most important part, which is operations. And then you mix with the strategy, and then you. I think it's a tremendous opportunity to see the full cycle. Okay. So
Yes,
you
yes.
covered, I think you covered manufacturing, you covered logistics, you covered the performance reporting, technology also you covered. Okay. So how does that? So what is the duration of this whole transformation? I think you told in the beginning. Yeah.
1 year.
Wow.
1 year. We are in the first third stabilizing the process. Okay, 3 months, then 3 months, then 3 months. But my plan is to move on for a year. Okay, by the June, let's see how the balance is. And in parallel, we have an advantage. We are working with human resource consulting to map the organization, to check the gaps, to evaluate how we can do better with our people, from top management, from owners to the lowest level. So my expectation is that this consulting will leverage this project to a better level. Listen the voice of the people, okay? And deploying what they are identifying as opportunity with the leadership and working as a teamwork with a diverse mindset, diverse gender. We are open to have good talents in the organization. So having a support from the HR, I'm an engineer. I know a little bit about people, but I don't know on how to fix some people problem. So we need some expert in order to solve in a better way. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Perfect. I think there is a question. I think there is a statement. Is process improvement integral part to strategy execution? It appears from the presentation. Yeah.
Yes, totally. It's a line. First,
Yeah.
I sold the idea, the buy-in process. I learned a long time ago when I was at Delphi, Packard, GM division at that time, and Lucent Technology. I don't have no idea what the buy-in means at that time. So practicing in a daily basis, I learned on how to do that. And I have the opportunity. I don't have too many steps to reach the owner, the founders. So they are every day. So we can go to the process and discuss idea to call the operators, the technicians, the engineer, the logistics, whoever it is, to solve the problem and fix. But first plan, don't go to the do. Brazilians love the do step. They have to stay one step before. Invest 10 minutes, 15 minutes planning and register that. Create the plan and share the plan. That we have a standard plan to follow and implement, follow up, check, and do actions as needed, but just a little. It means that we plan pretty well, we executed very good, we check with effort using the proper tools, the proper methods in order to assure that we are meeting the planning goals. It's simple, but it's not easy. That's why I correlate with rice and beans. You think that's simple to cook rice and beans? I would say no. Maybe for my mama, your mama, they know everything about that. And in my state, people love to cook. So the idea was the better fit in order to solve the purpose of this project.
Perfect. So I think wonderful session, Luis. So thank you for joining all the way in the morning. Any final thoughts for 2025 for the strategy managers and the manufacturing managers, whoever? So what is your final takeaway? What do you advise with this?
Respect the people.
That is the one thing.
The very first one. And the second, use the proper technology. I'm in love with the AI, and I'm trying to convince my wife, she's an engineer too, to use AI in her business. It's fantastic.
Great.
Another day, I was wasting a lot of time trying to elaborate a spreadsheet. I asked the GPT. It's a magic. When the magic. Fabulous. And challenge the people to be better in a daily basis. That's the key point.
Perfect. I think that's something which is a great insight, Luis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day. So thank you.
Okay, I'm available every time you need on LinkedIn, on email. Okay, I do LinkedIn every single day.
So kind of you, Luis. So kind of you. Thank you very much, and
thank you so much for the opportunity and the support that your team provided. Fantastic. Blessings.
So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, so thanks, Luis, and then let us move on to after wonderful sessions today. So let us welcome Alex Jennings. Okay. So Alex, you are in the call.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. Sorry for
Good.
30-minute delay because we have to reschedule little, and apologies for that. And
no problem.
I think we have a good time now, Alex. As the new year started, and you are also reviewing, upgrading Alchemy platform. So it is the right time to have a discussion. Okay, so now we talk about aligning purchasing process to strategy with Alex Jennings. I think you are the best one to talk about this topic. Okay, so quick introduction to Alex. Alex is global procurement, supply chain, and sales leader with extensive experience in driving business growth and operational efficiency. A proven track record of delivering results through strategic procurement and supply chain optimization. Alex excels in implementing effective supply chain strategies that align with our goals. Alex has a fantastic platform now, Alchemy Networks. I think he will talk more about it, which is something evolving. We wish you good luck, Alex. You can introduce your platform, yourself, and then please go ahead with the topic.
Yeah,
I think this is a unique topic. Yeah, this is a unique topic. Many people don't know the power of procurement. Okay, I think you are the best one to talk about this topic. Thank you, Alex.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I think first of all, thank you for having me. It's 11 o'clock here in London, and I'm excited to be here. It's obviously a bit earlier in Brazil, so thank you, Luis, for stepping in early. I've had a 40-year career, mainly in procurement and supply chain, as you suggested, but I did have 6 years in sales, where I thought I was ready to become a chief procurement officer, and the CEO said, "You're not ready." And I said, "Well, I'm going to leave." And he said, "Well, don't leave. Let me help you develop the skills that you need to be a successful chief procurement officer." And I moved to sales for 6 years, and I ended up selling aluminium beverage cans to some of the world's leading companies: Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Red Bull, Carlsberg, Heineken, AB InBev. And for me, it was like going back to school. It was every day sitting in front of an amazing procurement and supply chain function and learning new techniques and new thoughts and new ideas. And after 6 years, I was invited back to be CPO, a group CPO, and pulled together the procurement function of the business in South America, North America, Europe, and Asia. And he was right, actually. I wasn't ready. And my time in sales was one that enabled me to have the skills, because a lot of the things that you need to do in procurement and in supply chain evolve around selling ideas, selling concepts, selling change, being adaptable. And I became more effective at doing that, having spent my time in sales. Now, I'm just going to share my screen. And Craig, if you can make sure you can see it. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
You can. Okay, perfect. So today I'm going to be talking about some of the things that we've been through over the last 3 or 4 years from a procurement and supply chain perspective, but also many of these challenges that we faced. We have another level that's down the line, and we need to be effective and prepared for those challenges. But I think it's important to just sit back and remind ourselves what we have been through and the success that we have had as a function, as procurement leaders, as supply chain leaders, in adapting and coping with the things that we had thrown at us. So I'm just going to okay. So we've been through, as I said, this incredible period. Let's just look back. In 2019, we had something hit us that we hadn't really seen, certainly hadn't seen in my lifetime, in my career. And we suddenly had this thing called COVID. And we had to adapt to a significant change in demand, significant change in supply chain, and significant changes in how it affected our workforce, and how we protected our workforce, and how we ensured that our suppliers could keep running. And we were able to do that. But I think one of the things that we had to reimagine is how we coped with risk. And I'll give you an example. One of the things that I was working for a packaging company at the time, and one of the things that you always try to do is to make sure that you have multiple sources for your raw materials through your supply chain. And one of our suppliers that we're working with, an ink supplier, had a very special blue pigment, and we thought we were safe because we had 3 sources for this special blue pigment that was being used in our products. The problem was that although we had 3 suppliers of this blue pigment, they were all coming from the same region in India. And when that region got shut down, so did the supply of the blue pigment. So we've had to absolutely rethink some of our risk management strategies as a result of the learnings that we had via COVID. But we were able to keep the business growing. I mean, in a packaging company, we were classed as an important supply, because without us, you didn't get medicines, you didn't get PPE, you need to ship stuff in corrugated product. So we kept all 200 sites running throughout COVID across Europe. That sounds quite incredible, which it was, but we also had to keep all of our suppliers running, because you can't make the paper without collecting and recycling the original paper, or cutting down the trees and having pulp to go into your pulper, or without the starch, or without the ink, or without the logistics, or without the drivers. So a huge network. And throughout that period, we were working remotely, and I had to suddenly, instead of being with my team every day physically, I was having to reconnect with them on a virtual basis like this. And I think we learned a lot on how we can work differently during that period. I certainly did. This also created a global shipping crisis, where we were moving products around, and suddenly we had availability issues, but also huge cost issues to cope with. And certainly in Europe, containers coming from China, we saw a rise from $2,000 up to $20,000 Now, that is not a small increase, and suppliers have to talk to you about those changes. It is not something that they can absorb and keep in place. So the importance of connectivity, of partnership, of working together is absolutely essential when it comes to a crisis like that. But again, the learnings from that were incredible in about how you can adapt, but how you can look to predict what things are going to change. And I'm going to come on to predictive tools later on in this presentation. We saw a huge increase in e-commerce. Now, we were the largest supplier of one of the largest companies in the world during that time. And, you know, I think at the year before COVID, I mean, they were already growing incredibly, you know, sort of 50% a year. But in the first year of COVID, we saw a 350% increase in their demand for cardboard. And that is not a small increase. You know, they were a large customer already, and suddenly to see demand increase from, you know, a prediction of 200 million square meters to 700 million square meters in a year was difficult to cope with at a time when you're trying to keep your supply chain running. So we had to adapt our business to cope with the growth of e-commerce and a reduction in some of the more traditional supply chains that we'd been used to using. We had a truck driver shortage. I mean, let's not all forget this that we still have some difficulties now in finding drivers. But we had new rules. We had the borders closed. We had truck drivers waiting for 8 hours at borders, and we had isolation where the drivers weren't able to work. And this was incredibly challenging. One of the things that we did during that time was we had digital tracking of all of our trucks that we introduced, so we knew where they were and where they were waiting. We could also see the flow of trucks across every border crossing across Europe, and redirect our product on the basis of where the pinch points were, and trying to avoid them, because you know when you're working for a packaging company with 200 sites, we were making 1.5 million shipments a year. So again, adaptability and flexibility are key items when you're coping with these kind of things. We have and continue to have a journey towards green energy and the challenge that brings with it, and it's the right thing to do. But one of the problems was that the change that Europe was certainly going through at the time lacked some of the resilience needed for what was to come. So the direction was correct, the end point was correct, but nowhere in the plan was there a what if scenario that says, what if we can no longer get gas from Russia? So we then had the Russia-Ukraine war thrown at us, which was incredibly difficult to deal with. But immediately, overnight, you've got sanctions, you've got supply chain disruption. And what we did as an organization is we enact like a war room mentality. I'm going to talk about that quite a bit, but you have to immediately start thinking about, how does this affect me? How does this affect my supply chain? How does it affect my ability to deliver product on time and create the right service? What do I need to do in support of my supply chain? And a great example of that, we used to spend 300 million euros a year on starch, and starch comes predominantly, industrial starch comes predominantly from wheat and corn. And Russia were the largest exporter of wheat in the world, and they invaded the world's 5th largest exporter of wheat in the world. So immediately you've got this gap of supply that you've got to deal with. And you start looking at, well, where can you move product around? And one of the problems in Europe we faced was that there are regions in the world where you can't get that product from. For example, North America, uses GM modified crop. That's not allowed to be used in Europe. It's not allowed to be used even in the making of paper. So we had to cope with that demand. And some of the things that we did, we had to start thinking laterally. So we started looking at starch made from pea and potato and tapioca. We started looking at synthetic replacements. We started looking at changing the manufacturing process of our paper so that we used less energy and that we used more fiber. Starch gives a strength to paper, but you can replace that by putting more fiber in. And starch becomes the glue that holds the fiber together. The point I'm trying to make is that when there is a crisis, we are the experts in procurement and supply chain at adapting, at change, at flexibility, at challenging ourselves. And some of the most creative things happen in a crisis. So, crises are terrible, but sometimes we do some wonderful things. Then we saw the energy crisis. So this was one of the big drivers of inflation that we saw, as well as the movement of some of the raw materials. I mean, just going back to the raw materials, we started to have governments with protectionism that said, look, we're not going to ship product anymore. India was one that stopped the shipment of some of the wheat and rice from their country to make sure that they were covered, because food is life. And China started to do the same thing, and stock holding. So you have to adapt to changing behavior of governments as well. Now, before the crisis, the average price for the previous 5 years of gas in Europe was 17 euros a therm. And the highest price it had ever reached was 23. In the summer of 2022, because we were no longer getting gas from Russia, certainly not to the size that we were before, and many other factors, we saw gas prices at 357 times. So that's a 2,000% increase on the average for the previous 5 years. And that affects industry. It affects the world because that cost goes into the making of products that has to be shipped to others. And that's one of the reasons why we saw huge inflation. And this also drives electricity, because that the last price of electricity is always the lowest, or is always the highest price. And electricity manufactured from gas needs the gas to go in. It turns into electricity, and then electricity is charged. So there's a spark spread, as it's called, between the gas price and the sale price of the electricity. And this is something we had to cope with. We had to adjust, we had to adapt, and we had to cope with very difficult conversations with both customers and with suppliers, because we were all affected by it. And then we have disasters. Okay, so we have an increasing level of disasters, and we have natural disasters that are increasing in intensity. And whilst we can plan better, there's a lot of questions being asked, for example, in Los Angeles at the moment about what could have been done differently. But the fact is, we're seeing more of this, and we need to adjust and we need to adapt. So this is what we've been through. And whilst it's been a very difficult time, it is appropriate for us to celebrate what we have all done, because we got through it somehow. Little more grey, little less hair, some of us, but we got through it. And a lot of this drove inflation. And those that were best hit really saw inflation of kind of 10-15%. I know in places like Japan they managed it much better. But then there are also countries where their product base or their spend as a country was more affected by certain goods that saw above 200%. And these are company changing and life changing for people, and we are still adapting to, and we are still in a position where people are unhappy with the effect that it has had on their lives. And even today, we're seeing costly detours, you know, the Suez Canal and the attacks that are going on there, and the extra day shipping and the extra cost of that and the extra fuel of that. We're still having to adjust and adapt. Now, I'm now going to go through some of the things that I see that we still face and some of the things that I think we can do to be better at managing and to prepare. And the first one is demand volatility. So we've always had unpredictable consumer behavior due to changes in their economic situation, shifting trends, geopolitical events, and wars. That's not new, but the intensity of them, because we have now global supply chains, the ripple effect of that volatility goes through your supply chain very quickly, much more quickly than it used to. And I think we need to prepare better for this. And one of the things that we should be doing is investing in demand forecasting. Okay, so this is not an Excel spreadsheet. This is a point where we can establish connectivity with our customers, connectivity with our suppliers, transparency to a level that we are sharing what sits within our supply chain, and try to adjust and affect our requirements. And one of the things that I saw during COVID was an incredible increase in stock holding. And sadly, the bullwhip effect of that, and I'm going to come on to that, was that when that starts to come off, because demand slows, you see a doubling effect on the economy, because you're seeing a reduced consumer demand, but you also see destocking. And that's what we saw during 23 and early 24. But it's important that we build resilience into our supply chains, and we build adaptability and flexibility, so that when you see these changes, you're ready for them. If it's good news, you're ready for it. If it's bad news, you're capable of adjusting. When it comes to the disruptions that I talked about already, these are not going to change, I'm afraid, and we need to be ready. And when I talked about the Ukraine crisis and our wheat, you know, we absolutely set up a war room, and we had the walls plastered with ideas and concepts and ownership. And I think when you're managing a project like that, you need absolute ownership. And we gave that to our people, and we entrusted our people, and they own those projects. And extreme ownership is really the way through to manage your contingency plans. So having contingency plans ready is important, but how you enact them when something happens is absolutely key to managing resilience. We also saw labor shortages, and sadly, we still have some labor shortage of some critical skill sets. And our companies own the solution. I think, you know, some of the things that we need to look at is how do we improve employee retention? How do we put people first? How do we train people to fill those skill gaps? How do we make the place that we work the most wonderful place to work, so that people don't leave for the place down the road? You know, people join companies, they leave bad cultures, they leave bad managers. So we need to be investing so that our companies, so that our teams are able to cope with the shortages, because how you attract people is the first thing, but how you retain that talent is one of the key skills that I think people lack. And I read a really fantastic book recently called Moments, and it's exactly right. When you join a new company, when you join a new team, those first few days are absolutely key to how you feel about that company and how you will continue to feel about that company moving forward. Imagine joining that organization and then being told to, okay, for the next couple of days, we're a bit busy. Go and sit over there. There's your desk, lovely desk. Here's a pile of our policies. Familiarize yourself with those policies. I mean, I can't think of anything worse, to be honest, than that. So let's think about how we engage with those people and ensure that our team are the right ones. But also think about, are we doing everything that's right? So are there things that we can stop doing? Are there things that we can replace with RPAs or automation, and stop doing stuff that just doesn't bring value? You know, if you're having a meeting with 30 people in a room, if 24 people never speak, do they need to be there? Is there another way of sharing that? Do you have a skill shortage, or do you have an over utilized workforce? I'm just challenging everybody there to think about that. Transportation and logistics constraints. I think one of the things that it is absolutely key is to partner with, from a procurement perspective, to partner with reliable logistics providers, efficient logistics providers, professional logistics providers. Invest in real-time tracking, because this is not an area to save money on a piece price. You know, because the impact on your service, on your supply chain, on your efficiency, on your effectiveness, there is far more money to be saved in effective supply chain and logistics management than $2 off the price of a route. Okay, it is efficiency and effectiveness that drives supply chains. It's about connecting supply chains. Martin Christopher in 1999 started talking about how companies don't compete anymore, it is supply chains. And he was right. You know, to be effective as an organization, then you need to partner with professional organizations to ship your product, to connect, to look at trends, to look at opportunities, to open yourself to ideas about how you can change. And this is also important from a sustainability perspective. Every mile that your truck or your ship moves that isn't full, that is running empty, is bad for the environment. So how do we stop that happening? You know, if your demand is, so the Japanese call it heijunka, which is smooth production. So when I worked at Toyota, we would make the same amount of cars every single day without fail, same amount of cars. And everybody knew that. And it became a smooth process for everybody to feed into. But if you're in a position where you're working for a company where you need 7 trucks, 24 trucks, 2 trucks, 9 trucks, no, not 9, I need 18. No, I need 7. When you have that, it's impossible for a logistics company to cope with that and to be efficient and effective. And it's exactly the same in your personal life. If you think about, I need a taxi now to go to the train station, there is a cost for them to come here and to take me. But if I phone them up and say, next Wednesday, I need a car to take me to the train station, then they can think about trying to find some work to see if there is someone going to be at the train station at that time to bring back to the same location, and use the car twice and optimize that supply chain. It is exactly the same in logistics. The more visibility, transparency, and regulated supply we have, the easier it is to remove waste. That's where the money is. The money is in the waste, not in whether you're paying your driver $12 an hour or $13 an hour. The money is in the waste. Technology. I love technology. I wouldn't say I'm a leader in this space, but I think we do need to look at where technology can assist us, not to take over, but to be supportive, that where we can use it to help our processes. I've always talked and my business partner Harold Hendricks has always talked about a four-sided triangle. When you bring in technology and you think that's going to solve all your problems, it fails. What you need to do is to think about, what is the process that I need to run? You then need to look at, okay, so I have this process. This is the process that works for my business. What is the technology that is complementary to that process that I have? You then need to look at your organizational development, capability, structure, and that supports. And all of that should be underpinned in the middle by governance, holding it together, making sure that you are effective in how you're running things. So think of technology as your supporter, not as your controller. And I think as long as you do that, you'll be effective. You know, when you look at AI, it is going to change a lot of things. But actually, when you look at companies' spend at the moment and the use of AI, supply chain and procurement is way down the list. Their focus is at the other side at the moment, at marketing and at sales and at innovation. It's not with us. It will come, it's not with us. And also, when you think about how companies are reacting to AI, 60% of organizations are building an AI tool in-house because they are scared of AI grabbing their material and it becoming exposed to the wider world. So they're using and developing in-house. But the other thing that they are doing is 36% of them are using an external provider to help them build an AI tool in-house. Only 4% are using an off-the-shelf product. So just think about that. There is a fear there. When it comes to our supply chains and environmental regulations, although there is a mood change in the world, the direction of travel in this is the same, and we need to make sure that we are using sustainable practices and circular supply chains to drive what we're doing. So none of that is going away, despite the mood music. However, I read some pretty sad news, as well as the Americans stepping away from the Paris Accord. 41% of CEOs, to some extent, stepped back from some of their commitments that they had made previously last year. So there is a mood music change, but I do think it will come back because, you know, we need to do things. Cyber risks. You know, every time we connect with a supplier, with a partner, we need to think about what is the risk that we face associated with this. In the industry that I was before, there was an attack on the paper industry, and I know that 3 global packaging companies in North America were taken down and reported significant impacts on this as a result of cyber. So every time there's a connection, you're opening a door to an unfriendly coming in and messing around with your data, and that is not something that you want to be involved with. Inventory management. You know, the bullwhip effect that we saw after the after COVID was quite incredible. So we saw this massive increase in inventory because we had supply chain disruption, we had driver issues, we had shipping issues. So almost the whole supply chain put inventory in place. So everyone was holding more. The manufacturers, the warehousing, the stockholders, and then the retailers. The problem you found is that when we started to have a bit of a hit on demand during 2023, we saw demand go down. I'm just going to use an example of a supermarket. The demand started to go down from the consumer. The supermarket looked at their supply chain and their warehouses and said, wow, we've got too much of this product. We need to destock. So you saw the reduction from the consumer and a reduction in their inventory. So the demand was down by 2x. That then fed to the FMCG manufacturer of let's say a washing powder, and the washing powder manufacturer also had a lot of product in their inventory. So they saw the reduction from the consumer and from the retailer and from the distributor, and they started to destock themselves. And then you get to the packaging company who were also holding inventory. So by the time you get to the raw material supplier, they're seeing a 5x reduction in demand because of what has happened at the consumer's end. So how we manage this, how we predict, how we challenge ourselves to make sure that we are running tight is absolutely key. And it's a real skill. Ethical sourcing. This is something that needs to be a red line for us all. There are still reported over 60 million people in modern day slavery around the world. And we need to challenge ourselves, and we need to make sure that we are thinking about what is happening in our supply chain. And we need to be thinking about where is the cobalt coming from and where is the lithium coming from. Another example, photovoltaics. So we see these fantastic celebrations of all of these solar panels being put on buildings and in fields, and it is great news. It is, from a green perspective, it's great news. However, 45% of some of the raw materials that go into those, 45% are coming from Jiaojing, which is where the Uyghurs are being used in modern day slavery. And I think the challenge that we have is no one's talking about that. No one is challenging the fact that we have 45% of those raw materials. So the green revolution in that area is in effect being built on slavery. So we just need to sit back and think about what's going on. Rising costs, inflation has died, but it's coming back a little bit. We're seeing a small tick up, and I think I'm going to be talking about tariffs shortly, but it's another thing that we're going to have to manage again and become more effective in how we optimize our operations, reduce waste, and negotiate long-term contracts that have a kind of a mutuality to them. There is no point in having a low-cost supplier if that supplier dies. You need to have resilience in your supply chain. You need to be working with your suppliers. And then we have these trends of globalization, and we have regionalization and a move back. And part of this is going to be driven even faster because of tariffs. But we see our supply chain adapting all the time. And we need to be thinking about, what does this mean to us? What does it mean to the flow? What does it mean to the challenge of raw materials? How is it going to affect shipping? How is that going to affect my cost? Can I budget for that? Can I predict that? Can I buy forward? Can I pay forward? Can I use tools to enable me to buy my shipping costs forward to protect me from that? I used to be the largest buyer of aluminium in the world, and during a 3-year period, you would regularly see aluminium at $1,500 and at $3,600. That is not something that you can let float when you are making 65 billion aluminium beverage cans a year. So you have to manage that, and you have to be effective. And we used hedging techniques to enable us to manage that. That's a whole other subject that I would love to talk about. Let's talk about tariffs. Now, a lot changed last Monday, and the new regime in North America is going to bring a lot of good, I think, for North America, but it's also going to challenge supply chains, and it's going to challenge how we deal with each other. And we don't know at the moment whether there is going to be a blanket 10% on everything, when there is going to be targeted on an industry where an industry will face 50%, whether there is going to be punitive actions on some countries, like their challenge on Canada and on Panama and on Mexico. But what is absolutely clear is that we need to be planning for it. And if you're not already planning for it, you're probably already too late. So this is one of the biggest things that is going to affect us over time, because if suddenly tariffs are put on, then absolutely we're going to see punitive tariffs put on by other organizations back onto the states, and we're then going to put counter tariffs. And look, we talk about COP30 at the end of the year in Brazil. Nobody's going to be talking to anybody by the end of it, so we may as well cancel it and save the carbon from the lack of flights. But we are going to see increased costs, and you might not see it directly from your supplier, but your supplier's supplier and your supplier's supplier may be getting their products from regions that are suddenly going to have a big tariff slapped on them. So some of the things that we need to look at is it is going to make us have to reconfigure our supply chains very quickly. And therefore, whenever you reconfigure, you put waste into it. So there's reconfigure and adapt and flexibility and change and challenge. Because if we change quickly, then you will absolutely build waste into your supply chain. So it doesn't stop there. You have to start from day one thinking about change and change and change and being this continual cycle of adaptation. You need to make sure that we can manage the regulatory complexity that's going to come from this, because it's not just a charge. There is very different approach when it comes to how you manage the schedules, how you manage the exemptions, how you code. It's going to bring uncertainty and volatility, some of the things that we talked about that we've been coping with already, and it may well affect your competitiveness. And therefore, what are you going to do to adapt? I've listed a couple of things here that I think are items that we should be considering. We need to be diversifying our sourcing, or at least thinking about what are alternative thoughts to where we can get the product now. And honestly, we should already be doing it, because first mover advantage on this is going to be key. So if a sudden tariff increase is put onto a certain product from a certain region, if you're not doing it, your competitors are. So they've already thought, they're already speaking to alternative suppliers, and there is not unlimited demand. So if you can move your product from supplier A or region A to supplier B or region B, then you need to be thinking about that now. Because if not, the capacity is already gone, and you're going to be the one that's left with the supply from the existing region with a big tariff on top of it. And these are going to be, some of it is posturing, some of it is negotiation, but some of it will absolutely happen, because it happened last time, and they are serious this time about reappointing North America as a power. And I think other regions will be doing the same. So the tariff and counter tariff is absolutely going to be something we need to manage. We need to thinking about, can we relocate production or adjust? Where I used to work, we had 300 manufacturing sites, and you have flexibility. You can grow this one and shrink this one, move this product here, move that product there. And how do you need to be optimizing your supply chain with tariffs on top. So we all have tools. We use companies like Optilogic that can optimize our supply chain. But if you suddenly put on top of that a complexity of tariffs, then you're going to get a different picture. Before it will say your optimized supply chain will look like this. Boom. These warehouses should be here. Boom. All of a sudden, if you change that pattern, if you change the cost structure, if you add in new tariffs, then that pattern looks different. So how do you adapt, and how do you adjust, and how do you build the flexibility into it? Others we've got in here: use cost modeling, build inventory, engage in advocacy. I'm sure they're going to share this presentation with you afterwards. One of the other things I think that it's important that we do, and one of the reasons, we launched the Alchemy Network in April last year. Tell your friends, it's important. The Alchemy Network is for procurement, supply chain, and sustainability professionals. It's not for anybody else. The Alchemy Network is to connect professionals, because we believe in AI, but we also believe in CI, and CI is community intelligence, stronger together. It is a free platform. Nobody pays anything. Some of our partners pay something, but none of our members pay anything. Think LinkedIn, but better. We have no algorithm. We don't hide you. If you post, if you share, then it is on there. It is app-based. So 60% of our members are using it through the app. When I'm at home, I use it through Chrome, and you can translate to 150 languages. Yeah, we have the app version as well. Some of the things: You can learn from partners, boost your personal growth. We probably have about 6 or 7 live shows a week now. So really, and they're all free. So we had Carney this week. We have Ethical Procurement Edge on Monday. We have the University of Maastricht on Monday next week. Lots of things that you can learn from. We have recruiters on there. You can collaborate globally. You can ask questions. But there's also the chance to give back through our foundation, which is something I'm proud of. Our membership, we have members in 170 countries, and we have many partners and a growing level of partners. University of Nottingham are doing some work with us on slavery. They are experts in using satellite technology to look at where people and companies are doing things that are inappropriate, and working with NGOs to try and fix it. So that's who we are. There's a QR code there that you can use that'll take you to Apple or Google to download the app. But honestly, it's for you. It's your community. If you're not already a member, I encourage you to be so. But also you can become an ambassador by inviting people that you're also connected with, because the more knowledge we have on there, the stronger we are, and the more we can share. So Sheikh, I wanted to just explain a little bit about what I've been doing. I had retired 2 years
Please.
ago. I'd stopped working 2 years ago, and I decided, no, I'm not done. So we built the Alchemy Network for everybody. So yeah, I'm going to stop sharing now, and I'm going to see if there's any questions. Okay, Sheikh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think
Okay,
it's
good.
wonderful platform, Alchemy. Okay, so I just had a look at it and joined recently. So it's really wonderful. You made it very simple and straightforward. I wish you good luck, Alex. Okay, it's a really
Thank you.
decent platform for everybody.
And it's free.
And it's free, and I think it's unique for supply chain managers, and it is for everybody in reality. But it is definitely a very valuable platform for supply chain guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any questions in the chat, Sheikh? I think I saw one come through, but I couldn't read it.
Yeah, we have a couple of questions. I just posted it.
Okay.
Now, one question I got it from other channel is designing supply chain should be aligned to the strategy, as it is a competitive advantage. Can you give how you did for your organization? Any real-time scenarios?
Sorry, which question was that? Sorry, the design supply chain.
Design supply chain should be aligned to the business strategy. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think I'll go back to my time when I was at the aluminium beverage can company. So when you think about aluminium beverage cans, when you make them, you're shipping air. Okay, so a can is a cylinder. You would get about 200,000 in a truck, or 120,000, depends on the size. But you're shipping air, so you need to be close to your customers when you are you've got that much logistics. I mean, I used to spend 500 million on logistics, so we adapted and adjusted. So there are two things that you need to do. So I was also responsible for planning and inventory management and supply chain when I was there. And I think one of the things we did, but for large customers like Coca-Cola and Red Bull, we built our manufacturing site next door, and the cans went through the wall. So they said, we need to fill this can. We made the can, it went through the wall. The slight problem that we had is that the industry is heavily capitally intensive, and due to the margins and cost levels, despite making 65 billion a year, you need to run those plants all year. So you optimize when you're at around 96% OE. So that's 24/7, 96% of the year. Now, the problem for that is that the demand for the products is not flat. So we drink more in the summer. And interestingly, we had this pattern of inventory management where in November we would start talking to our suppliers about and our customers about increasing our inventory of finished product in November for the following summer. And we would build that inventory until about April. And then sometime towards the end of April in Europe, we would see a point when demand would be greater than our ability to supply. So we would enter the summer normally with about 2.5 billion cans on the floor. And then the end point when it starts to cross again is sometime in September. And by the end of September, you're down at around 700 million. Now that still sounds like a lot, but if you think about a product like Red Bull, so you have Red Bull, you think, okay, well, it's only 6 products. Okay, so it's 6 products. Okay, but then you have to multiply 6 by 8 different can sizes. So it's 6 times 8. Then you have to multiply that by 196 countries that they sell in. So it's 96 different patterns, writing on the can. So it's 6 times 8 times 196. That's just one customer. The plethora of products that somebody like a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi or an AG Bar has means that that's not a lot of inventory and how you manage that. The other problem is working with marketing organizations. So, for example, if Pepsi want to run a campaign in the summer with Beyonce on, then you've got to make those cans earlier on, but you can't announce it. It has to be secret. But if they want to do a celebration of the winners of the World Cup, then you can't make those cans until you know who's won the World Cup. So you need flexibility and agility in there as well. So that's an example. Another example is, when I was at Toyota and none of our suppliers delivered. We collected every product. We sent them their schedules. They made the products. We had returnable packaging with everybody. And we had a logistics function that went to every single supplier, collected on milk runs, and then brought it into the plant. And I worked with some really brilliant people who were pure mathematicians back then. And a lot of logistics is about maths. A lot of our optimization is about maths. It's algorithms. It is asking a question. It's getting an answer. And one of the things that we did that I always love about supply chain, I've taken this throughout my career, is taking zero-based planning. So we put into our plan, we said, okay, if we had no constraints at all, and we had pure logistics, what is the optimum cost that we could run this with? And then we started to build back from that and started to challenge ourselves on, okay, so there's an additional cost because of that. What can we do? So an example, on Friday nights in Birmingham, where our glass came from, Pilkington used to close. So we couldn't collect after a certain time, but we were running 24/7. So we didn't want to change our procedure. That was costing us nearly £800,000 a year in extra logistics cost because we're having to adapt and challenge our supply chain. So we went to Pilkington and we said, look, we don't need you to run on a Friday night, but you've got a security guard anyway. Could we still come on a Friday night and collect? We'll send a driver that can drive his own forklift truck and he will load the vehicle and then deliver to us. And yeah, they put on extra shifts and I think the cost of doing that was around £100,000 a year, but the saving was 800,000. So sometimes you learn things about your supply chain by doing this kind of because we tend to accept things. When you plan, you say, well, that customer only likes this, and that customer only does this, and that supplier can only do that. But if you step back from that and reassign yourself and say, okay, look, okay, if it was different, what's the saving? Because sometimes the supplier or customer only does that because that's what they've always done. and it was a conversation that somebody had in 1997, and Fred said this, and it's become a myth that you've always lived with. So I think supply chain and cost management is always about challenging ourselves. Sorry, I spoke for a long time there.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So there is one more question. Maybe we can take it up. So, total cost of ownership is something missed in many organizations, especially for raw material procurement. The purchasing managers have a short sight, only they focus on cost of the products. Okay, so what is your advice for the organizations, Alex?
Okay, so I've got I want to show you an example here. I'm going to show you an example. So this is my strategy paper, okay, for aluminium from 2013. All right, this is 303 pages long. Now, the reason for that is because if you're the largest buyer of aluminium, you need to understand what is happening in every industry. So if the automotive industry are starting to increase their demand on aluminium because of the need to become more efficient and more effective, it started with the A8 with Audi, then A6, then A4. You need to understand what is the impact on your global supply chain for that. Everything we buy, and actually go back to, if you think about the last 15 slides that I've just talked about, if you just buy on cost, then you can kiss goodbye every solution that you have in there. You need to choose the right partners, the right product, the right service. You need to understand that if we have a resilience issue, how is it going to be affected? If you're going to have a changing government or a supply chain issue, is it going to be affected? And right first time was something that I learned at Toyota. They built cars in a different way, and they looked absolutely at total cost of management. So, but they also built resilience into their supply chain and worked with the suppliers to make the product effective. But there's no point in buying a product that is cheap that's going to mean your car breaks down. It ruins your whole business. And one of the reasons why Toyota is used in hard to get to places is because people trust them. They are not going to break down on you. In the middle of Australia, you want to be in a Toyota Hilux because it's not going to break down on you, or a Land Cruiser or something like that. 99%. Back in the 90s, 99% of the cars that went through Toyota were one touch. At the end of the car, they were good and ready to go for the customer. So that was their approach. We make it right first time, and their recruitment was the same. Get it right first time. A company like Jaguar back then, also producing a high quality car, but 99% of their cars went through the paint hospital. So at the end of the line, 99% of them were deemed not ready for the client. There's always more than one way of approaching these things, and my view is the more we train, the more we talk, the more we value, the more we share about the importance of high quality total cost of ownership, then we get to the right result. The problem sometimes, though, isn't the procurement people, it is the senior leadership of companies putting unrealistic targets on procurement companies about cost reduction, they call it. But we need to be measuring value. And sometimes it's better for us to increase the cost of a product and a raw material if it means that the line goes faster. So we used to think about products in supply chains. So you need to think about, if you think about the front end of a can maker, you need to think about how do you interact the machine with the lubricant, with the tooling, with the aluminium, with the former. Okay, Now, if you change any one of those, it will have a negative impact on the others. Sometimes it's more effective to buy a more expensive oil than it is trying to because you can take cost out of the aluminium. And I'm going to give you a great example now. So a friend of mine used to work at AkzoNobel, and again in the early 2000s, they were asked to develop a paint for a ship that would mean that the maintenance of the ship, of an oil tanker, would only have to be taken out of the water every 2 years instead of every 1 year. And what they did was that they developed this paint that meant that barnacles would not attach themselves to it. And they were able to achieve the result of the tankers only being able to be taken out every 2 years. The side effect of that paint was that it made the tanker glide through the water more effectively and reduced the diesel needed to power the ship by almost 10%. Now that's a paint. Now, if you can reduce your diesel in an oil tanker through a paint, you should be able to pay whatever you want for that paint. You know, the value is beyond any chart that you could produce. So this is not about price, and procurement people that are forced to buy on price need to go on a few lessons.
Fantastic. Yeah. So let's have a final thoughts, Alex. Would you? I don't mind if you can spend a couple of minutes explaining alchemy. Okay, I don't mind. Yeah. So you can just a quick brief because it's very important. And also,
Okay.
there is one more question from Louis. Louis says that fantastic topic. I'm impressed with the complexity and how creative in supply chain team have to be. Are you using any AI tool to make decisions faster and secure? If so, what types? That's what the question.
Yeah. Okay. So look, I retired 2 years ago. So I'm not really involved in AI. However, on the Alchemy Network, we are going to be working with an Indian company called UST. UST are going to be making available an AI tool that they are developing that is going to be free for people to play with. All they ask is that you put your data with it and you get some answers, but they just want some feedback. So that's maybe something that we should have a look at. I mean, if you want, I can if you want, I can share the network for 5-10 minutes. But what would you like me to do that? Do you have time or
3-4 minutes?
Okay.
Yes, try to do that. Yeah.
3 more minutes? Okay, I will show you the Alchemy Network, and as I said, it is free. So we have our top members here. So you can see these are our members, but we have various different categories of members that you can find. You can see we have the top members. We have members near you. So near you, this will bring up this young man, Harry Jennings. He is a procurement graduate at Jaguar Land Rover, and I know he's near me because it's my youngest son. So he still works from home. We have our ambassadors. You become an ambassador by inviting other people. So this is my personal link, which I will copy and I will put into the chat here. So if anybody wants to join, they can absolutely do that. But that's what we do. We also have streaks. So we only launched this week. So you can see I've been on 4 days in a row. So you can see we have our feed, which is like LinkedIn. So our feed has all the material that everybody has posted on any topic. But we also have events. So these are live events. On Monday, we have Ethical Procurement Edge, University of Maastricht, Super Tim. We have this wonderful guy, VJ, who's talking about Power BI. We have payment on time. We have lots of things coming up. But we also have our in our Alchemy Live section, we have our replays. So all of the shows that we have. So this is Carney from Tuesday, the negotiation training with Charlotte Punabar Winkelmeyer. She's a senior partner. All of that is in here. Procurement Says No, all of their podcasts, they're all live and in here that you can go back and have a look. We have our Expert Insights Hub, which is where we share material from our partners, the likes of Carney, Ecovadis. We have our Tech Insights Hub, which is where you have information about technology and AI. We have our Business Lounge, where you can post material on procurement, on supply chain, and on sustainability. And we have our Social Cafe, where you can do some research. But also we have a powerful tool that means that if you go to the top here and you search, let's just search logistics, it will come up with every article and also people that anybody has posted. I'm just going to change it from people to posts. It'll come up with any article that anybody has posted that has anything to do with logistics. So you don't have to go back and if you missed it this week and lost it, then you can only read on a topic. But also, if you go, this is the web version, so I'm going to now change it to Arabic. You can see the navigation on the left is in Arabic. All of the articles are in Arabic. And if I open the article, it will translate it to Arabic. And just so as you know, it's not a fluke, I'm just going to change it from Arabic to Hindi. There we go. Hindi, translate. It's now in Hindi. So you can enjoy the material in your own language. So yeah, that's a real whistle-stop tour, but it's free for everybody. Please enjoy the platform, and the more you use it, the more you're going to get from it. But we want to be the place that replaces LinkedIn. So why not?
Fantastic. So all the best to you, Alex, and for you and for your team and your platform. So good luck to you. And I have joined already.
And yeah, thank you. And to you. And we love what you do. So, we want to stay connected with you. And I think there is a mutuality here that means that, we can support each other. But thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you.
It's something I'm very passionate about. I think you can hear the passion in my voice. And Louise, thank you for your comments. I've followed you for a long time, so I love your work. So thank you very much. All right, thanks everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. So wonderful session. It was really amazing. I think we can hear the passion for procurement and supply chain, purchasing and supply chain from Alex. So thank you, Alex. And let us go to the next session. I think Abdul Mubin is there in the call and the session on the summit already. Yeah. Yeah. So let us come back to the session now. We talk about the best practices of PMO for strategy execution. So I would like to welcome Abdul Mubin Khan. So if you are able to hear me, I think you're in mute.
Hello.
Yeah, can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can hear you.
I'll just enable my video 1 second.
Yeah.
Are you able to see my video?
Yeah, not it. No, we are not able to see your video, but we can hear you.
Okay, just 1 second.
Take your time.
Okay, I'll share my video. Will come in and share my screen now.
Yeah, you can do that. So let me give a quick round of introduction.
Yes, please.
Welcome, Abdul Mubin Khan. So thank you very much for joining the summit now. Okay, so Abdul Mubin brings over 20 years of experience in strategy execution, program delivery, portfolio management, and then establishing governance frameworks with a proven track record of implementing complex systems, driving business transformations, and enhancing performance management. He delivers impactful results for his clients. So Abdul Mubin is connecting from Riyadh, I believe, or Jeddah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
I'm in Riyadh, okay.
Yeah, so fantastic. So happy to hear you. Happy to have you in the summit. So please go ahead, Abdul Munim sir.
Yes, please. How do I share my screen?
Yeah, you have a share button in the bottom. If you are able to see the share content.
No, I cannot see the share content button.
You can see the bottom layer of buttons. Can you see?
Okay, I'm doing it now.
Yeah, you can just.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see your screen. Yeah.
Are you able to see my screen now?
You're able to see your screen. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. Give a brief introduction about yourself.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you, gentlemen and lady. Hello. Good evening. Good afternoon. Wherever you are in any part of the globe. Thank you very much. I really am appreciative of Mr. Sheikh Abdul Qadir for providing the opportunity of engaging in this session and providing my insights into strategic management, especially the execution part of it. I'm based out of Riyadh. I work with Credo Technology Services. Since this deck has to be name agnostic, I have not put my organization's name, but you can see in the invite, I work with Credo Technology Services. We are based out of Dubai and Saudi. We have been in the region for more than 10 years now. And in Saudi, it's our second year in operation. We are positioned as the leaders in cybersecurity, and we are one of the prime partners of big league agents and partners, vendors globally. We have been in the region and we have very strategic reach to market. We have very intensive enterprise clients across. In Saudi Arabia, we carry forward our legacy, and we also have in the recent past, say last quarter, been able to create and come up with our capability around data and AI, with delivery assurance being our primary focus. We make sure that we deliver right and we engage ourselves with customer experience at every touch point across the value chain. And we also make sure that our internal processes are well defined so that they are not a bottleneck for us to go out and provide our services as market offerings. I'll just go through the initial. Just 1 second. I have to mute my phone. Okay, to start with, basically, the intent of this engagement is to provide insights into strategy execution. Strategy, as we always know, and we see it's the most widely used and misused word. People intend talking about planning, but they say strategy because It's a fad. People take pride in talking about this word, and very little is known about this word in holistic perspective. If you are not into this workspace of strategy, what is strategy? Is that when you have, it's very simple. If you have 3 doors to choose from, what is my way of moving forward? You choose a door and you close the other 2 doors, means that is your strategy. Strategy is nothing but choice. And it then is translated into strategic initiatives, into plans. You have plans to make sure that you meet that strategic intent of your organization, of your personal life, whatever engagements you are in. Having said so, I will just move on quickly through the slide deck. Okay.
We are seeing the first slide.
Yeah, I'm the first slide. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Now, in order to understand how PMO helps in strategy execution, I'll just replay very quickly a strategy playbook that we use with our clients. This playbook entails strategic planning, strategic formulation, and then execution. I will not delve into the formulation and planning part of it. I'll go directly to strategy execution. But before that, there has to be a little understanding of what exactly strategy is, how it holds an organization together, how it helps you to have that, we call that big hat vision. How do you make sure that you have some perspective, some goal to achieve, and how do you plan achieving that goal? How do you transcend? It all starts with strategic thinking. It could be board of directors, it could be shareholders, it could be a lone entrepreneur. It starts with strategic thinking. What exactly are we going to do? And then how we are going to plan around the strategic thinking. And once that is chalked out, either on a drawing board, on a canvas, or through different mediums, then you get consensus of everyone who has a major stake in that ask, and then you start executing it. And while executing, it's a different beast altogether. You might have excellent strategy chalked out, but if you don't know how to execute, if you don't know how to move forward, if you don't know how to go back and fine tweak your strategy, gone are the days when strategy used to be a 5 years plan. Now we know in India, we had when the British left, so India started 5 years planning, and we had so many 5 years planning, and that's what made India what is it today. But now at this age of disruption, 5-year planning is not anymore an option. Even organizations used to have 2 years strategic plan, 3 years strategic plan. Now organizations have to be nimble, have to be lean, so that they always have alternatives available, so they can always go back to plan B, plan C, and make sure that they reach the vision of their intent. So when we say strategic thinking, it's nothing but it's to think, how do you strategize, how do you manage your problems, how do you build plans. It starts with a SPAC. That is, you trust and you optimize and you plan for the process. You leverage your strategic team with suitable capabilities. You need to have the team capable of taking you where you want to be. You understand, you leverage your strategic team, you leverage around your vision, your mission, you have a goal, and then you strategize around that. And while doing so, you improve. It's not that you wait for strategy to be completed, then you start improving and fine tweaking. No, the day you start working on your strategy, you should have your radars open to find out, am I going right? Because you need to have very strong mapping with pestle analysis. How is market moving? How is competition moving? And what am I doing? What are my competitors doing? And then you prepare yourself and you execute. as I said, it's a very valuable tool, and it has been there for ages now. This is how you map your strategy against the external influences. You will have influences from a political perspective. There's globalization, labor costs. That's your economic perspective. You have frequent, currency conversions. If you are a global organization, then you need to understand social, technological, of course, legal and environmental perspectives in a different geography that you are working in. There's also a Porter's 5 competitive forces assessment that you need to do. It is the DNA of strategy. You need to understand what is your landscape, where are you working, what is the threat to, and if you want to enter into a new market, what are your barriers? Is it easy? Do you have tough barriers? What is the supplier power? What's your buyer power? Is there a threat of substitution down the line? I say there are so many incumbent AI players now. So the threat of substitution in that landscape is very tough. So you need to be wary that if I am going out with an offering, a very disruptive offering, how long can I sustain with that kind of offering? Once you have that analysis done, you have strategy analysis framework. Those are called 7S. You understand your market penetration, your projection. Then you see your structure. Do you have a structure? Are you aligned? Then your systems, internal systems are very, very important. That is the fabric around which your value stream is interwoven. Then are you skilled enough to undertake that opportunity? Are you skilled enough to undertake that engagement? Do you have the reliable staff? What style of leadership do you have? That again is important, because if your leadership is ingrained with the strategy, with the strategic intent, and you have leadership commitment across value chain, then it becomes quite credible that you get support from leadership, and leadership commitment is there, that you move forward, and you can always go back and fine tweak your strategy. And then your shared values. How are your values? How do you translate your values to your employees, to your partners, to your suppliers, and also to your customers? Then you come at the very critical part of strategy, which is defining your vision. So we say vision has to, we call it BHAG. It has to be big, hairy, audacious direction. Vision, by and large, is never tied to a timeline. I want to be a best pharmaceutical company in this region. Then your mission is, how are you going to do that? What do you do that? And mission is always tied up with timelines. Then you have your core values that define your vision and mission. Now you need to understand what are your key organizational priorities. What are your goals based on priority? They could be increase in revenues. They could be becoming a leader in that space. They could be enhancing internal communications. So, and these are always timeline bound, because these are the goals that will help you to reach that vision of yours. When you start chalking your intent, when you start identifying which door I need to go through, then it's very, very important as an organization. Also, when we talk with clients, also when we have a customer interface, it's very important to understand the as is. Where are you today? What do you want to do to achieve your goal? And we say as is to be, there's a gap. And we call that as, in strategic parlance, we call that as performance gap. So that performance gap has to be narrowed, has to be taken care of, so that your as is changes to be. And that is very important. That's where your planning, your execution comes in from a PMO perspective. Now, we are at the heart of our discussion, strategic execution. Now, strategic execution is fundamental to an organization's growth, to an organization's realizing its dreams, because it is where the rubber meets the road. It's where you translate your intangibles into tangibles. It's where you engage with the people perspective from different landscapes. It's where you engage with your own community, with your ecosystem, with your customers, partners. And execution is very important, because you need to understand, while I'm executing the strategy, you need to have that barometer or a radar on to know that I'm not doing it in silo. I'm in the meantime also looking at competition, what competition is doing, what kind of disruption is there from technology, from political or legal paradigms. So you need to understand that while you are executing the strategy. Now, there's 5-step framework for effective strategy execution, and these are different. It's not a thumb rule that you have these steps. This usually a good practice. Different strategy schools of thoughts have different frameworks for effective strategy execution. So you start with your strategy interpretation. It's simple. When you have to plan for something, you first need to understand, you need to articulate the intent of that. What exactly, how do I translate that to my stakeholders who are helping me to execute this plan? And then once everyone is in sync, everyone gives a buy-in, there might be certain roadblocks, but you iron them while you're moving forward. Then you initiate your strategy execution that will help you to define actionable items. Actionable item is a task, is an activity that is temporary. It has a start and end date. That's where your PMO practice comes into play. And then you implement and transition. While transitioning, you are also taking care of a very important parameter inside an organization, which is called change management. There's always a resistance to new ideas. It's human nature, to new ideas, to new solutions. So you have to make sure that you have a very strong change management in place, and you have started that exercise before you articulate strategy to your team members, to your partners. It's very important. Only then you will be able to transition. I'll give you an analogy. If you're deploying a complex or a simple project, and if you do not take into consideration the operations team who is going to manage it, where you are going to transition your piece of work, you will hit a roadblock. Probably you might have chances of project getting cancelled. So it's very, very imperative that it's only when you have a sound PMO who makes sure that all the stakeholders are in sync right from the day you kickstart your project, and you say, guys, we have all the stakeholders, operations team, what does it take for us to hand it over to you over a period of time? My project timeline is, say, 2 years. What does it take? Then the operations teams would say, I don't have capability. I can't take it in. I don't have competence. Okay, what do? You either train, upskill your staff, or you outsource that piece of work. And then the transition becomes a bit smooth. And then you have to manage the performance. We say a PMO helps into benefits realization across every engagement. There are benefits that might be realized while you're in the project phase, execution phase, initiation phase, and there are larger benefits that are realized in the operational phase. So you also need to understand it's not done that you have handed over the project. Yes, the project manager's job is over, but the PMO still stands its fort because it has to make sure the benefits are realized in the operational phase. Now, as we said, the strategy execution is in sync with with a good practice PMO in an organization. There are I will show you certain data points where you do not have a PMO taking care of strategy, Usually organizations also have a strategy management office. We call that SMO, and they help and they leverage the capability of PMO, making sure that the execution is done right. You start with strategy articulation, then you translate strategy into your pieces of work. Then while doing so, the most important thing is organizational alignment. How does PMO help you in organization alignment? PMO from a PPM perspective, project portfolio and program perspective, helps you to align the strategy with the organizational objectives, the objectives that were driven while that were announced while we were doing vision and mission exercise. And because portfolio is the layer where you have all these strategic initiatives being managed, because the accountability of portfolio is to make sure that every engagement meets the business objectives. That's where PMO comes into place. So if you have a good PPM, a framework, adaptive, it has to be fit for purpose for each organization. There's no cookie cutter solution. Each organization intent is different, demand is different. So you need to have a very agile portfolio management team. The translation of the execution and aligning it with the organizational objectives. Alignment has to be there across the strategic layer, the tactical layer, and the operational layer. And you also need to have operational alignment, which is you cascade you cascade the plans, you cascade the asks right from strategic layer to the operational layer. And while that is being done, then you aggregate the data points, you aggregate the measurement from operations to technical and to the strategic level to make sure that the measurements are clear. And this is all being done by a tool called balanced scorecard. We will reach there. And once you are executing, you have to make sure that you have execution is very agile. You can review, you improve, and you adapt. You always come back and say, there might be instances where you're in a kind of business like you're into drug release, you're into aerospace. There it's quite difficult. You have waterfall kind of methodologies where it's very difficult. That's why planning there takes a lot of time. It's very difficult to come back and tweak your strategy or improve and adapt. But overall, you have to make sure that you have to have that sense of adaptability, going back to the drawing board and addressing that disruption. And that is only possible if you have strong leadership and strong culture. That's only possible because you need to have leadership commitment across all this framework. What are the building blocks of successful strategy? And this comes from PMO. You need to have very clear decision rights. You need to have very clear information. You need to have sound motivators. You need to know what is in it for me, what is in it for the organization, how is it aligned, ensuring incentives are there, and ensuring that the change management structure is there. But decision rights and information are more critical than other enablers. You have to make sure that you have decision rights. You have to make sure roles and responsibilities, decision authorities is clearly articulated. You cannot have ad hoc decisions. Every day you come and you say, okay, let's not have, I don't want coffee, let's have ginger tea or something else. Like that probably helps in a personal mood. But when it comes to organization, intent has to be very clear. It has to be chalked down. You should have roles and responsibilities defined, proper JDs defined, and then the authority of decision making becomes easy. And while we are doing this, it's very difficult to make sense of what we are doing if you don't have a way of measurement, if you don't have way of metrics. The time-tested tool to manage, execute strategy is the balanced scorecard approach. like balanced scorecard approach. This was invented by Harvard professors Norton and Kaplan. And this is the only tool that has stood the test of time. When you execute your strategy, you do that using a strategy map for each line of business. And you have 4 important perspectives of strategy map. Financial, how am I doing on the financials? And customer, what is my customer engagement, customer experience? How are my business processes, that's your internal processes? What is my landscape of learning and growth? Do I have that capability? Do I have that capacity? Because when you know that I have to have this amount of growth, 10% growth, 10x growth over a period of time, and that will translate only when you have very strong internal processes, when you have capability, when you have competence, only then you can have that customer experience that can guarantee you the value. It's always, there are always, cyclical loops in all of these 4 perspectives. They are always interrelated. They always impact each other. So you have to be very careful when you do strategy. Execution has to be done right. And here again, PMO comes in to drive this balanced scorecard measurement, because each line of business has KPIs, quarterly KPIs. It could be monthly, it could be yearly, depending upon the engagement. And then you see the health of your strategy execution, and then you can have your other plans articulated based on your balanced scorecard measurement. And here PMO acts as a strategic partner. PMO is the only window to align strategy with the organization objectives. PMO helps you to track the performance, to manage this balanced scorecard measurement. It helps in stakeholder communication, lateral, top-down, bottom-up. And it also makes sure it runs a PDCA cycle to make sure continuous improvement is there. In the absence of good risk management, everything will fall between the cracks. So it's always good PMO, fit for purpose PMO, that makes sure that the risk landscape is articulated well, is understood well, and you have a very strong risk management capability and all the processes and artifacts around that. Now, role of PMO in organizational strategy is more alignment, because you have to align your strategy through portfolio, through program, and then through projects. Like organizations undertake strategy to embrace change. I want to change. If I continue doing what I was doing yesterday, no change can be guaranteed. I have to see what is my as is, what is my to be, and I have to embrace that change. In order to embrace that change, I also have to make sure that I am aligned with my strategic objectives while I'm undertaking that change. So that change comes through portfolio management, wherein portfolio ensures that you are always aligned with organization objectives. Then it translates to program management, wherein you realize your benefits. It could be ad hoc benefits, long-term benefits, midterm benefits. And then it again translates to your project management layer, which is nothing but outcomes, deliverable based. And then it finally translates to your day-to-day operations. So it's always alignment, and alignment. So the alignment ensures that value delivery is guaranteed. If you don't have strategic alignment, there can be no value delivery. And the value delivery stands on stakeholder engagement and process optimization. This is a very tough triangle that organizations really face challenges to adhere to, because if you don't have process optimization, you can never have stakeholder engagement. You always will have discord, you always will have disruption. It could be subtle, it could be pronounced, it could be you would not know until you hit a risk or a roadblock. You make sure that your processes are optimized, everyone has a buy-in for the process, then you have proper stakeholder engagement which derives value, and then you will have strategic alignment. Now, how PMO integrates with business strategy? It reviews the current business objectives and strategies, aligns with organizational intent, mandate, plans, executes, monitors, evaluates, and refines. Like, it's no brainer. Everyone knows what exactly this is. Now, key components of strategic alignment is that you need to know strategy. Strategy has to be articulated right from the CEO up to the last employee who's in the hierarchy. Everyone should know what is the organization strategy. What does it translate into? What is in it for me? What is my responsibility to ensure that this is met? Am I accountable or am I responsible? How do I make sure that I have seamless communication across to make sure that the strategic objectives are met? And PMO's role is to ensure that it always aligns with objectives, make sure that you have the right team, you have the roles and responsibilities. And again, it ensures governance. Governance is to do the right things at the right time in the right manner. Our communication is very important. That's what we say. Project program managers, whosoever is in the PPM landscape, they communicate 90% of the time. They would communicate probably emails, discussions, any other threads, or it could be reporting, status reporting meetings, communicating with partners. You need to make sure that you have the right resources in place and the right governance. You have clear oversight in place. And this oversight is very important, that it has to be fit for purpose. If I have a small project, I will not waste time in having a formal weekly status meeting with the client. Even on strategy, if this line of business is very small and my KPIs are very few, I don't waste time, I don't waste resources to have a formal meeting. I would rather send an email. But if it's quite complex, I have to prioritize to see how my governance works across different perspectives in the organization. Now, there could be challenges in PMO. You don't have the right resources allocated. That is a very big challenge. Stakeholder engagement is missing. It's always missing because of lack of good leadership. If you don't have that intent, if you don't have that strategic intent coming from top down, you will always have stakeholder misengagements, and you will have alignment issues, and you cannot enforce the right kind of change management. When we do this balanced scorecard and when you do other PPM retrospectives, it could be either product retrospective, process retrospective. We make sure that we have regular surveys, we have the goal setting, we track issues and risks, we have feedback loops. There's no thumb rule. You probably might have 2 of these. It's not that you are mandated to do everything. It depends upon how large your intent is, how big is your canvas, what kind of communication and feedback mechanisms you will have, and how do you ensure continuous process. Now, again, you have to identify change, organizational change management. OCM is one of the fundamental pillars of an organization. If you are changing your direction, if you're changing your strategic intent, you need to make sure that everyone is on board and everyone knows what is in it for me. How do I translate my efforts for the organization's good, and how do I embrace that change? It's very important, and there we need to have a very robust PMO who can help in adoption of this train across the organization. Now, PMO architecture is different. differ. You might have different frameworks that you work on. You make sure that you standardize on one of the frameworks. You cannot have be it all. You have to have a unique framework, standardize, make sure you have the right resources, make sure performance tracking is there. That's how stakeholder engagement is measured. PMO is the efficacy, the success of PMO is only possible through performance tracking. It is quite difficult because there could not be any tangibles as you have in sales. But yes, there are matrices, there are measurements, good practice measurements, wherein you can see PMO's efficacy, PMO's contribution to the organization. Now, why is it important to have an architecture? Alignment. If you don't have the architecture, you cannot have alignment. You do proper resource management, or in every engagement, PMO should know who is working on what from a capability and competence matrix, ensures knowledge sharing is there, and risk mitigation, stakeholder engagement. Now, there could be several PMO models available. You have on-demand PMO, which is you have a new engagement, a new project, and you create a small PMO. You call it capsule PMO just for that entity. And once that is done, this is disbanded, they go back to their workplaces. You have a full service PMO, large organizations, transnational organizations, they have EPMOs, they have many PMOs, each department is a PMO. You probably would have a consultative PMO wherein you're not doing that kind of rigor in your business. You need somebody to come and do an advisory. That's called consultative PMO. But the good practice PMO is hybrid PMO, wherein you have the best picks from each of the frameworks. Like you have usually there are two major frameworks: waterfall, which is plan driven, and agile. So you need to know what part of my engagement can be taken care of by waterfall, and what part can be taken care of effectively by agile. So every now if you see large initiatives being driven, being rolled out, they're all based on hybrid PMO. There's a very good case study on a projects and company about Burj Khalifa. It shows how hybrid methodology, PMO methodology, was utilized. People would say, okay, construction, how do you do agile? You cannot go back. No, there are ways that you can. It's not about the sprint being wrong. In retrospective, you fix and you go back, write the code again. No, that is not only agility. Agility is a very vast canvas. If you read that case study, you will know, yes, also in construction engagements, you will have agile components in project management. Okay, these are best practices. Now, very important, very, very important. The PMO should always report to CEO, as it is as good as the information security. It's as good as CDO. All these have to report to CEO because of the strategic intent. They might have lateral reporting to other C levels, but they have to have clear structure reporting to the CEO. And there could be different landscapes of PMO, director PMO, portfolio manager. It's all unique to each organization. There's no thumb rule about what kind of structure you will need to have. But very important, yes, the PMO, the director of PMO should report to CEO. And how do you implement PMO? It's like any other project, but you have to make sure that you articulate the strategy first. If you articulate the strategy, you'll be able to cross all these hops. You will be able to design your strategy, execute. You should be able to feedback and optimize. It's all about articulating the strategy. It should not be complex, and you have to make it as granular as possible so that everyone in the organization, across top down, bottom up, understands the intent, why this strategy is in place, and then you will have a smooth journey. Now, PMO, how they are assessed. We have a PMO, we have rolled out a PMO, there has to be an assessment. There are many assessment frameworks available. You have, if you see the bottom sentence, it has OPM3, P3M3, PMM, but the most widely recognized PMO assessment framework is AI PMO, a maturity model. And we are almost a working partner with the AI PMO in terms of assessment, and we as Credo, and we will be leveraging their capability in terms of maturity assessments. And their maturity assessment is unlike other maturity assessments. They come from strong academic rigor. It's based on academic research for many, many years. And they are cut above the rest when it comes to PMO maturity assessment. Now, what are the future trends of PMO? In strategy, execution, you have AI-driven PMOs, where it's all based on data-driven. You will have AI, ML, predictive analysis. So these are very nimble, short-lived PMOs. Then you will have agile PMOs, which we know at the onset of Scrum, when Scrum was born, we're always hearing about agile PMOs. Like we at Credo, we have the capability of AI-driven PMOs and agile PMOs. Like we have the capability, we have the competence to come and help you to create this entire engagement around AI-driven PMOs and agile PMOs. We are not yet in the innovation hub space. We have an innovation, we have a sister company that is completely into innovation, AI innovation around data and other aspects of data. And we are graduating to that level of PMO very soon. Maybe in a couple of quarters, we will have that kind of offering also in terms of innovation hub PMO. Now, our offerings as an organization are we provide consultancy into PPM, that's project portfolio management, right across portfolio, ensuring that we help you to align your strategic objectives, strategic initiatives with your strategy. We understand demand management. We help you understand how demand management is taken care of, how to prioritize your demand coming from your clients or from your business, and how to make sure that that's translated into programs and projects. Then PMO as a service is an offering. I will talk about it in a short while, that we have we have built over the last quarter, and now we are ready to provide PMO as a service to organizations. Enterprise architecture as a service, it's a very critical and very strategic offering that we have. All organizations, technical organizations, especially because we are in the field of IT, and Enterprise Architecture Board is one of the critical functions in mature organizations. You will find Enterprise Architectures Board calling shots when it comes to change management. Anything that goes out to production has to have the Enterprise Architecture Board blessing. They need to know this service, this product, either it's enhancement or it's a new service, new product. How does it impact the overall architecture? And there are many facets to that. So we also are ready with Enterprise Architecture as a service. It goes hand in glove with PMO as a service, wherein we have a cutting edge of providing these two services together, making sure that there is no dysfunction between enterprise architecture and PMO, which always is the case inside large organizations. Then we have an offering called PDPL as service. It's the PDPL is the ask. It's a government. It's Saudi government mandate. It's data privacy. That this last year, 2024 September, was the date set by government to make sure that every organization, small, medium, big, has to have this PDPL compliance and has to certify with SADAIA, who is the government body here, to make sure that they are compliant with PDPL. We provide this offering also. And NDMO as a service, National Data Management Office in Saudi. Now it has a mandate. The data has not come. It's a bigger mandate. It's a massive mandate, and we have partnership with very strategic global players, and we will be soon announcing our NDMO as a service, which will be a real differentiator to our go-to-market strategy. And from an AI and data perspective, our offerings are digital strategy, innovation, transformation, wherein we understand your problem statement, we create a use case, make sure that we are aligned with the problem statement, and we deliver value. Then digital governance, risk and compliance, we have that governance oversight, overall our IT, in overall our AI and data initiatives. Then we have AI-led operations, automation first approach. This clearly syncs with our QI Lab initiative, which is one of our sister companies, and that's in progress, and we'll be announcing that again very soon. Now, PMO as a service, this is a broader, a very holistic view of what we are offering. This is a framework. I can't show the entire framework here, but this is just a bird's eye view of our go-to-market strategy. How do we help? What are functions of our PMO? What is our way forward? How do we understand your current landscape? We come and do discovery and mapping of your existing processes. We understand how your strategy was formulated, how it was planned, and how are the initiatives rolled out, who is the owner, and what are the timelines. Then we define the target maturity model, we define the operating model, and we design and rationalize that model, and then we deploy the PMO, we plot, seek acceptance from each stakeholder, and then we transform and execute, and it evolves over a period of time. And we make sure that we have strong, seamless engagement, internal and external, with executive management, lines of business, regulatory compliance, portfolio team, technology work stream, third-party vendors. So this encompasses the entire stakeholder landscape. Once we start the initiative of assessment, PMO assessment, or the landscape assessment, this could also not be limited to PMO. We also do technology assessment, because we are a very niche and strong player in the cybersecurity, information security landscape. We also do assessments from the security perspective, from data perspective, AI strategy perspective, with data strategy, AI strategy, cybersecurity strategy, all strategies combined together. We make sure that we glue all of those together and then create our framework to enable the strategy execution, to enable value realization over a period of time. Now, PMO's role in data strategy. Now, it's very important to understand what is the role, different roles of PMO. I have taken 3 important lines of business, because that's what we are have strong competence in. Just to articulate our strength and our offering. PMO's role in data strategy. PMO aligns data initiatives with business strategy. So what is the challenge? Data projects often fail because they are not aligned with organization's goals. What is an example? I have made sure that wherever it's possible, I have not used the name of the companies, name of our customers, because of data privacy. You see any other places, there will be names of the companies, but they are publicly, that data is publicly available. So a retail company's PMO aligns its data strategy with its goal, and by prioritizing a customer analytics projects, the customer retention was increased by 15%. Now, establishing governance across for data management, that's very, very important. A financial services firm PMO implemented a data governance framework that reduced data errors by 30% and ensured compliance with GDPR regulations. Now, you could say, okay, we hear every now and then there are incumbents, AI incumbents, there are new solutions, new offerings, but they always fail because if you don't understand your data strategy, if you don't understand where your data is coming from, if you don't have data classification, if you don't have data prioritization, if you don't have data accountabilities across the organization, if you don't know why this data is created, if you don't know the essence and value of the data, no AI initiative will hold good. No AI initiative will be able to translate business benefits. So this is very, very important that our capability from data, when we say NDMO as a service that talks about the entire data landscape. NDMO, National Data Management Office by Saudi, it is built on the framework, DAMA framework. DAMA is a global data framework, and we have enough capability in that perspective to go and help organizations understand their data and make sure that the data is rightly available for any AI initiative, and that's also done by our PMO as a service offering. Now, real world examples, if you see how important is data, we can see Netflix PMO played a key role in leveraging data analytics. By analyzing viewer data, Netflix optimized its content strategy. Netflix is a leader because of its content, right? And the content is nothing but data. So Netflix has a very, very strong PMO initiative, and that's the DNA of Netflix. Make sure that the data is streamed in the adequate manner, the right data, the source of the data. You can also see examples of Walmart supply chain optimization, how PMO helps in strategy execution, how PMO makes sure that there could be, you don't have growth objectives always. There can be a strategic objective of reducing risks, strategic objective of minimizing waste. So PMO here helped Walmart to reduce out of stock incidents by 16%. You also have P&G data transformation example. Now, if we go to AI, PMO's role in AI, we again have to align with the business strategy. The challenge is that projects fail because they are not aligned. If they are not aligned with your data strategy, your every AI initiative is going to have problems. It's going to fail. So you make sure that this example you can see by prioritizing a customer churn prediction model, which was based on ML, the company increased retention rates by 10%. It was a retail company. It was all because they went back to the drawing board with the help of their PMO to understand what their data strategy is and how that AI initiative can help them leverage the strength of that data strategy. Managing AI project life cycles is very, very complex. Now, AI projects cannot be handled like the day-of-the-mill type of project management initiatives or project management frameworks. It requires a strong value stream capability, strong value stream discipline, both in PMO and in PPM, and the project has to have a value stream methodology. Only then you can have these complex AI life cycle churned out very quickly, and you'll be able to reduce diagnostic times by 30% in the case of this healthcare provider. Now, driving AI innovation, experimentation, because it's all about innovation. It's all about your new ways of working. It's all about churning out new services, new products. So you need to make sure that you optimize your AI offering. You can only optimize it by strong rigor, by strong execution, and reducing delivery times. In this case of example, it was a logistics company, and it reduced fuel costs by 10%. Now, real-world examples, again, Netflix's AI-driven content recommendation. You can see it's all based on ML, the kind of user profile behavior you have. You can also see that in Google. Amazon's AI-powered supply chain is a good example, and Google's AI healthcare. Now, it is very important to know it's not only AI, it's not only data, it's any kind of engagement inside the organization that needs a strong PMO, to make sure that the strategy execution is taken care of. It's not only the execution initiatives, the strategic initiatives, because the strategic initiative will not be realized if your downstream projects and programs are not realized in time. So it's always cascading and aggregating, top down and bottom up. So let's take an example of, because we are in the cybersecurity landscape, taking example of an identity and access management initiative or a work stream. Identity management projects are very, very complex, and they require specialized expertise in the areas like authentication, authorization, and directory services. For example, a technology company, it's a very famous company, I could not name it. PMO managed the implementation of SSO, which we call a single sign-on, improving user experience, reducing password-related support by 40%. It was by proper due diligence in terms of understanding the entire landscape, understanding the benefits that have to be realized, understanding the rationale of why this engagement was onboarded. Then driving innovation in identity management. Again, we know cyber threats are always evolving. They require organizations always to innovate and adapt their identity management strategies. So by effective PMO engagement, the identity fraud incidents were reduced by 50%, right, by 50%. And you can also see there are different challenges. You also make sure that you have thousands of identities. You need to make sure that there's a very strong reporting and monitoring mechanism. That cannot happen in the absence of a PMO. We have partnered, it's only God who can exist alone. We humans always need support in terms of family, friends, relatives, again. And in the business landscape, again, you cannot have everything. You cannot do everything on your own. Again, this comes from strategy. You partner, you outsource, you acquire, depending upon the needs of the business. So we have partnered with strategists and data labs. Strategists is a very strong strategy formulation, strategy planning organization is based out of Romania. They are one of the best, and they use the Kaplan Norton the strategy management framework. And I had the opportunity of getting with them, and it was a very, very tough engagement. It was around 12 weeks of engagement, very tough. And I went through, and I also got, last week, I got the certification. Data Labs is our to-be partner. They have a very strong tool when it comes to balanced scorecard, because balanced scorecard measurement is very tricky. If you do it manually, you end up with lots of biases, you end up with lots of inaccuracies, discrepancies. You need to have a tool. A good balanced scorecard is only possible, the measurements are only possible to be realistic, to be transparent, if you have a good tool. And we have a tool, a very nimble tool, very, very optimized tool, which can be optimized, which can be tailored, fit for purpose, and make sure that we are in that space. We formulate, help plan the strategy along with the PMO. We have that balanced scorecard tool. Then when it comes to PMO offering, so if there's a maturity assessment to be done, enterprise-wide scale, we have the methodologies from AI PMO. And if you want to learn, get into the PMO landscape to hone your capability, that AI PMO is the right place to go and learn. And then when we go out, PMO as an offering, it cannot be done without a very meaningful and a very robust tool. So Siloxys is there. I have, in my last engagement in one of the wealth management firms in Riyadh, I and along with the strategy team there, we tested and evaluated around maybe more than 10 different tools. When we even talk about Gartner's, Gartner's PPM tool, and we also evaluated PlanView, Asana, but Siloxys stood the test of time. It is very simple, it's very intuitive, and it is a part of our PMO as an offering. And when it comes to data and AI, we make sure we have a data strategy professionals. They are, if you want to get on to understanding and learn data, they are the players. They're one of the best. I would say they are the best in terms of getting you up. And that's from an individual perspective. But if you want to have that enterprise-wide advisory on data, we have another partner called Modelware, which I have not shown yet. We have not, we have initiated conversations with Modelware, but still we don't have an NDA in place, so that's why it's not here. And QI Lab is our sister company. It's more focused on innovation, more focused on churning out products based on data and AI, and we leverage them when it comes to innovation, when it comes to any new technological advancement from an AI and data perspective. And Decoding Data Science is our training partner. We have recently had an NDA with them. They are one of the they have one of the largest ecosystems in the Middle East, especially in Dubai, and they have got wonderful programs available. And we do have an agreement with them, and moving forward, we'll have a stronger agreement, go-to-market offering with them down the line. Now, as we said, we talked about PMO, we talked about execution, we talked about different facets, but very, very important is ethical considerations in PMO engagement. You need to have transparency, you need to have right stakeholder engagement and integrity. These are the values that we at Credo hold very strong to ourselves. We make sure that we are transparent when it comes to customer engagements. You will not see us everywhere because we believe in integrity. We have very niche customers. We are very strongly entrenched wherever we are. We have repeat customers because of the transparency way of working, because of strong stakeholder engagement. We value every stakeholder, be it our employee, be it a customer, partner, supplier, and we also make sure that we have that integrity ingrained into our offerings. So we make sure that we go extra mile and help our clients to reach their, to realize their objectives, and thereby we also realize our objectives. If you go to our website, you will see Credo, our punchline is securing growth. We cannot secure growth in isolation. I can't grow if I don't let my customer grow. And my customer can only grow if I have seamless customer experience. If I am transparent, I build that sense of integrity over a period of time. I know what a stakeholder means. I know how do I take care of the alignment, and only then I can grow. My customer grows, organization grows, employee grows, everyone grows, and we secure growth for our organization, for the economy at large, wherever in which geography we are. We make sure that these values are very close to our heart. And that sums up. I had to rush out quickly because there was a lot to say. Because of paucity of time, I wanted to make sure that the message is relayed to you. And from our capability perspective, who we are, you are welcome to come up with your inquiries, with your queries, and we're always welcome to help you address your pain points, address your problem statements across different verticals that I spoke about. And we will engage the right kind of resources and make sure that we secure growth, your growth and our growth. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Abdul Mubain Saab. Thank you very much. Very insightful lecture. And then I think it's very well orchestrated right from the beginning. And
Thank you.
happy to see all your services portfolio. So fantastic. I think it's a long session. You made it very easy. And the way you integrated strategy management and project management portfolio PMO is fantastic. Okay, so that's really a solution for many organizations if they want to engage into the transformations. Okay, so I think if you have any questions, let us take it up because it's already okay. Then I would like to ask you, in case maybe you can stop screen share in case if you would like to see it or something.
Yeah.
Now, make it just, if you want to just quickly share your thoughts in summary for the larger organizations and for mid-sized organizations in the region. Okay. So what is your advice? What they should do to adopt those best practices? Many of them, they are not still on that stage to adopt the best practices. Quite a few are there, and some are, they don't know still. So what is your advice to adopt the best practices of strategy, best practices of PMO, and then how to make the business success through this?
There's no right and wrong answer to this. It depends upon the kind of environment the organization is in, the kind of landscape where they're operating, and it depends upon mid-size. If it's an entrepreneur organization, you will have challenges. If it's mid-sized, are they willing to embrace change? It's all about change management. There are organizations that are very, very about taking on new initiatives because they are in the comfort zone. So it's always the responsibility of the advisors, consultants. I would say advisors, not consultants. Consultants will build them. Right advisors who provide as a part of CSR initiative to the organizations to understand their pain points. Every organization has pain point. There would be definitely ways to elicit that kind of information. It's about how you ask the right question. You ask the right question, you understand the business. This makes me recall a very funny incident. There was a shepherd. He was sitting under a tree. He was playing on his flute. He had lots of sheep. And then a big SUV came and halted near him. Out came a guy dressed in three-piece suit and with his laptop. He told the shepherd, if I tell you exactly how many sheep do you have, will you give me one? The shepherd said, yes, why not? Then this guy started working on some GPS calculations and whatever. And then he said, you have these number of sheep. The shepherd was very impressed. He said, oh, it's good. Yes, I have exactly this number of sheep. Now, pick up any one of my sheep. So this guy picked up one and he was approaching his car. The shepherd called him back. Gentlemen, if I tell you what your job is, will you return my sheep? He said, yes. He said, you are a management consultant. He said, how do you know? He said, first, you came uninvited. And second, you do not know anything about my business because what you took is my dog, not my sheep. Right? Yeah. So it's very important that you should be capable of asking the right question. You have to do a bit of homework in terms of understanding the landscape of the organization, understand their positioning and understanding their competition. Only then you can engage, in a meaningful discussion. And you need to have strong human, connect. It's always how strong your human connects are, how quickly you make people believe you, trust you. It takes a while. And this is simple human management recipe. Only then you can be able to be a good advisor, and then probably that might translate into consulting. Who knows?
Correct. I think it's a wonderful example. It's a wonderful metaphor. Thank you. Thank you, Abdul Mubin Saab. Thank you very much. And any final thoughts on the technology front? I like the Porter's 5 forces. Okay, so that analysis you said that with the new technology, with Gen AI and all, so you keep getting new competitors and the new offering.
Exactly. Yeah. It's very important in this kind of disruption. You need to know what are your entry barriers to the new marketplace. Who all are there. If there are very strong players, I would rather not waste my time. I would rather co-opt than go into competition. I'll go and join a big player instead of wasting time and wasting my resources going on headlong collision. In today's time, the only value you can drive is through a very good, strong ecosystem where everyone comes and co-opts, everyone makes, realizes value, a piece of it. So you can have a piece of cake. You can have so many cakes. If you want to have a whole of the cake, you probably might have it. Then you will not see the second cake.
Yeah. So collaboration is a way forward. I think with the complex
it is very
business
important.
environment,
It is very important.
collaborate on your strengths, and then you work as an ecosystem. That's fantastic advice. Okay, so with that, we would like to conclude the day, Abdul Mubin Saab. Thank you very much with wonderful lecture, and it's very insightful presentation. So on behalf of participants and organizers, I would like to thank you. And for your short notice, you made the wonderful presentation. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah. So we have done with the day 2 of the session summit. It's really, really wonderful. I think I really enjoyed listening to experts across the globe. You take it from Brazil, you talk from the UK, you have Kenya, and then Saudi Arabia, I think whatnot. I think we had a couple of sessions from India also. So it is really a wonderful day to hear experienced professionals in their domain and getting the knowledge, So that is something which is that's the value of the platform. What the global strategy summit do. It's very interesting. So let me just try to conclude what we have done today is. So today, just to summarize, we started the session with Mustafa Hassan. He's a CFO in Saudi Arabia. So he talk about role of CFO in the strategy execution. It's a fantastic lecture. So he